back to another cool project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack Hinge Dating app in React Native using MongoDB as backend. And if you find this interesting, please do hit the like button and also subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So first of all, the first step is to look into the demo of the application. So over here towards my right is the first screen that's being shown, which is the initial home screen. So over here inside of the home screen, we'll be showing different kinds of profiles to the user based on their interests, as well as a selection that is being done in the registering part of the register screen. So here, as you can see, inside of the home screen, we have the first profile being shown to the user. So we have defined this profile in a different kind of way, that is containing both images as well as the prompts that is given by the user while the registering part. So as you can see, for the profile, we have initially the name over here, and we have the first image being shown of the user. And after the image, we have the first prompt being shown. And below that, we have a certain unique description about the user, which contains basically the name, the gender, the looking for attribute, the type attribute, and the region, as well as the hometown. And apart from that, we have the next two images for the user, and we have the second prompt coming in. Again, we have the the fourth image, and then we have the final prompt coming in, and then we have the remaining two images. So basically we have 6 images and then 3 prompts for each profile that is being shown to the logged in user. So let's say if at all you like the profile, you can just press on the heart button, and then you go to the next screen, and then you can send the like to this particular user. Okay, so you could send like to any one of the photo that is present. So let's say you want to send like to this particular photo. So you go to that particular screen with that particular selected photo, and then you can send the like to this particular person, right? So after doing that, automatically the like will be sent to the registered user, that is this particular profile. So if at all you do not like the profile, you have a cross button over here. So if you press on cross, automatically this profile will be filtered out, and we have the next profile in the list that would be shown to the user. So now let's say I like the profile, so I'm just gonna let's say I'm gonna like the second photo, so I'm gonna press on heart over here. I'm just gonna say send like. So as you can see, as soon as we liked, and then we came back to the previous screen, and we are going to show the second profile in the list that is there over here. So again, the same thing is going to happen. If at all you want to like the profile, you press on the heart button and then you like it, or if at all you do not like the profile, you can of course press on the cross button, and this will be filtered out. So that's pretty much about the initial home screen. So now let's look into the screen that is the next one, that is basically the like screen. So let's go over here. So this like screen contains basically all of the profiles that have liked your profile, that is basically my profile, and we'll be showing currently one like that is being shown over here at the center part, and the remaining likes that is there inside of the list, that will be present in the waiting list or in the waiting period. So apart from this profile that is there at the center part of the screen, 3 more profiles have liked this, that will be automatically in the waiting list or in the waiting period. Okay, just as I explained. So if all you want to go ahead and match with this particular person, of course you need to look into the profile as well. So I'm going to just press on this profile. So at the top it will show which particular photo they have liked of ours, and below that we're going to show the entire profile detail of the user who has liked our profile. So it's again going to be similar. It's going to have 6 images and then 3 prompts. So just in case if you like this particular profile, you can match with that particular profile. So over here we have given a message button. So if I press on the message button, and if I press on OK, so automatically a match is created between both of the user, that is my user profile and then this particular person's user profile, and then we will be able to chat with one another. So let's say I'm just going to press on message over here. I'm going to say accept request and match with this particular user. I'm going to press on OK. So as you can see, automatically that particular profile got filtered out, and we are seeing the next profile in the list that was there in the waiting list or in the waiting period. So again, you can go over here and you can look into the profile of this particular user who has liked. So they have liked my user profile, that is this particular photo, just like this. Okay, so that's pretty much about the like screen, which is usually going to show us all of the likes that we have received, that is the logged in user. So now let's go into the chat over here. So as you can see, we have just matched with this particular user. So we have created a chat room for these 2 people, right? So, and apart from that, these are all of my 4 matches, as you can see. And let's go into the first match. Yeah, so we have developed the messaging as well, that is by using the sockets. So you can type in any kind of messages. Let's type in hello there, and then I'm going to press send. So automatically the message is being sent. So when we come to the previous screen, that is while implementing the project, we will be showing of course the last message over here as well. Okay, so yeah, that's it about basically the chat screen where we can chat with our matches. So now we have the final tab, that is basically the profile tab. So over here we have some unique design being shown, and we have the profile of the profile of the user. So if I press on the profile picture of the user, it would take to my user profile just like this, and this is just a view of how others will see my profile. So this also is going to be super similar. It's going to contain 6 images and then 3 prompts, whatever I've given. Yeah, so that's pretty much about the profile screen that we just saw. And we also have the logout button as well. So if I press on logout, automatically I'll be taken to the login screen. So let's also look into the registration part, and let's try and register a user. So I'm going to press on create account over here, and we have a unique design being shown for this screen, and I'm going to press on enter basic info, and over here I'm just going to enter the first name required. So let's create a female user profile. So I'm going to enter a random name, and I'm going to say next. So I'm going to enter my email. So the way this works is we have, let's say, a bunch of 10 screens, and we are collecting information from each and every screen from the first to the 10th screen. And at the 10th screen, let's say we have the register button being placed, and at the 10th screen we're going to get all of the information from all of the screens, that is from screen 1 to screen 10. And with the help of that particular register button, we're going to register the user. So we are trying to save the data from first screen to 10th screen, and then get the data directly from first screen to 10th screen instead of the 10th screen. So here let's choose the password for the user, and apart from that we're going to enter the date of birth. So I'm going to enter a random date just like this, and I'm going to press on next. So here we have the map being rendered. So here we can choose the location. So currently this is a kind of marker. You can move along the marker. So as and when you move along the marker, you're going to be seeing the location being changed. So let's say I'm just going to move this, the top part. So as you can see, this is the location. So let's say I want to keep it over here. Yeah, so I'm going to choose this location, and then I'm going to say next screen. And here it asks us to choose the gender. So I'm going to say woman over here. So next screen, and here I'm just going to say straight, and again next. So who do you want to date? I'm just going to say men over here, and then next. And the dating intention, I'm going to choose, let's say, this one, and next over here. So hometown, you can enter whatever you want. I'm going to enter mine and press on enter. So here in the next screen over here, we need to choose and enter the images. So again, we have given the link format, which becomes easier to develop the app. So here I'm going to enter the link one by one, and you would be seeing the images being filled from 1 2 3 and then 4 5 6. So I've just entered the first image over here. Alright guys, so similarly I have added all of the images. As you can see, we have 6 images. So I'm just going to say next over here. So here finally we need to add the prompts for a particular profile. So I'm just going to say select a prompt. So here we have a bunch of prompts. So I'm just going to answer some questions for the given prompts. So let's say I'm just going to choose this one. I'm just going to write in some random thing. So I'm going to say watching sunrise and playing badminton, and then I'm going to press on add over here, and the first is currently saved. So as soon as we give 3 questions, I mean as soon as we give 3 answers, we would be taken back to the next screen after answering all of the 3. So for this I'm just going to say travel the world, add. Then then after that I'm just going to choose this one. I go crazy for, let's say, road trips and hiking, something like this, and then I'm going to say add. So let's say add over here. So automatically we come to the previous screen. So now this is, let's say, this is the 10th screen finally. So I'm just going to say next over here. So inside this particular screen, we're going to fetch all of the information right from the first screen where we entered the name to this particular screen, that's the prompts. And as soon as I say finish registering, we would be automatically navigated to the initial home screen where we show profiles based on what this user has selected and what are their interests. Okay, so I'm just going to say finish registering. So as you can see, automatically we came to the initial home screen, and currently my user profile is being selected, because in the backend I think we only have 2 male users, that is mine and one another. So yeah, so this is the way we are going to implement the register part as well. Okay, so if I go over here, if I go to the profile, as you can see we have this particular user's profile, and if I go over here, you're going to show the user profile over here just like this. So I think that's it. So this is going to be an amazing project to build along with. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and let's get started the project right away. Alright guys, so before moving further, first of all, let's understand the basic outline of the app. That is what we are exactly building. So let's head over to eraser.io. So here we'll be just drawing a schematic kind of representation of what exactly we'll be building in the application. So I'm just going to say new file over here. So over here we can write some text towards the left hand side, and towards the right hand side we can actually design the schematic representation of the app that we'll be building. So over here, first of all, let me just make this equal, and over here I'm just going to say hinge dating app. Yeah, I think this much is enough. Okay, so first of all, inside this app you would be having, let's say, 4 tabs. That is what we saw in the demo video. So basically it's going to contain 4 main tabs. Okay, so it is going to start off with the initial home screen, that is the home tab, and after the home tab we're going to have the like screen tab, and after the like screen tab we're going to have basically all of the chats that are going to be stored or present inside of the chats tab. So I'm just going to say chats tab over here, and finally we're going to have the profile tab. Yeah, so these are basically the main 4 tabs that we'll be using in the application. So this time we're going to have also something known as the main auth context, and we're going to track the authentication status of the user. Okay, so that is if at all the user is logged in, or if at all the token is present, then we are going to show of course the home screen, else it's going to be the login screen. And also apart from this we would be having 2 kinds of stack this time, that is the main stack, which also includes all of these 4 tabs plus some other screens. Okay, and apart from the main stack, on the other side you would be having the auth stack. So this auth stack is gonna contain all of the register screens that we saw in the demo part of the video. So here I'm going to say contain all the register screens that is used while registering. So that's it. So let's understand what exactly we're going to do in each kind of the tab, that is starting from the home tab. So first of all, let's come into our canvas over here. So over here, basically inside of my home tab, so let's consider this as the home tab. Okay, so here I'm just going to say home screen. Yeah, so inside the screen, as we saw in the demo, we are going to have a bunch of user profiles being shown to the currently logged in user. So we're going to show each profile at a time, and as you saw in the demo part, each profile is going to have a image. Okay, so it's going to have basically 6 images and then 3 prompts as we saw in the demo video, and let's say this is going to be considered as the image. And after the image we're going to show the prompt that is entered by the user, that is while registering. So after the image, this is going to be a short one, that is the prompt. So this prompt is going to be in a kind of question and then answer, that is whatever answer they've entered for like that particular question. So this is going to be prompt. And similarly after the prompt we're going to have again 2 images. So I'm just going to say images over here, and again an image. So again, this is going to be image 2, and the next text, this is going to be image 3. Okay, so similarly after image 1 and image 2, we're going to have the remaining prompts that are going to come up. That is prompt number 2, and after that image number 4. Then we're going to show prompt number 3, and after that we're going to show the remaining images. That is image number 6, and then image number image number 5, and then image number 6. So yeah, inside this home screen we're going to show some basic profile details also, and along with that we're going to show 6 images as well as 3 prompts in the screen, that is over here. So I'm just going to say 6 images, and then it's going to include 3 prompts. And apart from that, we're going to have the heart button that is going to be present for each image as well as for each prompt. So I'm just going to draw over here. Let's say at this particular point we're going to have the heart button that is for each kind of image as well as prompt that we have, and you can go ahead and like the images that are present. So currently we are not developing the liking part for the prompts. You could actually do that. It's going to be the exact same thing, that is the exact same way that we do for the images. So currently we're going to do for each and every image that is present, that is over here. We're going to point out the heart button, and if you press on that, you will be navigated to the next screen. So that is it about the initial home screen that we're gonna have. And let's come to the canvas over here. So all right, so now over here we're gonna so now the next step is, let's understand how we're gonna design the like screen. So I'm gonna initialize one for like screen over here. So this like screen is gonna contain all of the likes that is being received from the currently logged in user. So here I'm just gonna say likes. Okay, so currently inside of the like screen at the top, we're going to have some button designs that we saw initially in the demo, that is over here. And below that, so at a time, we're going to show one particular like at the center part of the screen, that is a like screen. So that's going to be over here. So each time the user comes to the tab, we're going to show the refreshed likes. Yeah, so we're going to give some kind of description on the photo saying that they like the photo or they actually commented the photo. And over here, we're going to actually show the image of the person who has liked the currently logged in user. Okay, so we're going to show one image at a time, that is at the center. And if you press on this image only, you're going to be navigated to the next screen. So let's say if the user has received 10 likes, so we're going to show the first like over here, and the remaining 9 likes are going to come in 2 rows starting from the bottom part. So let's say we're going to show the second like over here. Let's say this is going to be like number 2, and this is going to be like number 3. And similarly over here, we're going to show the photos for that particular user who has liked this in a short way. But over here in the main part, that is at the center part of the screen, we're going to show the first image, the first like of the user. That is, if at all they've commented on our post, then we're going to show the comment, else we're just going to say they've liked our post. And similarly, apart from that, as I told, if there are any number of likes present, if at all there are any other likes present, then we are going to show it in 2 columns, that is over here. And these images are going to be short, and if you press on these, you would not be navigated to the next screen. So once you handle the like of this user, that is if you want to match or cancel, so let's say if you match with this user, then automatically you come to this particular profile screen, this particular like screen, and this image would be filtered out, that is this profile would be filtered out, and the next like that is there inside of the waiting list or waiting period, that is this one, would move up, and this would come towards the first position. So that's the way this is going to work. So that's basically about the like screen. So next we have is the chat screen that is going to come up over here. So inside of the chat screen, we are only going to show all of the user matches of the currently logged in user. So based on how many of our matches the user has, that is the person who is logged in, we're going to show those many chat messages or chat rooms for that particular user who is matched with the other user in the application. Okay, so here let's say we have n number of chat rooms or user chat components that we would be building while implementing the application. So here each one corresponds to a chat room. Okay, okay, not a chat room, basically a chat between two users. So if they press on this, then they would be navigated to the chat room. So over here I'm just going to say chat. It's going to be chat number 3. So all these are basically all of the matches that the user has received in the application. So those matches are going to show up in the chat screen. So if at all they press on this, then they would be navigated to another screen, that is the chat room, where they can chat with the other user in the application, right? So let's add one. So let's come to the document over here, or both. Yeah, so inside of the home tab, basically we're gonna show one profile at a time, and each profile contains 6 images and then 3 prompts, and it's gonna have a bunch of profile details that we saw in the demo part of the video, that is like their hometown, their age, and what are they looking for, and what kind of relationship they want, all these other details in the profile details design. And for each image we're gonna have a heart button, but while implementing it we're just going to implement for the image. That is, if at all you press on any kind of image, we would be navigated to the handle like screen, and we would be sending the like to that particular user in the application. So over here inside of the like screen tab, here basically we're going to have all of the likes received from the currently logged in user, or all of the likes received for the currently logged in user. All right, and apart from that, over here we're going to show only one like at a time, and after that over here at the bottom part we're going to show in all the remaining likes, if at all the user has, in 2 columns. All right, so that's it. So over here the next thing is basically inside of the chat tab. So here in the chat tab you're going to have all of the user chats. So here show all of the user chats, that is all the matches of the currently logged in user, and create a chat room for 2 users in the chat. So that's it. So now let's head back to our canvas over here. So all right, so now let's initialize the final one, that is the profile tab that we're going to have. So here inside the profile tab we would be basically showing the details of the user, that is who's currently logged in, that is the image of the user, that is over here, and below the image we're going to show the name and other details, that is the age, or if at all they are verified or not. So here I'm just gonna pass in name over here. So if at all they press on this particular image, that is the circle, then they would be navigated into the profile details screen, where we would be showing the currently logged in users, all of the user details of the currently logged in user. So if at all the user presses on this particular image, then they would be navigated to the profile details screen, where we will be showing all of the details of the currently logged in user. That is a similar way that is a similar way how we have designed the home screen. That is, we're going to show six prompts. I mean, we're going to show six images and then three prompts of the logged in user in the profile details screen. And after that, we're going to have some basic random images as you saw in the demo part of the video. And apart from that, finally over here, we're going to have a log out button, so the user can go ahead and then log out. And this is going to be initially the image. Alright, so that's pretty much it. So we have designed all of the four screens in a simple way. That is whatever we are building, that is basically outlining everything. So we have initially the home screen, then the like screen and the chat screen, as well as the main profile screen. So you can just look into that or refer to this once. That is whenever you're building the application. So these are the main required things that we are going to implement while building this app up. And you can also refer to the description over here. That is what are the main things we're going to include. That is in the home tab, and then the like screen tab, and we also have the chats tab. Yeah, and in the profiles tab over here, we're gonna show in the details like image and the name of the user. And over here, if at all they press on this, we also have the profile details screen. Here we are just gonna show the details or the profile of the currently logged in user. Just similar to the home screen, similar to the profiles in the home screen. So that's it. Alright, so apart from that, we're also going to have two stacks, that is the main stack and then the auth stack. So if the user is currently logged in, or if at all the token is present, then we're going to show the main stack, and else if it is not present, then we're going to show the auth stack. And we're going to have a single login screen this time, so that we could register in the same screen. I mean, so that we have the same button, that is a register button, as well as the sign in button in the same initial screen. Okay, so I think that's pretty much about the outline of the entire application. So yeah, now let's move on to the next step. That is, let's start off by creating a fresh bare React Native project, and then let's start building up the application. Okay, so now the first step is to initialize a bare React Native project. So let's go do that. So first of all, inside my terminal, I'm gonna go into my build folder, and inside my build folder, I'm going to execute this code, that is npx react native at latest init the project name. So in this case, I'm just going to say hinge dating, and then I'm going to press in enter. So I'm going to press on Y to proceed. So this should take in a couple of minutes to initialize our project for us, that is hinge dating, that is inside of a build folder. So after that, we're going to go into the project folder and then look into the file structure that they've given us. So let's wait for some more time, and let's wait for this to install. So as you can see, it says your new project is ready instead of a git repo, and these are the instructions for Android, and these are the instructions for iOS. Okay, so yeah, first of all, we need to execute this statement, that is bundle install and then bundle exec pod install into the iOS folder. So I'm just gonna copy this statement somewhere, And after installing these two things, and we need to run this one, that is npx react native run iOS to run the app. Okay, so now the next step is I'm going to go into that particular folder, that is hinge dating. So I'm going to say file, open folder, and then I'm going to go into my build folder, and I'm going to choose the first one, that is this one. So yeah, as you can see, this is basically the entire file tree towards the left hand side, and this is the main app.tsx, right? So first of all, we'll be removing the tsx, and we'll be making use of the js extension. So I'm just going to come over here, right click, and then I'm going to say rename to js, and then I'm going to delete basically the tsconfig.json. So I'm going to come over here and then delete this. So let's come to the app.js and then remove the unnecessary things. So that is this one. So we're going to remove this as well. Okay, so pretty much that's it. So let's save the file once. And yeah, let's also remove this one, that's not required. So now I'm just going to open up my terminal and then new terminal, and I'm going to go into my iOS directory. So here I'm going to say cd iOS, and here I'm going to write bundle install, and then press on enter. So this would take in a couple of minutes to execute, so let's wait for that. Okay, so this has finished executing, so I'm going to execute the next one, that is bundle exec pod install. Okay, so even this is completed execution. So now the next step is we're going to go into the normal directory, that is hinge dating, and here I'm going to execute this particular statement, that is npx react native run iOS, and then I'm going to press on enter. So as you can see, it has found the workspace, that is hinge dating xcode workspace. So it is going to install this app into the iPhone 15 plus. So let's wait for some more time. It's going to take in 5 to 10 minutes. So let's give it some time, and then it's going to install the app and then show whatever is there inside of the app.js. So as you can see, the app is being loaded, and this took quite a lot of time. So now the next step is we're just going to clean up some of the code in the main app.js. So let's minimize this. So we're going to remove everything that is there inside of the scroll view. So save the file. So as you can see, that worked fine. So here I'm just going to initialize a view, and then I'm going to say a text, and we're going to say hinge dating app, and then press on enter. Yeah, so as you can see, everything is working fine. So let's remove this as well. So anyhow, over here we would be initializing our stack navigator, that is when we initialize our navigation part. So now the next step is, let's first of all set up the icons. So here we would be making use of React Native vector icons. So we need to install that, and then we need to make some changes. So let's head back to Chrome over here, and I'm going to search for React Native vector icons, and I'm going to go into the GitHub one, that is this one. So here first of all we need to install the dependency, that is React Native vector icons. So I'm just going to copy this piece of code, and then I'm going to come to my terminal over here, and here I'm just going to say yarn add this particular dependency. So let's press on enter. Okay, so this is finished installing. So now the next step is we need to make different changes for iOS and Android, so you can follow along the steps for Android. So for iOS over here, we need to navigate to node modules, React Native vector icons, and then drag the fonts into the Xcode project. Okay, so let's search for node modules. So let's open up the file tree, node modules, and then we're going to search for React Native vector icons. That is this one. So basically we need to drag the fonts into your Xcode project. So I'm going to right click on fonts. I'm just going to say reveal in folder. Okay, that is this one. So let's keep it over here itself. And now I'm just going to open up my Xcode project. So I'm going to say Command Shift C. Or else first let's open up the project, that is Xcode project, that is this one, Hinge Dating App. So I'm just going to go into my folder over here, users, and then the build folder, and let's search for Hinge Dating. Yeah, this one. So basically we need to go into the iOS folder, and then we need to open hinge dating.xcode project, that is this one. Okay, so I'm just gonna say open with Xcode, that's the default one. So let's press on this. Okay, so as you can see, the Xcode project has been opened up. So now we need to drag and drop the fonts folder that is there inside of a node modules into this hinge dating application. So let's minimize this for now, just like this. And over here I'm just going to open up my fonts folder. Okay, so over here I'm just going to right click on fonts, and then I'm going to say reveal in folder. So let's open both of the projects over here. So let's bring this over here. All right, so let's drag and drop this particular fonts into this hinge dating app. Okay, just like this. And let's minimize this. Let's select this tab. So I'm not going to do anything over here, I'm just going to say finish. Okay, so as you can see, the fonts folder has been added. So now the next step is, let's go back to that GitHub directory, and here after making that change you need to edit the info.plist. So and you need to paste in this piece of code that is including all of the fonts. So copy this value and let's head over to the iOS directory that is over here, and then let's move to hinge dating and then go into the info.plist. So let's say I'm gonna paste this over here just after the false tag. Okay, so save the file once. Okay, so now the next step is we need to create a React Native config.js, and then we need to paste this piece of code. So I'm just gonna copy this piece of code, and then I'm gonna come back to my VS Code. I'm gonna create it at the root level. So let's minimize this. So app.js, new file, and then this particular file name, that is React Native config.js, and then we're gonna copy this piece of code, and then we're gonna paste it over here. So let's save the file once. So I think pretty much that's it. So you can follow along the step for Android. You can just go to that particular path and then paste in the code that they've given, and I think pretty much it should work out. So now the next step is, first of all, we're going to do a pod install into the iOS folder, and then we're going to restart the app. So here I'm going to say pod install and press on enter. Okay, so after doing the pod install, let's come into the app.js, and then let's check out if at all the icons are working fine. So I'm just going to import a couple of icons and then paste it over here. So first of all, I'm going to import the icon family at the top of the page over here, and along with that we're going to of course copy the render component code, and then we're going to paste it over here. So currently I'm making use of Fontesto, right? So yeah, let's try to reload the app, or let's start off the app from the beginning, and let's see if at all we are able to see the icons or not. So here I'm just gonna say open on iOS once more, and let's give it a couple of minutes to start the app. Okay, so the app is being loaded. So as you can see, you're able to see the email icon correctly, so which means the steps which we performed went well. So now yeah, the next step is we're gonna initialize React navigation, and then we're gonna initialize the 4 tabs that we saw earlier in the demo part. Okay, so now let's head back to Chrome and then initialize the dependencies required for React navigation. So I'm gonna search for React navigation in the new tab over here. I'm going to go to the first link, and then I'm going to press on read docs, and I'm going to install it with the help of yarn, that is this one. So copy that piece of code, and we're going to paste it over here. So let's press on enter. So apart from that, we're gonna install dependencies into a bare React Native project. So we need to install these two dependencies, that is React Native screens and then React Native safe area context. So copy that and we're gonna paste it over here. And after that, let's move on to hello React navigation, and then we're gonna install again with the help of yarn, that is React navigation / native stack. So I'm gonna paste it over here. And apart from that, finally we need access to the bottom tabs. So let's search for React Native bottom tabs. So the first link, so we're going to install this dependency, that is with the help of yarn again. So copy this piece of code and we're going to paste it over here. So let's press on enter. So yeah, we have installed all of the required dependencies for the navigation part. So let's do once a pod install, and then let's again continue building with the navigation part. So as you can see, it's installing React Native screens as well as safe area context. So let's give it some time to finish it. Okay, so I'm just gonna reload the app over here. Alright, so now the app is being loaded. So I'm just gonna open up my file tree, create a create a navigation folder. So I'm gonna say navigation, and inside navigation, new file, that's gonna be stack navigator.js. Okay, so over here, first of all, I'm gonna say rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. So to get the shorthand code snippet, you need to have installed ES7 inside your systems. So if you check out the extensions tab over here, so you need to install this one, that is ES7 React Redux or React Native snippets, and then you would be able to get access to all of the shorthand code snippets. So over here, first of all, I'm going to initialize two things. One is the stack and then one is the tab. So I'm going to say const stack equals to create native stack navigator, so import it correctly. And apart from that, I'm going to say const tab equals to create bottom tab navigator, import that as well from React navigation / bottom tabs. So yeah, apart from that, first of all, I'm going to initialize my function, that is the bottom tabs, which contains 4 tabs as we saw in the demo part. So here I'm going to say return the tab.navigator, and inside the tab.navigator, I'm going to pass my first screen, that is tab.screen. Okay, so we're going to give the name to this. So here I'm going to say name as home. So first of all, let's create a screens folder and then initialize 4 screens that is required for all of the 4 tabs. So let's come back to the file tree, and then I'm going to press on app.js so that it's at the root level, and then new folder, that's going to be screens, and inside this I'm going to create my first screen, that's HomeScreen.js. So again over here, rnfes to get the shorthand snippet, save the file. So apart from home screen, the next we want is the like screen. So again, new file, likes screen.js, rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet, save the file. And apart from that, we need the chat screen. So I'm going to say new file over here. So I'm going to say chat screen.js. So rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet, save the file. And apart from that, we have the final screen, that is known as the profile screen. So again, I'm going to say new file over here, profile screen.js. So rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet, and then save the file. So now let's come back to the stack navigator. And let's continue initializing the first tab.screen. So apart from name, we're going to give the component that is going to render. So it's going to be home screen. So import home screen from the screens folder, just like this, and we're going to provide some options to this. So we're going to give basically the tab bar label style or just the tab bar style. So we're going to give the background color and it's going to be this one, that's 101010. So apart from tab bar style, we're going to give it a tab bar label style. So this is going to have a unique color, that is with this color code 008E97. Okay, and we're going to say header shown is false over here, and we're going to initialize our tab bar icon. So this in turn is going to take in a prop that is focused, and based on whether it is focused or not, so here I'm going to say if it's focused, we're going to show some icon, else we're going to show some other icon. So first of all, let's get the icon. That's going to be the material community icons. So I'm just going to head over to Chrome over here, and then I'm going to search for React Native vector icons, and then I'm going to go to this one. So here I'm going to search for alpha. So we're going to make use of material community icons, that's this one. So first of all, I'm just going to copy the icon that we previously added into the app.js. That's this one, just for importing purposes. So copy this out and then come back to the Stack Navigator, and we're going to paste it over here. So now let's make the changes. So I'm just going to copy down this, and we're going to paste it over here as well as over here. And let's also make sure to copy the render component code, that is for this one, and we're going to paste it again if it is focused. If it is not focused also, it's going to be the same thing. So now let's make the change for the icon family name. So it's going to be material community icons, and over here as well, and the name is going to be alpha. So the same thing over here as well. So now if it is focused, we're going to give it the white color, and if it's not focused, we're going to give it this color code, that is 989898. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the first tab. So I'm just going to copy down the same thing for the remaining tabs and then make the changes. So I'm going to copy down this 3 times. Okay, so for the second one, let's give the name. So here instead of home, it's going to be likes, and let's make the change for the component. So it's going to be likes screen, and we're going to of course make the change for the icon. So it's going to be end type over here. So let's copy down this icon one more time, and then we're going to make the change for the family. So I'm going to say end typo, come on, end typo, and yeah, over here also it's going to be end typo, and the name is going to be heart over here, and over here as well it's going to be heart, and the colors are going to remain same itself. So now let's make the change for the third tab, that's going to be chat, and the screen is going to be chat screen. Import that from the screens folder just like this, and we're going to make the change for the icon. So it's going to be material icons. So let's copy down this and then paste it over here, and here I'm going to say material icons. So let's check this spelling once. So it's going to be the chat bubble icon that we'll be using. Okay, so for the chat, let's just copy down this one, the icon family, and we're gonna copy down this piece of code, that is chat bubble outline, and we're gonna paste it over here. Yeah, so now after that we have the final tab remaining, that's the profile tab. So let's come to the home over here, and we're gonna initialize the profile, that's the name, and this is gonna be the profile screen.js. Import that from the screens folder, and we're gonna make use of ion icons. So over here, okay, so let's just copy this, and then we're gonna uh, paste it over here, that's for the icon, and the name is gonna be person circle outline icon, that's for the profile. Yeah, that's this one. So we're gonna paste it over here as well as over here, and then save the file. Yeah, so we have defined and initialized the 4 bottom tabs. So now the next step is we're going to initialize our main stack. So here I'm going to say function main stack. So this is basically going to return our stack.navigator. Okay, so here we're going to initialize our first initial screen, that's going to be the main screen. So I'm going to say stack.screen. So the name is going to be main, that's the name I'm giving, and component is going to be this particular bottom tabs, that is this one. Okay, and we're going to say options, header shown is going to be false. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So now just for testing purposes, let's check out if at all we are able to see all of the 4 tabs correctly. So now inside of the return block, I'm gonna initialize my navigation container instead of the view block. So here I'm going to say navigation container, import that from React navigation /native, just like this. And over here, I'm basically going to initialize my main stack. That's, just render it over here. Okay. So let's save the file. So now let's import this particular file into the main app.js. So let's come to the app.js and let's remove everything. Let's first of all initialize a fragment, and here I'm going to import my stack navigator from the navigation folder, that is just like this. Okay, so now hopefully let's see the correct tabs if at all we have done everything correctly. So let's save the file once. All right, so nothing seems to happen, so let's reload the app once and then let's look into it once more. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the terminal and then I'm going to reload the app. Okay, so we have an error which says React Native screen was not found in the UI manager. So let's let's cancel this app, and then I'm gonna again open the app in iOS. So I'm gonna open the terminal and I'm gonna press on I. So let's wait and see now what it's gonna happen. So I think now we should be able to see the correct tabs if at all we have done everything correctly. So let's give it some time to open the app. Okay guys, so as you can see now the bottom tab navigator is working perfectly fine, and we are able to see all of the 4 tabs, that's home or the like, the chat is, as well as the profile, and we're able to navigate through each one of the tabs that is present. So let's look into the color of this once if at all we have made some issue with the color. So let's head back to stack navigator once and let's check out the tab bar label style color. So it's going to be 8E, not 83. I think that's the mistake. So here I'm just going to say 8E and then save the file. Oh, okay, actually we do not need the tab bar label, okay, because in the demo part there was no tab bar label for any of the tab. So what we're going to do is actually you can remove this piece of code, or else also over here in the main tab.navigator we can give some screen options. So I'm going to say screen options. So here it's going to take in, let's say, a function, and over here I'm going to say So screen options. Yeah, so inside this I'm just gonna pass in tab bar shown, tab bar show label, and I'm gonna say false for all of the 4 tabs. And yeah, just like this, all of the 4 tabs we have removed the tab bar label. So you can pretty much remove this out, that's not required for each of the tab. And for this one as well. And also let's increase the size of the icon for the first one. So instead of 26 I'm just going to give 35 because it's looking kind of small. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking better. And for the chat one I'm going to give 30. And for the final one also we're going to give it 30. Let's also give it for the heart as well, we've not done that. So 30 over here and then 30 over here as well. And for the first one, for the heart over here I'm going to say 30 as well as 30. So save the file. Yeah, so now as you can see, now it's looking good. So yeah, we have finished designing the bottom tab navigation, which is looking fine. So now the next step is, first of all, we're going to look into the design of the register screens that we saw in the demo video. We had n number of screens. So first of all, let's look into that. So to do that, first of all, we're going to initialize our second stack. That is, apart from the main stack, we have the second stack that is known as the auth stack. So first of all, let's define some auth stack and then create some screens, and then let's look into the design of all of the register screens that's going to come up. So over here, just after the main stack or before the main stack, I'm going to initialize my auth stack. So here I'm going to say const auth stack equals to a normal arrow function. And here I'm going to define all of the screens. So first of all, let's create all of the screens, and then we're going to initialize it over here and then look into the design part. So first of all, I'm going to create a basic screen. So I'm going to say basic info dot js. Okay, let's write that correctly. So rnfes. So here I'm going to say rnfes to get the Sujan snippet and then save the file. So apart from basic info, we need the name screen. So I'm going to say new file name screen.js. So rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. So again, new file email screen .js. Again, we do the same thing. So save the file. So apart from email screen, we need the password screen. So I'm going to say password screen.js. So again, rnfes and then save the file. So apart from password screen, we need the next one, that is the birth screen, where we need to enter the date of birth. So again, we're going to write in rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. And apart from the birth screen, next we have is the location screen, where we choose the user's location by dragging the marker. So I'm going to say location screen.js. So again, we're going to say rnfes and then save the file. So after location, we have the gender screen. So I'm going to say gender screen.js. Again, we do the same thing. Save the file. So apart from gender, the next we have is the type screen. So I'm going to say type screen.js. So here I'm going to say rnfes again. Save the file. So again, after the typing screen, after the type screen, we have the next one, that is the dating type. So I'm going to say dating type.js. So rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. So after the dating type, we have the looking for screen. So new screen over here, I'm gonna say looking for .js. Again, we do the same thing, rnfes, save the file. So after the next one, after the looking for, we have the next one, that is hometown screen. So here I'm going to say hometown screen.js. So rnfes, and then we're going to save the file. And after hometown screen, we have the next one, that is the photo screen. So new file over here, I'm going to say photo screen.js. So again, rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet, save the file. So after photo screen, we have the prompt screen. So I'm going to say new file over here. So I'm going to say prompt screen.js. Again, rnfes, save the file. And after that, we have the show prompt screen. So again, new file, I'm going to say show prompts screen.js, rnfes again, and then let's save the file. So after that, we have basically the pre-final screen where we are going to register the user. So I'm just going to say pre-final screen.js. okay, so final one, rnfes again, and we're going to save the file. So now we're going to include all of these screens into the Stack Navigator one by one. So first of all, let's head back over here. So inside of the auth stack, I'm going to initialize my first of all, I'm going to return it. So here I'm going to return my stack.navigator, and inside stack.navigator, I'm going to initialize my stack.screen. So initially we would have the login screen, but once when we initialize all of the screens, and then once when we register the user, then at that time we're going to design the login screen. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to say name over here. So name for this is going to be basic. All right, and we're going to give the component that's going to be basic info. Okay, and we're going to give some options to this. So I'm going to say options. So we're going to say header shown is going to be false. So yeah, and just like this. So I'm just going to copy down this n number of times for the number of screens that we just initialized. Okay, and now let's make the changes. So after basic, we have the next one, that is the name screen. So instead of basic info, we're going to say a name screen, import that from the screens folder, and the header shown is going to be false for that. And after name screen, we have the email. So I'm going to pass in email over here. So I'm going to say email, and over here I'm going to say email screen.js. So after email, we have the next one, that is basically the password. So here I'm going to say password, and component is going to be password screen. Okay, and after password, we have the next screen, that is the birth screen. So here I'm going to say birth, and component is going to be birth screen.js. Import that from the screens folder. So after the birth screen, we have the next one, that is the location. So here I'm going to give the name, that is location. Let's make the change for the component. It's going to be location screen. Import that from the screens folder. After that, we have the gender. So here I'm going to write gender. Okay, so over here, instead of basic info, it's going to be gender screen. So import that from the screens folder. So after the gender, we have the next one, that is the type. So here I'm going to say type, and component, this is going to be type screen. So import that from the screens folder again, and copy down this some more time, and we're going to copy down this again few more times. Okay, so after the type, we have the next one, that is dating. So the screen, the component is going to be dating type over here. So after dating we have looking for. So here I'm gonna say looking for, that is the name, and over here component is gonna be looking for as well. So import it from the screens folder. So after looking for we have the hometown. So here I'm gonna say hometown, and let's make the change for the component over here. So I'm gonna say hometown screen.js, imported from the screens folder. And after that we have the photos. So let's give the name, it's going to be photos, and component is going to be the photo screen. Import that from the screens folder again. And apart from photos we have a couple of more screens, so let's initialize that. Okay, so this one is for photos, and this one is basically the next one, that is for the prompts that they're going to enter. And let's make the change for the component, it's going to be the prompt screen. Import that from the screens folder. And after that we have the next one, that is show prompts. All right, and we have the component over here. So here it's gonna be show prompts screen. Okay, and over here we're gonna have basically the prefinal screen. So I'm gonna say prefinal. So here we're gonna have prefinal imported from the screens folder. So yeah, that's it. So now let's save the file once. So as you can see, we have imported all of the required screens inside of the auth stack, just like this. So now the next step is, so for the time being, let's look into the design of all of the auth stack. So what I'm gonna do is, first of all, I'm gonna basically import the auth stack over here instead of the main stack. So let us save the file. Okay, Navigator cannot contain multiple screens with the same name. So let's look into where we've gone wrong. So okay, I think one or the other screen has the same name. Alright, so this screen over here has the same name, that is basic. So let's remove that and let's save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, you're able to see the basic info screen because that's the first screen, and now currently we are looking into the auth stack. Okay, so now let's head over to the basic info screen and then let's start designing this. Okay, so over here we'll be making use of Lottie React Native, so let's install that. So I'm gonna come to the terminal. I'm gonna say yarn add Lottie React Native, and then I'm gonna install this. Okay, so after doing that, let's do a basic pod install into the iOS directory, and then let's start designing basically the basic info screen. So yeah, before that, let's initialize our safe area view over here. So let's copy down that, and then we're gonna use it instead of the normal view that's present. Okay, so as you can see, it's installing the Lottie iOS. So first of all, for the safe area view, I'm gonna give the style. So it's gonna basically have a flex of 1 and a background color of white. Okay, so let's first of all install this, and then let's reload the app, and then let's continue designing the basic info screen. Alright, so I've just reloaded the app and now it's working absolutely fine, and even the safe area view is working fine. Okay, so now the next step is, first of all, I'm going to initialize my view inside of this. So I'm going to say view over here. So this in turn is going to have basically a text that is over here. Okay, so this is going to say your one of a kind, and below this we're going to have one more text which says your profile should be 2. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, that is being applied on the screen. So now we're gonna give the style to this particular view. So basically I'm gonna give it some margin top. So margin top of 80, and for this I'm gonna give the style. So I'm gonna say style over here. It's gonna have okay, let's write the style correctly. So style font size of 35, font weight of bold, and we're gonna give the font family of this one. So you can pretty much Google out for the font families that you want to use, and some font families are only available for iOS and some are only available for Android. So depending upon whichever you like, you can use that. And apart from this, I'm going to give a margin left of 20 and then save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So I'm going to copy down the same piece of styling for the second text, and then I'm going to give it a margin top. So here I'm going to say margin top of 10, and then I'm going to save the file. For this also, let's give it 32. Yeah, all right, so that's looking good. So now after the text, we're going to initialize the second view over here, and we're going to import Lottie view from the Lottie React Native, just like this. And this is going to take in a source, so I'm going to say source. So we're going to make use of the require method, so I'm going to say require, go into my assets folder and then target the love.json. So just create an assets folder, and inside of that I'll be sending this particular file love.json. In the description below, you can just copy that and you can paste it into the assets folder. And yeah, apart from that, we're going to give the style to the Lottie view. So here I'm going to say style. So we're going to give it a height of 260 and we're going to give it a width of 300. And I'm going to say align self of center, and we're going to give it a margin top of 40, and then we're going to give it justify content of center. And apart from that, we're going to give some more options. So I'm going to say autoplay, and we're going to say loop equals to true, and we're going to give it a speed of 0.7. So yeah, pretty much that's it. Let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that animation being shown on the screen, which is looking good. So yeah, after that, we're going to have a pressable at the bottom part after the view. So I'm going to say import pressable from React Native, and this in turn is going to have a text which says enter basic info. So here I'm going to say enter basic info. So for the pressable, I'm going to give some styling over here. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have some background color of this color code, that is 900C3F, and it's going to have some internal spacing, that is padding of 15, and we're going to give it a margin top of auto. All right, so now for the text, let's give the styling. So I'm going to say style over here. So first of all, a text align of center, and we're going to give it a color of white. Okay, and we're going to give it a font weight of 600, and we're going to give it a font size of 15, and we're going to format once. So let's save the file. Okay, not sure why we're not able to see that on the screen. Okay, so now it's being seen properly, fine. Okay, so now it's showing correctly. So now the next step is we're going to initialize the navigation, and then if at all we press on this button, that is enter basic info, we would be navigated to the next screen, that is the name screen, where we enter the name. So for that, first of all, I'm going to initialize my navigation at the top part. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, import that from React Native. So now I'm just going to come down over here and then initialize the on press event on the pressable that's present. So here I'm going to say on press. So taking a function, and we've already initialized our navigation. So here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to. That's going to be name. So let us save the file, and then let's press on the button, that is enter basic info. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the name screen. Okay, so now the next step is let's start designing the name screen. So over here also, I'm going to initialize my safe area view, and I'm going to make use of the safe area view instead of the normal view that's present. And over here, first of all, let's give some initial flex and a background color of white to this. Okay, so we've given a flex of one and then a background color of white. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's remove the text, or instead of the text we can say this text which says no background checks are conducted. And let's give the style to this. So I'm gonna give it a margin top of, let's say, 50, and we're gonna give it a text align of center, and we're gonna give it a color of gray. All right, so let's save the file once. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. So now, yeah, after the text we're gonna have a view over here. So I'm going to initialize the view. So inside the view we're going to have another view in turn. So inside this view we're going to have one more view. So this view in turn is going to contain your icon. So let's get the icon. That's going to be the newspaper variant outline. So I'm going to head over to this particular page and then search for newspaper variant outline. That is this one. So first of all, let's copy any one of the icon code. And now let's make the changes for basically the icon family. Yeah, let's also copy the render component code, material community icons. Okay, so the name is going to be newspaper variant outline. That is this one, and we're going to paste it over here. So I'm not sure why the icon is not being seen. Okay, because the color is given white over here. Let's say black. Okay, so as you can see, we're able to see the icon. So now let's give the style for the outermost view. That's this one. So it's going to have a margin top value of 30 and a margin horizontal of 20. So save the file. All right, so now for this view, that's the inner view, is going to have another image that's going to come over here. So I'm just going to paste in the image after this view and make sure to import the image. So I'll be sending the image link in the description. You can check that out. So now let us save the file. So this is basically for the three dots that we saw earlier in the demo part. So for this view that contains the icon, I'm going to give the style, that is a width of 44 and a height of 44, and we're going to give it a border radius of, let's say, 22, and we're going to give it a border width of 2, and then border color is going to be black itself, and we're going to give justify center and then align items of center. All right, so let's save the file once and let's see how it's looking. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's reduce the size of the icon to be 26. Okay, yeah, that's looking nice. So now we're going to give the style for this view that contains the view as well as the image. So I'm going to say style over here. So flex direction of row and then align items of center. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking nice. So now after this particular view that we have, so here we're going to initialize our next view. This in turn is going to have a text which says what's your name. So this is going to have a margin top of 30. So let's save the file once and let's give the style for this. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a font size of, let's say, 25 and then a font weight of bold, and we're going to have a font family that we gave, that we used earlier. Let's just use that over here. So let's save the file once. Yeah, so as you can see, this is looking better. So now after that text, we're going to have our text input. So I'm going to say text input over here, import that from React Native. So this is going to have a placeholder. So here I'm going to say first name, and in the brackets I'm going to say it is required. So after the placeholder, I'm going to give the placeholder text color. So it's going to be this color code, that is BBB. So let's format once, save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that come on the screen. So now let's give the style to the text input. So here I'm going to say give it a width of 340 and margin vertical of 10, and we're going to give it a margin top value of 25, and we're going to give border bottom color black, and then border bottom width of 1. Then we're going to give it some padding bottom of 10, and we're going to give the same font family that we used earlier, that's this one itself, and we're going to paste it over here. So let us save the file once. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's initialize the state. So here I'm going to say const first name comma set first name equals to use state. Import use state from React. So initially it's going to be an empty string. So let's come down to the text input and provide the value to this. So value is of course going to be whatever is stored inside of state, that is first name. Then we have the on-chain text. So here we're going to access the text whatever the user is typing, and we're just going to set the state. So I'm going to say set first name to be of that particular text. And apart from that, I'm also going to give autofocus is going to be true. That is, whenever we come to the screen, automatically the cursor will be pointed to the text input, right? So I'm going to say true over here. So now in the style over here, I'm going to say if at all my font size, if at all my first name is present, I want the font size to be 22, else also I want it to be 22. So let's save the file once. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking nice. So now I'm just going to copy down this particular text input and then make the change for the second one. So over here, this is going to have a placeholder which says last name. Save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. So over here, we are going to not make it as required, because this is going to be in the optional value. Only the first one is required, that is the first name. Okay, so if you want, you can just remove or make the margin top to be 20. Okay, so yeah, after that we're going to have a text over here just below the text input. So here I'm going to say last name is optional. So let's give the style to this. So I'm going to say style over here. I'm going to give it some font size of 15 and a color of gray, and we're going to give it a font weight of 500. So let's save the file once. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking nice. So now after the view, you're going to have the touchable opacity, imported from React Native, and inside this we're going to have basically a material icon, that is the arrow right circle icon. So let's get that. So I'm going to search for arrow right circle. That is this one. So I'm just going to copy down the material icon that was used previously. So I'm going to paste it over here. So let's format once and then let's save the file. So I'm going to give some style to this. First of all, active opacity of 0.8, and I'm going to give the style to this. So it's going to have a margin top of 30 and a margin left of auto. So as you can see, it automatically came to the right part of the screen. So now apart from that, we're going to give the size to this, that is of 45, and it's going to have a different color code. So it's going to be 58, 18, and then 45. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So to the material icons, I'm going to give some style over here. So here I'm just going to say align self of center, and I'm going to give it a margin top of 20. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking nice. So we have also handled the text input as well. So now I'm just going to initialize a on press event on the touchable opacity. So I'm going to say on press. Here I'm going to write handle next. So let's define this function, that is handle next over here. So I'm going to say const handle next. So for the time being, we'll just be navigating to the next screen and then looking into the designs of the next screen. And once we implement all of the register screens, then we're going to look into the implementation of saving the data from one screen to the next screen to the final screen that we have. Okay, so that's why this is going to be pretty simple. So I'm going to say handle next equals to a normal arrow function. So first of all, let's initialize our navigation over here. I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, imported from React navigation. So here for the time being, I'm just going to navigate to the next screen. I'm going to say navigation.navigate. So after name, it's going to be the email screen. So I'm going to say email. So let's save the file, and then let's just head to the next screen. So now let's start designing the next one, that is the email screen. So here I'm just going to import my safe area view. So over here again, we're going to have the same piece of style, that is a flex of 1 and a background color of white. Okay, so save the file. So yeah, instead of the text, let's remove that. We're going to have the view over here. All right, so this view in turn is going to have another view that we just initialized previously. So I'm just going to copy down that. It's going to be the exact same thing, and we're going to paste it inside this. Okay, so over here, instead of the newspaper variant outline, we're going to have the email icon that's going to come from Fontesto. So here I'm just going to change the icon family. So I'm going to say Fontesto, and let's also import the top icon family import code, and we're gonna make the changes for this. So it's going to be Fontesto over here, and we're going to copy the same thing and we're going to enter it over here. Okay, so that's it. So now let's save the file, and let's also import image from React Native as such, and then let's look into this. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. So now over here, we're going to give the style. So I'm going to say style over here. We're going to give it, let's say, a margin top of 50, and we're going to give it a margin horizontal of 20. All right, so let's see what we have given for the previous one. Okay, so for this, instead of 50, we're going to give it 90. Okay, I think 90 is looking good, and even the email is being changed. I mean, the icon is being changed from the previous one. So let's save the file once. So now after this particular view, we're going to have a text which says please provide a valid email. So here I'm going to say please provide a valid email. All right, so for this we're going to give the style now. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a font size of, let's say, 25, and it's going to have a font weight of bold. Okay, and we're going to give the same font family that we had given earlier, or that we had used earlier, that is this one. So yeah, let's make use of this, and apart from that, we're going to give it a margin top of 15. So let's format once and let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So now after that, we're going to initialize our text input. import that from React Native, and for this we're gonna initialize the placeholder. So here I'm gonna say placeholder, it's gonna be enter your email, and we're gonna have the placeholder text color, it's gonna be B0, I mean BE. And apart from that, first of all, let's initialize the state to hold the email. So here I'm gonna say const email comma set email equals to use state, import use state from React, and initially it's going to be an empty string. So let's come down to the text input. We're going to give the value for this, so value is going to be email, and of course we have the onChange text method. So I'm going to say onChange text, access the text whatever the user is typing, and we're just going to set the state. So to do that, I'm going to say set email to that particular text. So the style part is going to remain exactly the same as the name screen. So just copy down the entire style and we're going to paste it over here. So instead of first name, we're just going to say email. So let's save the file once. So as you can see, that's looking good. So I forgot one more text that's going to come right after this text. Okay, that is above the text input. So here I'm going to say one more text. Here I'm going to write email verification helps us keep the account secure. Okay, so now for this we're going to give the style. So target the text over here. So here I'm going to give some margin top. So I'm going to say margin top of 30. It's going to have a font size of 15 and it's going to have a color of gray. So save the file, and yeah, as you can see, that's looking fine. Or let's decrease the margin top to be 10. Okay, yeah, I think that's looking good. So now after that, after this piece of text input, we're going to have another text over here with a note which says you will be asked to verify your email. So for this we're going to give the style. So I'm going to say style over here, it's going to have a color of gray and a margin top of 7 and a font size of 15. So let's save the file, and yeah, I think that's looking good. So below this, of course, we're going to have the touchable opacity. So just copy down the exact same thing that we previously designed, that is this one, and we're going to paste it over here, that is just below the text. And also make sure to import the touchable opacity from React Native and as well as the material icons. So just copy down this and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, handle next does not exist, so let's define the handle next function over here. So here I'm going to say const, not over here. So const handle next equals to a normal arrow function. So here, just like before, we're just going to navigate to the next screen. So first of all, let's initialize our navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, and here I'm going to write navigation dot navigate to the next screen, that is the password screen. So save the file. So it's going to start off from the first one. So this is the name screen, email screen, this is the password screen. So let's start designing the next screen, that is the password screen. So again, let's make use of the safe area view. So we're going to make use of the safe area view instead of the normal view that's present over here, and we're going to give the style to this, that is basically a flex of 1 and a background color of white. Okay, so now yeah, the next step is again we're going to do the same thing, just copy down the initial view, that is this one. We are just going to have to make one change, or you could actually initialize this one and then copy the inner view. So let's do that. So over here I'm going to initialize my view, and inside this I'm gonna paste in this particular view. All right, so now for this I'm going to give the styling. So it's going to be the same thing, that is margin top of 90 and then margin horizontal of 20. So yeah, make sure to change the icon. So this time it's going to have the password icon. So let's search for password or any kind of lock icon. Yeah, we can make use of lock over here. So import and design, or first let's import any one of the icon over here. And let's import, let's copy down and design over here, and let's use the font testo icon or any one of them. So this is going to be and design. Let's remove the style, and it's going to be lock 1 or lock. Yeah, image does not exist, so let's import image from React Native. So let's see the screen, how exactly it's looking. So this is the email screen and this is the password screen. As you can see, that's looking good. So now after that, after this view, we're going to have the text field as usual. So here it's going to say please choose a password, and we're going to give the style for this. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a font size of 25. It's going to have a font weight of bold, and it's going to have the same font family that we are giving, that's this one, and we're going to give it a margin top of 15. So let's format once, and then let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So yeah, after that we're going to of course initialize the text input, import that from React Native. So we're going to pass in the placeholder text, that's going to be enter your password. All right, and we're going to pass in the placeholder text color. It's going to be the same thing, that is BEBBE. And apart from that, now the next step is initialize the state, that is to hold the password. So here I'm going to say const password comma set password equals to use state, import use state from React, and initially it's going to be an empty string. Let's come down to the text input over here and then provide the value. So value is going to be password, and on change text, take in the function, that is the text, and just set the state, that is set password to be of the text. And apart from that, over here I'm going to say autofocus equals to true, and secure text entry equals to true, because this is the password field. Let's also give autofocus over here if we have not given. Autofocus for the email thing is going to be true. Save the file, and over here also let's also copy down the style from the email screen. It's going to be the exact same thing, and we're going to paste it over here. So instead of email, it's going to be password. So let us save the file once. So as you can see, that's looking good, which says enter your password. So now of course after that we're going to have another text field with a note which says your details will be safe with us, okay, something like this. And we're going to have a text field over here, the style for this. So I'm going to say style. So over here the color we're going to give it is gray color, and we're going to give it a font size of 15, and we're going to give it a margin top of 7. Okay, so after that again we're going to have the same thing, that is our touchable opacity, which will take us to the next screen. So let's format once, and we're gonna import that over here. So import touchable opacity from React Native, and also make sure to import the material community icons at the top of the page. Save the file. Handle next does not exist. Okay, so let's define that. So over here I'm going to say const handle next equals to a normal arrow function. So again, as usual, we're just going to navigate to the next screen and then look into the design of that screen. So first of all, let's initialize our navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So here I'm just going to say navigation.navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to. The next one is the birth screen. So let's save the file. So let's start from the beginning. This is the email screen, the name screen, the email screen, the password screen, and then finally the birth screen. So let's start designing the birth screen over here. So first of all, let's do the same thing. Import our safe area view, and we're gonna paste it over here. And let's give the style for this. So it's gonna have a flex of 1 and then a background color of white. Save the file. Okay, so now here we're gonna initialize some states over here. I'm gonna say const navigation equals to use navigation, which we'll be using later, and I'm gonna initialize my month ref. So I'm gonna say const month ref equals to use ref. Import that from React. Initially it will be pointing to null. I'm going to say const year ref equals to use ref. Initially it will be pointing to null. Alright, so let's initialize the state for the day. So I'm going to say const day comma set day equals to use state. So make sure to import use state from React. Initially it's going to be an empty string. Then we're going to say const month comma set month equals to use state. Initially it's going to be an empty string. Finally we have const year comma set year equals to use state. Initially it's going to be an empty string. So now the next step is just initialize the empty view and getting the previous code from the previous screen. That is only the first part of the code that contains the view and then the image. That contains the icon and the image. So let's paste it over here. All right, so now let's make the change for the icon. So here it's going to be material outline icons. It's going to be material community icons. So let us get it over here from the name screen and paste it over here, and make sure to import material community icons as well. And we're gonna paste it at the top of the screen over here. Okay, so let's make the change for the name. It's gonna be a cake variant outline, and also make sure to import the image. So now for this, let's give the style. So I'm gonna say style over here. So we're gonna give margin top of 90 and then a margin horizontal of 20. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now after this particular style, we're going to have the text. So format once, initialize the text over here, which says what's your date of birth. So to this text, let's give the style. So font size of 25 and then font weight of bold, and we're going to copy down the font family that we used previously, and apart from that we're going to give it a margin top of 15. Okay, so that's it. So let's save the file once. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking good. So after this text, we're going to have a view. So this view in turn is going to have basically the text inputs. So I'm going to say text input. So first of all, we're going to say autofocus equals to true, and we're going to have the placeholder which says day. Okay, so here we're going to give the max length of 2 because we can only have 2 pieces of number. So for the max length we're going to give 2 because that's going to be the max length for the date. Okay, so for that reason I'm going to say 2 over here, and here I'm going to say keyboard type is going to be numeric. And for this the value is going to be day. Let's give the style for this. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a border bottom width. So border bottom width of 1, border color of black, some internal spacing, padding of 10, width of 50, and we're going to give font size. So if at all I have my day, then it's going to be 22, else also it's going to be 22. And let's also copy down the font family and paste it over here. So let's save the file. So as you can see, you have that design on the screen. So apart from this, we also have the on change text, which is going to say handle day change. So handle day change. Okay, so I'm just going to copy down this text input one more time and then paste it below for the next one. So this is going to have basically a reference that is going to be month ref. Okay, and apart from that, this is going to have a width of 60, that is over here, and value is going to be month, and over here instead of day it's going to be month, and the placeholder is going to be and similarly I'm just going to copy down the next text input for the year. So I've just pasted it for the year. It's going to be super similar. So now the next step is we're going to handle all of the functions, that is handle day change and then handle month change. This is going to be handle month change, not day change. This is going to be handle year change. Okay, so let's define the first one. So this is basically going to take in the text whatever the user is typing. Okay, so first of all we're going to say set the day to be the text, and if at all my text dot length equals to 2, then that means we have entered the correct number of characters. So in this case we need to shift the focus to the month. So to do that, here I'm going to say month ref, access the month ref dot current. We're just going to say focus method, so it's going to focus on the input. So that's it. So let's format once. So after handle day change we have the next one, that is const handle month change. So I'm going to say const handle month change equals to, it's going to take in the text, and here I'm going to say set month to be the text. Okay, and here I'm going to say if my text dot length equals to 2, which means you have entered the correct number of characters, right? Here I'm going to say access the year ref dot current dot focus. So automatically as and when I enter the characters for the days and then month, automatically the cursor is going to shift from day to month and then from months to year. After that we'll be pressing on the next button to move to the next screen. Okay, so here we have the final function, that is going to be const handle year change. It's going to take in the text whatever the user types in. Okay, and here I'm just going to say set the year to be of the text. So now let's come into the view that contained all of the that contains all of the three text inputs. So for that we're going to give this style so that it comes into a row fashion. Okay, so let's come down over here, that is this particular view. So here I'm going to say style, give it a flex direction of row, and then we're going to give it a gap of 10, and we're going to give it a margin top of 80, and then justify content of center. So as you can see, that's looking good. So let's increase the width for the next one, that is for day, let's give it to be 60. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking nice. So yeah, pretty much that's it. So let's say over here I enter the first two characters. Let's say I'm going to enter 12. So over here we have entered two characters. So as soon as the two character is completed, we're going to automatically go shift to the next reference, that is to the month. So I'm going to enter 12 over here. So as you can see, as soon as I completed finishing two characters, it automatically shifted to the next text input, that is the month. So let's say I'm going to enter 10 over here. So again, as soon as I entered two characters, it shifted to the year, let's say 2000. So after this, we're going to press on the button, that is the next button, to move to the next screen, right? So copy down the touchable opacity and we're going to paste it over here at the bottom part. So make sure to import touchable opacity and then save the file. Okay, so first of all, let's initialize our handle next, or else it's going to error out. So here I'm going to say const handle next equals to normal arrow function. Yeah, so as you can see, you're able to see the next button being shown on the screen. So here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to, that is going to be location. So let's save the file once and then let's press on this. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the location screen. Okay, so first of all, let's import our safe area view. So for this, I'm going to give the style. So I'm going to say style, that is flex of 1, and then a background color of white. Okay, and apart from that, I'm going to initialize a view over here. Yeah, so after this view, I'm going to just copy down the view that we earlier used to copy, that is this one. So instead of this icon, we're going to have basically the location icon. So let's get the location icon over here. Let's just use this one. Okay, and I'm gonna paste it over here. And we're also going to import the image. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now for this, I'm going to give the view. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a margin top of, let's say, 90 and a margin horizontal of 20. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So we're going to have the text field which says where do you live. That's going to happen over here. So initialize the text, and here it's going to say where do you live. And I'm just going to copy down the same piece of styling that we gave to this text. Okay, and paste it over here. So let's save the file once. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now to implement the map section, we need to install two dependencies. So let's go do that. So I'm going to come into my terminal over here. So inside my terminal, I'm going to say yarn add a React native maps. So let's give it some time to install. So after this has finished installing, we're going to install one more thing. So I'm going to say yarn add React native community / geolocation. Okay, so now let's do a pod install once, and then we're gonna reload the app once more. So as you can see, it's installing both of them, that is React Native geolocation as well as React Native maps. Okay, so now let's continue designing the location screen. So first of all, over here, that is after the text, we're gonna have the map view. So import map view from React Native maps. So this is gonna have the initial region. So I'm just gonna copy down the data for the initial region just like this, and we're going to give the style for this. So here I'm going to say style So it's going to have a width of 100 percentage, and it's going to have a height of 500, and it's going to have a margin top of, let's say, 20, and a border radius of 5. Okay, so apart from that, we're going to have a marker as well. So I'm going to say marker, import that from React Native maps. Okay, so this marker is going to have the view, and this view in turn is going to have a text which is going to show us the location. So now the next step is, let's initialize the state to hold the location. So here I'm going to write const location comma set location equals to use state. So import use state from React. Okay, and let's so now let's give the style for the text over here, that is this one. So I'm going to say style. So I'm going to give it a text align of center, and then I'm going to give it a font size of 14, and we're going to give it a font weight of 500. So currently it would not show anything because the location is just empty. Okay, so now for the marker, we're going to give some options, that is the marker should be draggable, and we're going to give the coordinates to the marker. So coordinate is going to be coordinates of 1. So let me get the data for the coordinates as well. I'm going to paste it at the top of the page. So I've just pasted my coordinates data. Basically, it contains an array of objects containing two objects containing two different latitudes and then longitudes. So now what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to save the file once so that we could see the marker on the screen. So let's save the file. Okay, so nothing seems to happen. So let's see where exactly we've gone wrong. Let's make some changes. So let's refresh the app, or let's cancel the app, and then let's open it up again. So I'm going to say press on I to open on iOS. So let's give it some time to load the app. Okay, so the app is being loaded, so hopefully we should be seeing the correct map. So let's check that out. So let's press on next, then next. So as you can see, we're able to see the correct map being rendered on the screen, which is good. So now the next step is, we are gonna initialize the use effect, and we're gonna get the current location whenever the app loads or whenever the screen loads. So before that, I'm gonna initialize my another state, that is the region, and then set region, and then I'm gonna paste it over here. So I've just pasted it over here. So now the next step is, I'm gonna initialize my use effect, import use effect from React. Okay, so inside of the use effect, first of all, I'm just going to pass in an empty dependency array. So inside the use effect, I'm just going to say geolocation. Also, we need to first of all import geolocation, so let's do that over here. So here I'm going to say geolocation dot get. We have the get current position method, so this in turn is going to give us the position to us. So I'm going to say position. Okay, so over here I'm just gonna destructure two things, that is the latitude and the longitude. So I'm gonna say latitude comma longitude equals to my position dot coords. If you want, you can just console log the position and look into how exactly the data is looking like. Okay, so I'm gonna say equals to position dot coords, and here I'm gonna say set my region to be whatever is there previously inside of my region, and then accumulate the latitude and then the longitude. So after this, we'll be making use of the fetch method. So here I'm going to say fetch, and I'm going to pass in the URL over here. Okay, so I've just pasted the code for the fetch, that is basically the URL. So this basically contains the latitude and the longitude that's coming from the latitude and longitude that's coming from the coords over here. Okay, and for this it also takes in the key as parameter. So to get the key, just create a new project in your Google Cloud, and then just select on create API credentials, and then select your API key, and then paste it over here, and make sure you have enabled the billing as well, otherwise this wouldn't work. Okay, so after initializing the fetch, I'm going to apply the then method, which is going to give us the response to us, and here I'm just going to convert it into JSON format. So I'm going to say convert it into JSON, that is response.json, after that I'm going to apply again the then method, which is going to give us the data for this. Okay, so this data in turn, if you want, you can just console.log the data. So here I'm going to say console.log data is going to be data itself, and here I'm going to write the condition, that is if at all the data dot results dot length is greater than 0, then in that case I'm going to say set the location. We've already initialized the state. Here I'm going to write set the location to be data dot results of 0 dot the formatted address. You can just console.log the data and then you can set the address just like this. Okay, and if at all there is any error while implementing this, we're going to catch the error over here. So I'm going to say catch of error. So here I'm just going to say console.log error fetching the location. So that's it. So let's format once and then let's see if at all we get the correct location value. So I'm going to say console.log location is going to be location. So let's save the file. As you can see, it's asking us to allow the location. It says allow Hinge Dating to use the location. I'm going to say allow while using the app. That is second option. So as you can see, as soon as I allowed the permission, you were able to see that location being shown on the screen. So currently this wouldn't work for the current location, just for the current location, that too in the simulators, but it would work properly in your real phone when you're seeing the output. So now let's give the design for the view, that is over here, that contains the text inside of the marker, that is this one. So here basically I'm going to say style. So give it a background color of black, and we're going to have some internal spacing, that's padding of 12, and we're going to give it a border radius of 20. So I'm just going to save the file, and for this I'm going to give it the color of white. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. So now the next step we'll be looking into is, so as soon as the user loads the application, it's going to show their current location over here. Okay, for the current location, it's not going to show the real location on the simulators, but it's going to show it on the normal real phone. So now the next step is we have the option to drag this. So we have a method known as on drag end, that is for the marker. So here I'm going to say on drag end. So here it's going to take in an event. Okay, so here I'm going to say handle marker drag end of basically the coordinate that it gives us. So I'm going to say e dot access the native event and then pass me the coordinate. So now of course the next step is we need to handle the marker drag end. So as in when I change the marker from this current place to any of the place, either bottom or top, we need to be changing the location that is there currently over here, right? So let's define the function, that is const handle marker drag end. I'm going to define it over here. So I'm going to say const handle marker drag end equals to, it's going to give us the coordinates to us, and over here we're going to define the function. Okay, so again I'm just going to make use of the same function, same fetch method, and I'm going to paste it over here. So instead of latitude, I'm just going to say coordinate.latitude. That's the way we get the data. So this is going to be coordinate.latitude, and this is going to be coordinate.longitude. And apart from that, everything is going to remain the same itself. So after applying the fetch method, we're going to apply the then method after this is completed execution. Okay, so let's come back to the file tree. Let's format correctly. Okay, so over here I'm going to say dot then, which is going to give us the response. So first of all, we're going to convert it into JSON. So I'm going to say response.json, and after that we're going to say dot then of data. If you want, you can just console.log the data. I'm just going to say console.log new location it's gonna be the data. So here we're going to structure the data into the format we want. We want it to be short and small, maximum up to 3 words, because if we do not do that, it's going to give us a lot of addresses, that is like up to 1 line or even 2 lines, which we do not want it. So here I'm going to say if my data dot results dot length is greater than 0, then in that case I'm going to initialize my address components first of all. So I'm going to say const address components equals to data dot results of 0 dot the address components. Okay, so here I'm going to say let my formatted address equals to just an empty string. So here I'm going to make use of the for loop. So I'm going to say for let component of my address components. So here we're just gonna need the locality, the sublocality, as well as the root. So here I'm gonna say if my component dot types dot includes, let's say, the route, then in that case over here I'm just going to say formatted address plus equals to, that means just add it up, is going to be component dot long name plus, we're just going to add in a comma over here and then give a space. That's it. And we're going to write the condition for the second one. Here I'm going to say if my components dot types dot includes the sublocality level 1. So I'm going to say sublocality underscore level underscore 1. Then in that case over here I'm going to say formatted address plus equals to component plus, component dot long underscore name. You're going to add a plus over here, you're going to make use of a comma and then give a space. So that's it. So we have the final one, that is going to be if my component dot types dot includes of our locality. Okay, so in that case over here I'm going to say it's going to be similar again, formatted address plus equals to component dot long name, and we're going to add a plus and then we're going to give it a comma with a space. So yes, after doing that we're going to remove the trailing commas and then spaces. So I'm going to say formatted address equals to formatted address dot, we have the trim method in JavaScript, so we're going to trim and then apply the slice method from 0 to -1. That's it. And we're going to set the location to be the formatted address. So pretty much that's it. So if at all there is any error while implementing this, we're going to catch the error. So here I'm going to say catch of error, and we're just going to say console.log error fetching the location. Okay, so that's it. So let's format once and then let's save the file over here, and let's try and drag the marker either to the bottom part or to the top part. So I'm going to drag it to the top part. Let's see if at all this current location is being changed with the help of this function that we've written. Okay, so I'm just going to drag, let's say, over here. So as you can see, as soon as I drag to the top part, automatically we had a new coordinate, that is for the latitude and longitude. So for that particular latitude and longitude, we have got the location and we have set the location over here, and the same thing is being reflected over here. Okay, so that part is working absolutely fine. So now the next step is, of course, we need to have the final button, that is the touchable opacity at the bottom part, so that we can navigate to the next screen. So I'm just going to paste it over here. Let's import touchable opacity from React Native, and material community icons is already defined. So let's let's define the function that is const handle next. So here I'm going to write const handle next equals to a normal function. So here I'm going to say navigation. So let's first of all initialize our navigation value. So here I'm going to write const navigation equals to use navigation. So import use navigation from that React navigation dependency. So here I'm going to say navigation.navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to, that is the type screen. So save the file and then let's change the location. Let's say somewhere over here. Okay, so I'm going to say next. So as you can see, we came directly to the gender screen, the type screen. So now let's start and let's design the type screen over here. So yeah, as usual, let's import our safe area view. So let's make sure we use safe area view instead of the normal view that's present. And over here, I'm gonna give it, let's say, a flex of 1 and then a background color of white. Okay, and apart from that, over here I'm gonna initialize my view, and inside this view just copy down whatever is there previously, let's say from the name screen, that is the first half of the design, and we're gonna paste it in the type screen. Okay, so make sure to import the material community icons, and we're gonna paste it over here. Apart from that, we also need access to the image, so let's import that from React Native. So let's save the file once. So as you can see, that's looking good. So over here I'm going to say style, margin top of 90 and margin horizontal of 20. So this time I'm just not going to change the icon, it's going to be same itself, whatever it is. If you want, you can change the icon. So now after that, we're going to have a text field over here, that is, which says what is your gender. Okay, that's going to happen over here. So text. Oh, okay, my bad. I think we came to the wrong screen. I think we had to, first of all initialize the gender and then the type. Okay. Okay, so now let's make the change for that. So let's come back to the location, and instead of going to the type screen, we had to write gender over here. So here I'm going to say gender. Save the file. Just copy down whatever is there inside the type screen and then make the change for the gender screen. So let's paste it over here. Import the required things. First of all, the material icons. We're gonna paste it over here. We need access to also the safe area view and then the image. So let us save the file. So location, yeah, we are coming to the gender screen. So here I'm going to say what is your gender, or which gender describes you the best. So just copy down the styling that we gave to the text previously. Yeah, that's looking nice. So now after that, we're going to have, let's say, another text field over here which says Hinge users are matched based on these 3 gender types or gender groups. You can add more about gender after. So yeah, that's it. So yeah, now for this, let's give the style. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a margin top of 30 and it's going to have a font size of 15 and then a color of gray. So let's save the file, and as you can see, that's looking good. Let's keep it to be 20. Okay, so yeah, after that we're going to have another view that is going to come over here. That's going to come right after the text, not over here. So this view in turn is going to have another view, and this view is going to have a text which says men, and apart from that text we're going to have a pressable, and we're going to have a font awesome icon. So first of all, let's get this over here and then make the change. So it's going to be font awesome. So let's import font awesome from the top part of the page. So here I'm going to say font awesome, and the same thing is going to happen over here. So let's format once over here, and then let's save the file once. Okay, React Native vector I font awesome could not be found within the font awesome. Okay, yeah, I think it's because of the space issue. So let's save the file. Yeah, now it's looking better. So now we need to change the icon. So here it's going to be circle. Okay, so that's looking good. So now we're going to give the style for this particular view that contains the text and the pressable. So here I'm going to say flex direction of a row, align items of center, and justify of space between. As you can see, that's looking good. And for this, we're gonna have a margin top of 30. So I'm going to say margin top of 30. So that's looking fine. And for the text, we're going to give font size of 15. So I'm going to say font size of 15 and then a font weight of 500. Okay. Yes, that's looking nice. So for this, we're going to have the color change that is for this thing. So first of all, let's initialize our state to hold the gender. So I'm going to say const gender, comma set gender equals to use state. Import use state from React, and initially it's going to be an empty string. So once we press on the pressable, we're going to set the state. So here I'm going to say on press, taking a function, and then set the gender to be men. So format once, and over here we're going to make the color change. So here I'm going to say if at all my gender equals to men, then it's going to be in this color, that is 581845. Else it's going to be in a whitish or grayish kind of color, that is F0 F0 F0, everything in caps. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now I'm just going to copy down this view a couple of times, here and then here, and for the second view I'm just going to give it a margin vertical of 12. Okay, so that's looking nice. So this is going to be woman. Okay, and this is going to be a non-binary. So over here, let's set the state. It's going to be this one, and this is going to be woman itself. And here also it's going to be woman, and this is going to be again non-binary. So let's give the try for each one of them. So the first one, the second one, and then the third one. Yeah, so we're able to select all of the three options. So now let's look into the next part of the design that's going to come basically after the view, that is over here. So initialize a view, and we're going to have a and design icon. So make sure to import and design from the top of the page, and over here as well. So here it's going to be and design. Okay, so the icon name is going to be check circle or check square, and color is going to be the purple color by default. This is just for the UI design that we're going to do. That's it. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So format once, and we're going to give the style for this this view. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have, it's going to have basically some margin top of 30. It's going to have a flex direction of a row, align items of center, and it's going to have a gap of 8. So let's pass in the next child, that is going to be a text which says visible on profile. So I'm going to say visible on profile and then save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So for this, I'm just going to give a font size of 15 for the text. Okay. So yeah, that's looking nice. So now after that, I'm going to have my button, that is the touchable opacity, so that we can navigate to the next screen, that is the type screen. So let's pass that over here and make sure to import touchable opacity. And let's define the function that is handle next. So I'm going to say const handle next equals to a normal arrow function. Here I'm going to say, first of all, let's initialize our navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. And here I'm going to write navigation dot navigate to the type screen. So save the file and let's press on this. So automatically we come to the type screen. So earlier we had designed some part of the screen. So now let's continue designing this. Okay, so if you want, you can change the icon. I'm just going to keep that itself. So here the text is going to say what's your sexuality. Okay, so this is the text for the type screen, and I'm just going to copy down this that is the style for the text, and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, so that's looking good. So now after that, we're going to have again the same piece of text that we used previously, this one, and we're going to paste it below this. Okay, that's looking nice. So yeah, after that we're going to have, let's say, a view. So this view in turn is going to have another view. Okay, so over here we're going to have again the text which says straight, and we're going to have the font awesome icon, or indeed the pressable, that is this one, and we're going to paste it over here. So make sure to import font awesome from the previous screen, and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, so yeah, let's save the file once, and let's also initialize the state to hold whatever the user is selecting, that is in the type. So here at the top, I'm going to initialize my type. So I'm going to say const type comma set type equals to use state. So import use state from React. So initially it's going to be an empty string. Okay, and yeah, over here I'm going to say set the type to be straight, and here it's gonna be, if at all my type equals to straight, then we're gonna have the purple color circle showing that that particular value is currently selected. Okay, not there. Yeah, so that's it. Let's save the file once. Pressable does not exist. Okay, so let's let's import pressable from React Native. So let's move to the next screen, and okay, all right. So now for this view, let's give the style over here. So this in turn is going to have, let's say, some margin top of 30. And a gap of 12. Okay, so save the file, and over here we're going to give the style flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give justify of space between. Yeah, that's looking good. And for the text which we have, we're going to give a font size of 15 to that. So here I'm going to say font size of 15. Yeah, that's looking nice. So let's format once, and we're just going to copy down this a couple of times, and then we're going to make the change for the text. So this is going to be gay, and this is going to be a lesbian. So currently we're going to give in 3 options. Okay, and yeah, after that we also have the final one, that is bisexual. So let's enter it over here. All right, so let's start making the change for each one of them. So paste it over here as well as over here, and this is going to be copy down that text. We're going to set the state, and over here also we're just going to set it. Okay, and we're just going to copy down this, and we can actually directly write it, and over here as well. So save the file. So now let's check if at all we're able to select all of them. Okay, so we are able to select all of the given options. So now the next step is, of course, we have to copy the next piece of design that is visible on profile. So just copy down that, and I mean, yeah, that is this one, and we're gonna paste it over here. Make sure to import and design from the previous screen, and we're gonna paste it over here. And finally we have the touchable opacity so that we can navigate to the next screen. So copy down that, and we're gonna paste it at the bottom part. So touchable opacity, material community icons is already installed, so it's already imported. So let's initialize our navigation. So const navigation equals to use navigation, and over here I'm going to define my function, that is const handle next equals to a normal arrow function. So here first of all I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen. That's going to be dating. That's the next screen. So let's save the file, and then let's press on. Okay, gender does not exist. Okay, I think for okay, let's see where we've gone wrong. So yeah, over here. Okay, so the color is going to be default that itself. So now let's give it a try, and hopefully we should not be seeing any errors while navigating. Okay, we need to make the color change over here. It needs to be the purple color, that is this shade. So let's say select the straight and the next screen. Okay, that is basically the dating type. Okay, so here first of all let's initialize our safe area view just like this, and I'm going to copy that down. Okay, and to this I'm going to give in my style, that is basically flex of 1, and I'm going to give it a background color of white. Save the file. So that's looking good. So now I'm just going to initialize my view over here, and this view in turn is going to have the initial image and the icon that we previously used to copy down, that is this view. So let's copy that down, and we're going to paste it over here. So make sure to import material community icons as well as the image from React Native. Save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that come on the screen. So now let's initialize our state, that is basically some dating preferences. So I'm going to say dating preferences comma set dating preferences equals to use state. So we can have n number of dating preferences. So I'm going to pass in an empty array at the initial state. Okay, so now for this I'm going to give the style, that is a margin top of 90, the same style that we used to give earlier. So here I'm going to give margin top of 90 and then margin horizontal of 20. So format once and then save the file. So yeah, that's looking good. So here I'm going to make use of the and design icon. So here I'm going to say and design, and it's going to be the heart icon, and make sure you import and design at the top of the page. So I'm going to say and design, and over here also that's going to be and design. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So it's going to be heart O with the O over here. So it's in the outlined version. Okay, so now after that we're going to have a text which says who do you want to date. That is going to happen over here. So text. So just copy down the same piece of font size and font styling that we previously gave. That is this one for the previous screens and all. So I'm just going to paste it over here. So let's save the file. Okay, that's looking nice. So now after that we're going to have one more text over here which says select all the people you're open to meeting, and for this I'm going to give the style over here. So margin top of 30 and then font size of 15 and then a color of gray. Okay, that's looking good. So now after that I'm going to initialize my view. So this in turn is going to have some margin top. So I'm going to say margin top of let's say 30, and it's going to have a flex direction of column and a gap of 12 between all of the children. So here I'm going to initialize my view. This in turn is going to have a text which says men, and we're going to just copy down the pressable from the previous screen with the font awesome icon. So here I'm going to say pressable, import pressable from React Native. Okay, and then font awesome. I'm going to paste it over here. So now for the pressable, for the pressable we're going to initialize the on press event. So here I'm going to say choose option of men. We're just going to define the function in just a bit. Okay, so let's give the style over here. So it's going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and then a gap of 12. Okay, and let's not save the file, or let's initialize some basic function over here, that is choose option, and then we could save the file. So I'm going to say const choose option equals to, we're going to get the option based on whatever the user is pressing on. Okay, so now let's try and save the file. Okay, type does not exist. Okay, over here, so here we need to change the condition. So here I'm going to say if my dating preferences dot includes of, let's say, men, then only we're going to have the purple shade of color. So yeah, that's the condition we're going to apply over here. So save the file, and now hopefully we should be seeing the correct results. So let's give that a try once. So next screen, next. Yeah, so that's looking better. So over here we're just gonna give justify of space between, and for this it's gonna have a font size of 15. Okay, save the file. So now I'm just going to copy down this a couple of times, that is this view. So second one is going to be woman, and this is going to be everyone. That's going to be the third option, everyone. So let's also pass in the option, that is whatever we press on, and over here if it includes, and this is going to be everyone. So now let's define the function that is choose option. So if at all an option is already selected, and if you press on that, we are going to deselect it, and if at all an option is not at all selected, then if you press on it, we are going to select it. So here I'm going to say if my dating preferences dot includes of the option, this means that the option is already selected. So in that case, we have to filter the option out. So for that, I'm going to say set dating preferences, access the dating preferences, and just apply the filter method. So dot filter. So for each selected option, here I'm going to say selected option should not be equal to the option that is coming from the function. That means that is the option that we pressed on. Okay, else over here, that means we have not selected any option. Then initialize the dating preferences, and over here include whatever is there inside of the dating preferences, and then add the selected option to it. So pretty much that's it. So let's save the file and then let's give this a look. So I'm going to press on men, so it's not selected, so we have so it went into the else condition and it got selected. So now let's say I press on woman, so woman is not selected, so it goes into the else condition, and it's going to include whatever is there inside of dating preferences, which is men in this case, and then it's going to add woman into the array. So woman. So just like that, that's working fine. So now let's say I want to deselect men, so it's going to go into the if condition and filter out the option that is men. Let's say I want to deselect woman, it's going to go into the if condition, and then it's going to filter out the option that's woman. So as you can see, that's working fine. So yeah, that's pretty much it about the dating screen. So now over here, we're going to have basically the end part of the design, that is this one, as well as the touchable opacity. So let's just copy that down over here. Make sure to import and design is imported, and touchable opacity as well. So let's say touchable opacity, material community icons is already imported. So let's initialize our handle next function. So I'm going to say const handle next equals to a normal arrow function, and let's initialize our navigation value. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. Okay, and over here I'm just going to say navigation.navigate to the next screen, that is the looking for screen. So save the file and then let's press on this. So as you can see, we're coming to the looking for screen. So now the next step is we're going to start designing the looking for screen. So initialize your safe area view. So copy that down, and we're going to paste it over here as well as over here, and we're going to pass in the style to this, that is going to be similar flex of 1 and then a background color of white. Okay, so that's it. So now I'm going to initialize the view over here, and inside this view just copy down the initial part of the design, that is going to contain the image as well as the icon. We're going to paste over here. Make sure to import material icons, and we are gonna import image as well from React Native, and then save the file. So and design does not exist. Okay, yeah, this had and design, so let's get the and design icons properly. So here I'm going to say and design, and over here also it's going to be and design. So let us head back to the last screen. Just press on next for all of the screens. Alright, so for this let's give the style. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a margin horizontal of 20 and then a margin top of 90. Okay, so here we're going to have a text field which says what's your dating intention. So let's initialize the text over here. So we're going to say what's your dating intention, and just copy down the same piece of style that we gave to the earlier texts, and we're going to paste it over here. So that's it. So now the next step is let's initialize the state, that is the looking for. Import it from React, and then that's it. So now let's initialize our view. That's going to come over here. Okay, so this view in turn is going to have another view. So yeah, let's give the same piece of design for let's say this one, the topmost view, that is this one. We're gonna paste it over here, and this view in turn is gonna have a text and a pressable just like the previous one. So this text is gonna say a life partner. Make sure to import pressable as well as your font awesome icon. So that is that over here, and we're gonna paste it right here. Okay, so after that yeah, we need to set the state if at all we press on the pressable. So here I'm just gonna say set option or set looking for of the option that you pressed on. So here it's gonna be if at all you're looking for value equals to this value, then it's going to be in purple color. Okay, so for this let's give the style, that is flex direction of row, and then align items of center and justify content of space between. Save the file. So yeah, that's looking good. So over here, yeah, I think that's it for the first one. So let's press on it. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So just copy down this view a couple of times and then make the change. So this is the first one, this is the second one. So the second one is going to say, let's say, a long-term relationship, that's over here. So copy down the same spelling, and then we're going to set it for the state over here and over here as well. And the next one is going to be long-term relationship open to short. So just copy down the same spelling, and we're going to enter it over here as well as over here. And final, and the next one we have is let's say short-term relationship open to long. So copy down the same exact spelling, and we're gonna paste it over here as well as over here, and copy down this a couple of more times. Okay, we already have one more. So here it's just going to be short term. So copy down the exact same spelling, and then we're going to set the state over here as well as over here. So pretty much that's it. So as you can see, we're able to select each one of the items over here, or you can add one more as well, that is the last option. So instead of this, I'm just going to say figuring out. Okay, so you can just add the final option. Just copy down the exact same spelling. So let's first of all set the state over here and over here as well. Okay, so that's it. So after that, we're just going to copy down the design at the bottom part, that is this one, as well as the touchable opacity, and we're going to paste it at the bottommost part, that is over here. So make sure to import, and design is already imported, I guess. Even material community icons is imported. So we need to import touchable opacity and then define the handle next function. So here I'm going to say const handle next equals to a normal arrow function. So first of all, let's initialize our navigation. So const navigation equals to use navigation. So here I'm going to say navigation.navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to. The next one is going to be hometown. Okay, so I'm just going to save the file, and then I'm just going to press on this button. So as you can see, we're coming to the next screen, that is the hometown screen. So let's start designing this screen over here. So first of all, I'm going to initialize some state, that is to hold the hometown. So I'm going to say const hometown comma set hometown equals to use state. So we import use state from React, and initially it's going to be an empty string, just like this. And apart from this, I'm also going to initialize my navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. Okay, so now I'm going to initialize my safe area view. So I'm just going to copy down the safe area view and then use it instead of the normal view that's present. And to this we're going to give some flex of 1 and then a background color of white. So save the file. So here I'm just going to initialize my view. Just like this. So let's just copy down the initial view that we earlier used to copy, that is this view. So over here I'm just going to paste it and make sure to import the image. And again it's going to be the heart icon itself. I'm not going to make the change for that. So let's import the and design icon. So I'm going to import all of the three and I'm going to paste it over here. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So for this particular view, I'm going to give the style that is some margin top of 90 and then it's going to have a margin horizontal of 20. So let's save the file once. And yeah, now we're going to initialize the text over here that's going to come after the view. So this is going to say, where is your hometown? So copy down the same style that we earlier used to give for the text. Okay, that is this itself. And I'm going to just paste it over here. So let's save the file once. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now after this, we're of course going to have the text input where we could enter the hometown. So first of all, let's give the placeholder. It's going to be hometown over here, and we're going to give the placeholder text color. So it's going to be the same thing which we used earlier, that's BE and then BE. And apart from that, let's give the value as well. So value is going to be hometown, and we have the onChange text method. So it's going to take in whatever the text the user is typing, and then we're going to set the state. So to do that, I'm just going to access set hometown and then just set the state to whatever the user is typing in the input field. So now I'm just going to copy down the style that we had, okay, from the previous screens. Let's say from password where we had returned the text input. Yeah, I'm just going to copy down the same piece of styling and come back to the hometown screen, and I'm going to paste it over here. So here instead of password, it's going to be hometown. So let's save the file once. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now the next step is we also going to give the autofocus value and we're going to set it to be true. So that's pretty much it about the hometown. And then we're going to have, of course, the next button, that is the right button, so that we can navigate to the next screen. So just copy down that touchable opacity from any one of the screens that we earlier designed, and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so I think it should come just after the text input. So make sure to import touchable opacity, and this icon is already imported. And let's define the function that is const handle next. So it's going to be a normal arrow function. So just like before, we're just going to navigate to the next screen and then design that screen. So the next screen after the hometown is going to be the photo screen. So I'm going to say navigation.navigate to the photos screen. So pretty much that's it. So let's format once, save the file, and let's press over here. So as you can see, we are coming correctly to the photo screen. So now the next step is let's start designing the photo screen. So here we are gonna get get 6 images from the user, and they'll be entering it in the form of the text input. So if you do not want this, you can actually make use of image picker and then implement this. Okay, so first of all, let's initialize our navigation. So I'm gonna say const navigation equals to use navigation, and I'm gonna first of all initialize our image URLs to empty URL. So I'm going to say const image URLs comma set image URLs equals to use state. So make sure you import use state from React. So I'm just going to pass in a empty default array just like this, and at the time being, that is for the start, when the screen loads, it's going to be empty. That means there are no images. So I'm just going to pass in empty URLs for all of the images. So let's say we want it 6 times, so I'm just going to write it 6 times. So 1 2 3, then 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, so we just want it for 6 times. 1 2 3 4 5 6. All right, so now the next thing we want is the image URL that we enter in the text input. So for that, one more state. So I'm going to say const image URL comma set image URL equals to use state. So this is going to be just an empty string at the initial state for that particular image. All right, so again, let's start from importing the safe area view for the design part. So make sure to import safe area view and then use it instead of the view that's already present. So for this, I'm just going to give a flex of 1, and we're going to give it a background color of white. All right, so I'm just going to initialize a view over here, and let's just copy down the view that we earlier used to copy from the previous screens. That is the second view, this one. So let's copy down that, and then we're going to paste it over here. So make sure to import image, okay, and design icon as well. So this time, instead of and design, we'll be making use of the material icons. So let's save the file once. Okay, so instead of this, let's get the material icons. So over here also it's going to be that itself. All right, and over here as well, material icons. So the name is going to be photo camera back. So I'm going to say photo camera and then back. Save the file. So as you can see, that's the image, that's the icon. So over here, let's give the style. So I'm going to say style over here. First of all, margin top of 90, and we're going to give it a margin horizontal of 20, and we're going to save the file. All right, so now the next step is we're going to initialize, of course, the text over here. So this text is going to say pick your photos and videos. So here I'm going to say pick your photos and videos. So let's copy down the same piece of styling that we gave to the text, the previous ones, and we're going to paste it over here. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now we're going to initialize the view over here, and this view in turn is going to have a margin top of 20. So margin top of 20, and over here basically I'm just going to initialize another view. So inside this view, we are basically going to map over the image URLs. So if you would remember in the previous demo part of the video, at the starting point, we had 2 rows. The first row contained 3 boxes of images, and the second row contained again the remaining 3 boxes of images. So here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to map over the first 3 using the slice method, and in the next view I'm going to map over the next 3 again using the slice method. So here I'm going to say image URLs dot map, dot slice. So to get the first 3, it's going to be 0 to 3, and after applying the slice method, we're going to map over that, and for each URL and then index, we're just going to return a pressable over here. So import pressable from React Native. Okay, so first of all, inside of the pressable, we're going to check the condition that if at all we have the URL. So if we have the URL, then we're going to show the image. Okay, so image is already imported, and the source is going to be URI. It's going to be the URL itself that's coming from the image URLs data. And if at all we do not have any kind of image, then we're going to show the evil icons. So here I'm just going to say evil icons. So the name is going to be image, and the size is going to be 22. Okay, and we're going to have the color of black. So let's make sure to import evil icons from the top part over here. So instead of material icons, here I'm going to say evil icons, and I'm just going to copy down the same thing over here as well. Okay, all right, so that's good. So let's format once and let's save the file. Hopefully no error should come. So as you can see, currently we have the URL is empty. As you can see over here, there are no URLs present, so we are able to see the image, that is the else condition. Okay, and let's give the key to this, to the pressable basically. So I'm just going to pass in as index. Okay, so now this pressable is going to have the styling, because we have to design it in a square kind of box with some border radius given. So first of all, I'm going to give it some border color of this color code, that is 581845. Okay, and I'm going to give it some border width. So for the border width, if at all we have the image, then the border width is going to be 0, and if at all we have the URL, I mean if at all we do not have the URL, then we are going to give the border width of 2. So we're going to apply the condition that if at all we have the URL, then keep it to be 0, else just make it as 2. And we're going to give it a flex of 1, and we're going to say justify of center and align items of center, so that the icon comes to the center part of the container that you're designing. Okay, and after this I'm just going to give the border style. So border style is going to be dashed. Okay, and we're going to give the border radius of 10, and we're going to give a height of 100 for each of the box. So let's save the file once. So okay, that's looking not that good. Let's see where we've gone wrong. So now let's also target the top part of the view and give the style for that. So I'm going to give style over here. So I'm going to give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, I mean justify content of space between, and I'm going to give a gap of 20 between all of the boxes that we're going to design. So as you can see, just like that, because of this style was not given, you are able to see that design. So now it's looking really good. So currently all of the image URLs are empty. The first 3 is empty. So that reason we're able to see the 3 boxes with an empty image. So now I'm just going to copy down the next piece of design that is going to come down. Okay, so that's going to be super similar. So instead of 0 to 3, we're just going to make it as 3 to 6, right? So just copy down the code over here. So I'm just going to minimize this and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so again this is going to be super similar. Just copy down the entire thing over here, and instead of 0 to 3, just make it as 3 to 6. So I'm just going to save the file. So as you can see, we got another bunch of row with the exact 3 boxes. So that's pretty much it for the design part. So now let's look into the next part of the design that's going to come below the boxes. So here I'm going to initialize my view. So this in turn is going to have some margin vertical. So I'm going to say margin vertical of 10. Okay, and over here I'm going to have a text which says drag to reorder. So this is just for the design part. We're not going to implement the drag functionality. So I'm going to say color of gray, and for the text I'm going to say drag to reorder, and then I'm going to save the file. So let's give a font size of 15 to this and save the file. All right, so now below the text we're going to have one more text which says add 4 to 6 photos. So for this I'm going to give the style. So color is going to be the purple shade of color, that is 581845, and a margin top of 3. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now after that we're going to of course initialize the text input so that the user can enter any kind of image URL. All right, so initialize a text, and here we're going to say add a picture of yourself. So yeah, below this view, below this text, we're going to initialize a view. So this view in turn is going to have the evil icon. So I'm just going to copy down the previous icon and then make the change over here. So the name is going to be image itself, okay, and size is going to be 22, and we're going to give it a margin left of 8. And below the evil icons, we're going to have the text input being rendered. So make sure to import text input from React Native as such, and we're going to give the value. It's going to be image URL, okay, and apart from that, we're going to have the onChange text. So this in turn is going to take in the text that is basically the image URL, and we're going to set the image URL to be the text. So yeah, that's it, and we're going to give the style to the text input. So we're going to give it a color of gray over here, and we're going to give it, let's say, some margin vertical of 10, and we're going to give it a width of 300, and of course we're going to give the placeholder which says enter your image URL. So save the file. So as you can see, we have that design being shown. So let's target the style over here for the view that contains this design. So we're going to give it a margin top of, let's say, 25, okay, and for this view, let's target the style, initiate a flex selection of row, align items of center, and a gap of 5 between the two children, the icon and the text input, some padding vertical of, let's say, 5, and border radius and a margin top of 10, and a background color of this color code DC DC DC. So save the file. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking nice. So now below the view, we are going to have the button which says add, okay, that is going to happen over here. So just initialize a button, import that button from React Native. So here I'm going to say the title is going to be add image, and here basically I'm going to say on press handle add image. So now the next step is, let's define the function that is handle add image. So let's scroll up, and over here I'm going to say const handle add image equals to a normal arrow function. So the way we're going to implement this is, first of all, we're going to find the first empty slot in the array that is inside of the image URLs. So just for the comments over here, I'm just going to say find the first empty spot or empty slot in the array that is basically your image URLs, okay. So to do that, I'm going to say const index equals to image URLs, that is the array dot, we have the find index method. So over here we're going to say URL, for every URL the URL should be equal to this, okay. So it's going to find index, so of course the first index is going to be true because the first index is equals to just an empty string. So after doing that, first of all we're going to write the condition over here, that is if my index is not equals to -1. So here in this case, that is if my index is not equals to -1, okay. So over here, first of all, I'm going to store my previous state inside of a variable. So I'm going to say const updated URLs equals to, I'm just going to store whatever is previously there inside of my image URLs, okay. And here I'm going to say updated URLs of my index equals to image URL. So this image URL is, this image URL, that is, this one corresponds to this is this one that is there inside of state. So this is basically coming from the text input that the user enters. So if you check out over here, the text input, that's the value which we have given. So the updated URLs of index means, so in our case index is 0 for the first case, because of course over here we have the empty array, empty string, so we're going to fill that up, right, first of all. So that reason I'm going to say over here updated URLs of your index is going to be the image URL. So after doing that, instead of this empty string, whatever URL the user enters, it's going to get filled up with this. Okay, so after that I'm going to say set my image URLs to be updated URLs. We're just going to set the state, that's it. And after doing that, I'm just going to say set image URL to be empty. That means set this particular text input to be empty. So that's pretty much it. So you can check out how exactly everything is going to work out. So for the first go, let's say I enter any kind of image URL over here in the text input and then press on add image. So this add image has a function that is handle add image. So it's going to come over here. So first of all, we're going to find the first empty slot in the array. So for the very first time when you add the image, of course the first slot is this itself. So this is present at which index? It's present at the 0th index. So here I'm just going to store the previous state, which is going to be the exact same thing because we have not added any kind of images yet. So it goes into the second line. So here we're going to say updated URLs of index. That means update URLs of the 0th place should be replaced with your image URL, whatever you enter. So after doing that, instead of this empty URL, instead of this empty URL, some image URL will be replaced with that. After that, we're just going to set the state and we're going to clear the input. That's pretty much it. So once when we implement the register functionality, that is after designing all of the screens and then putting the data, you would understand this better. So now after this we're gonna of course initialize the next button and we're gonna paste it at the bottom part after the view, that is this one, and make sure to import touchable opacity as well as your material community icons. So let's initialize our handle next function. So const handle next equals to a normal function. Okay, so after the photos, the next screen is of course the prompt screen, that is the final register screen. So let us design that. So first of all, let's initialize navigation. So I think navigation is already initialized. So here I'm just going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to, that is the prompt screen. All right, so let's save the file once and let's press on this. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the prompt screen. So let's start designing the prompt screen over here. So let's initialize our view over here. So inside this view, I'm just going to copy down the previous view, that is this one. Yeah, this one, and I'm going to paste it over here. I think we have error. Let's undo all the things. All right, so for this, let's give the style. So image, let's import image. Let's import material icons, or this time we want and design icon. So let's import it from this. So let's make the change for the name. So it's going to be I over here. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So now after that, let's initialize a text which says write your profile answers. That's going to happen over here. So let's initialize a text. So here I'm going to say write your profile answers. Save the file and let's copy down the text styling that we used previously, that is this one, and I'm gonna paste it over here. Okay, all right, so now after that I'm just gonna initialize a view. So after the text, I'm gonna initialize my view over here. So inside this view, First of all, I'm going to give the style to this. So I'm going to give it a margin top of 20, and I'm going to give it a flex direction of column and a gap of 20. So here, first of all, at the top, I'm going to initialize my route, because we have to enter the answers in the next screen and then get the answers to the screen. So I'm going to say const route equals to use route. So make sure you import use route from React Native. Okay, so I'm just going to copy down the code over here. So here I'm going to say if my root.params.prompt is present, that is from the previous screen, I'm just going to map over it, and for every prompt I'm just going to initialize my pressable over here. Okay, and this is the design for the pressable. It's going to have a text with the item.question and then the item.answer, that is whatever the user has written. Else, if you do not have the prompts, that means if you have come to the screen for the first time, then we're going to show a normal design, that is which says select a prompt and then write your answer, and this is basically the style for your text that is present over here. And the same thing, I've just pasted it 2 more times, so you can check out the code from the starting point. So make sure to initialize your navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. Okay, and let's import pressable over here from React Native, and let's save the file. So as you can see, since we had nothing in the screen, that is root.params.prompts, we are able to see this basic design that is present. So now let's press on any one of the button and then move to the next screen, that is show prompt screen. So here we're going to design all of the prompts. So first of all, over here, let's initialize our navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation and import that. So here I'm going to write my prompts. So I'm going to say const prompts comma set prompts equals to use state. So initially it's going to be an empty array because we're going to have 3 prompts, and here I'm going to say const option comma set option equals to use state. So initially it's going to be set to about me. So we have currently two kinds of options present. Okay, so here I'm going to say const answer comma set answer equals to use state. So it's going to be empty at the initial state. So apart from that, we're also making use of the bottom models. So I'm going to initialize my is model visible comma set is model visible equals to use state. It's going to be false at the initial state. Okay, so now let's design the prompts. So I'm just going to say safe area view over here. So make sure to import your safe area view, and to this I'm going to give the style, that is initially a flex of 1 and a background color of white. Okay, so here I'm going to initialize my view. So this view in turn is going to have text which says view all, and it's going to have another text which says prompts. So let's give the design for the view. So I'm going to give it some internal spacing, padding of 10, and a flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a justify content of space between. So for the text over here, I'm going to give the style. So it's going to have a font size of 15 and a font weight of 500. All right, and it's going to have a color of this color code, that is 581845. So I'm just going to copy down the same piece of styling for the next one as well over here. So the second text is going to have font weight of bold, and then I'm going to save the file. So as you can see, it says view all and then prompts. That's looking nice. So yeah, after the view, we're going to have another view. So over here, first of all, let me get the prompts array over here. So I've just pasted the prompts array. So this includes an array of objects containing two types of options, that is about me and then the questions for that about me, and then we have self-care and the questions for that particular self-care. So I'll be sending this details, this array in the description. You can check that out and then you can use it. And over here inside of the view, let's map over the prompts that is present. So here I'm going to say prompts dot map. So for every item and then the index, first of all, let's initialize a fragment over here. So here I'm going to initialize my view. So this view in turn is going to contain a pressable. So import pressable from React Native. And over here, I'm going to initialize my text. So this is going to be item.name. So let's save the file. So as you can see, we have two items, about me and then self-care. So for the view, let's give the style over here. I mean the key, that's going to be index. Okay. And for the pressable, we're going to give the style some padding of 10 and then a border radius of, let's say, 20. All right, that's looking good. And for the view, let's give the style. So we're going to give it a padding of 10. I mean, not for this. We're going to give it a margin horizontal of 10, a margin top of 20, flex direction of row, and a gap of 10. Okay, that's looking nice. So now let's give the style for the text over here. Or first of all, let's initialize the on press event on the pressable. So I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and over here I'm just going to set the option. So I'm going to say set option to be item.name. Okay, so over here we're gonna also give one more piece of style, that is for the background color. So I'm gonna say background color if my option equals to item.name, then it's gonna be in this color, that is the purple shade, 581845. Else it's gonna be in white itself. So save the file. So as you can see, currently about me is defaultly selected. So because of that, you're able to see that color change. So let's initialize the style for this. So text align of center, and here we're going to say color if my option equals to item.name. All right, then it's going to be white color, else it's going to be black color. So that's it. So let's say I'm going to press on self-care. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now below this view, we're going to initialize our next piece of design. That is all of the questions that are about to come. So I'm going to initialize my view over here. So this view in turn is going to have the style, that is margin top of 20, margin horizontal of 12. Okay, so over here also we're just going to map over the prompts. So I'm going to say prompts dot map. So for every item and then index, I'm going to return a view. Okay, and inside the view, first of all, let's provide the key as index over here. So yeah, inside the view, I'm going to write the condition stating which option is currently chosen. If it is about me, then we need to show only those questions. If it is self-care, we need to show only those questions. So here I'm going to say if my option equals to the item.name. Okay, and then over here I'm going to initialize my view. Okay, so inside this view, I'm gonna map over the questions. So to do that, I'm just gonna say item access the questions and then map over it for every question, and then the index. I'm just going to return basically a pressable over here. So I'm going to say pressable. So inside the pressable, I'm going to have a text. So to access the question, it's going to be the question.question. So question.question, save the file. So just like that, we got all of the questions of about me. So now let's say I press on self-care. So since option equals to self-care, we're going to map over all of the options of the self-care. So let's press on self-care over here. So as you can see, that's working absolutely fine. So now let's start styling out the pressable over here. So I'm going to say style. So first of all, I'm going to give it some margin vertical. So I'm going to say margin vertical of 12. And for the text, I'm going to say style over here. So access the font size 15 and then font weight of 500. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking nice. Okay, so now let's give the onPress event on the pressable. So before that, we need to install a dependency that is React Native models. So let's go ahead and install that. Okay, the styling part is finished for the screen. So I'm just going to open up my terminal, and over here, I'm just going to say yarn add React Native models, and then let's install this dependency. Okay, so we have installed the dependency that is React Native models. So now for this to work, we need to import the model portal in the main app.js. So let's make use of that, just like this, and make sure to import model portal from React Native models. So save the file and let's come back to our prompt screen. Show prompt screen, and over here I'm going to initialize on press event on the pressable that's present. So here I'm going to say on press, taking a function, and here I'm going to say open model of the question. So let's define the function over here. So I'm going to say const open model equals to the item, that is basically the question itself. So here I'm going to say set is model visible to the opposite of is model visible, and here I'm going to write set the question. So first of all, let's initialize the state for the question. Okay, so here it's going to be const question comma set question. So here I'm going to say set question to be the item dot question. So that's it. Let's save the file, and now let's define the design for our bottom model. So that's going to happen after the safe area view. First of all, let's initialize our fragments. So import bottom model from from React Native models. So to the bottom model, I'm just going to pass in some options over here, that is on backdrop press, on hardware back press, and then swipe direction, swipe threshold, the model title. Okay, import all of the required things from the React Native models. Okay, let's also import new slide animation, and this is going to be, I think, let's just make it to be set model visible, and here also let's make the change set modal visible, because over here in the code we have set model visible. Okay, so now inside this, first of all, I'm going to initialize my model content. So import model content from React Native models. We're going to have a view inside this. So inside the view, we're going to have a text which says answer your questions. And this view is going to have a margin vertical of 10. So first of all, let's check if at all any model is working. So I'm going to press on second option. So as you can see, we're able to see that. So for the model content, let's give it a width and height. So I'm going to say style, a width of 100%, and a height of 200. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So for this, I'm going to give the style text align of center, font weight of 600, and we're going to have a font size of 15. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now below the text, I'm going to have one more text. So this will show the question that we selected on. So as you can see, we selected on typical Sunday, so we're able to see that question over here. So I'm going to say style over here. So I'm going to give it a margin top of 15, and I'm going to give it a font size of 20 and a font weight of 600. And below this, we're going to have the view with a text input. So import text input from React Native. Okay, so over here I'm going to pass in the value. So value is going to be answer, and we have the onChange text method. Okay, so this in turn is going to take in the text, and over here I'm just going to say set the answer to be text. So let's give the style for this. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a color of gray, it's going to have a width of 300, and we're going to give it a font size. If at all we have the answer, it's going to be 18, else also it's going to be 18. Save the file. So let's give the style for the view so that we can see the text input on the screen. So this is going to have a border color of 202020, and we're going to have a border width of 1, and we're going to have some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and a border radius of 10, a specific height of 100, okay, and a margin vertical of 12, and a border style of dashed. Save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that being shown on the screen. So let's keep the height to be, let's say 80, or we could increase the height of the model. Let's be that is 250. Yeah, I think that's looking good. So now for the next thing is the placeholder. That's gonna be enter your answer. So below the view, we're gonna have a button over here, okay, which says on press add prompt. Title is gonna be add. So let's define the function that is add prompt at the top of the page. So I'm just going to say const add prompt equals to a normal arrow function. So first of all, I'm going to initialize my new prompt value. So I'm going to say const new prompt equals to initialize an object including the question as well as the answer. And after that, I'm going to first of all say set question to be empty, and set even the answer to be empty, and set the model visible to be false. Okay, so false. And over here I'm going to write if at all my prompts dot length equals to 3, then here I'm going to say set my model visible to be false. Okay, and here I'm going to say navigation or dot navigate to the previous screen, that is prompt screen, and pass in some information that is prompts, that is going to be prompts itself, that is stored inside of your state. So yeah, pretty much that's it. Okay, so yeah, after doing this, we actually forgot to set the prompts, that is this value. So here I'm going to say set the prompts to be whatever was previously there inside of prompts, that is this one, and then include the new prompt, and then include your new prompt containing your question and then answer. So pretty much that's it. So now let's try if at all this works. Okay, so let's say typical Sunday, I'm just going to give in random comments, that is ABC add. let's say unusual skills, we're going to give DEF, add a life goal of mine. I'm just going to say travel and then add. So once I enter one more thing, automatically we will be navigated to the next screen. So as you can see, we have all of the required details, that is typical Sunday, unusual skills, as well as your life goal. So these are the questions which we answered in the previous screen. So that's working absolutely fine. So now the next step is, of course, we need to just copy down the touchable opacity so that we can navigate to the final screen of the registering part. So let's come to the prompt screen, and over here I'm going to initialize that. So make sure to import touchable opacity as well as the material community icons, and I'm going to paste it over here, and make sure to initialize the handle next function. So here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the next screen, that is basically the pre-final screen. So I'm just going to save the file and then press on this button. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the pre-final screen. So let's start designing the pre-final screen. So it's going to be super similar to the screen that we initially designed. That's the first one, that is the basic info. So first of all, let's import our safe area view over here, and let's make use of the safe area view instead of the normal view. And for the safe area view, I'm going to give some style over here. So I'm going to say style, flex of 1, and then a background color of white. So I'm just going to copy down everything that is there inside of my basic info, that is from the view, and then I'm going to paste it in this screen, that is the pre-final screen. So let's get the code over here, that is this one, and yeah, all the three things, and I'm going to paste it into the pre-final screen. And let's also import the necessary things. So let's come back over here, and we're going to import use navigation, Lottie React Native, Lottie view, and yeah, I think that's it. So copy down that, and let's come over here, that is the pre-final screen, and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, so yeah, we have the text, we have the Lottie view, we need to import the pressable, that is from React Native. So let's do that, and let us remove this, and let's make the changes for the text. So first of all, let's save the file once. So yeah, as you can see, we have that design being shown. So now over here, instead of this text, we're going to say all set to register. All right, and yeah, below that we're going to say setting up your profile for you. Instead of this text, so I'm going to say setting up your profile for you. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. And for the final one, we're just going to say finish registering. So save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see the button being changed. So now we have completed designing all of the screens, that is from the first screen to the last screen, that is the prompt screen. So now the next step is we need to handle the saving of data from each screen as we move on from, let's say, the name screen to the prompt screen. We need to keep on saving the data, and then in this screen, that is a pre-final screen, we need to initialize one single function, that is a register function, and we need to get all of the data from all of the screens, that is from 1 to nth, and then we need to register the user in the MongoDB backend. So for that, we are gonna define two utility functions. So first of all, let's define, or let's create a new file, that is registrationutils.js at the root level. So I'm just going to say app.js new file. So registration utils.js. So over here, first of all, let's install a dependency, that is a React Native async storage. So let's head over to Chrome, and then I'm going to say React Native async storage. Okay, so let's write that correctly. Okay, not sure why we are getting this page. So let us just install that. Okay, let's come back over here. So inside of the terminal, I'm going to say yarn add React Native async storage. So this is the package. So let's press enter. So now yeah, let's make sure to import it at the top. So I'm going to say import async storage from React Native async storage. Okay, so here as we told, we're going to define two functions. So first of all, I'm going to say export const. So the first function will be to save the data for each of the screen. So I'm going to say const save registration, let's say progress, equals to a async function. So this is going to take in two things: the screen name and the screen data, that is for that particular data, whatever for that particular screen, whatever data is present. So for let's say we have the name screen, so the name of the screen is going to be name, and the data is going to be whatever data the user is given, that is the first name, right? So here I'm going to say it's going to take in the screen name. And so here first of all, I'm going to initialize my try, and then let's say catch block. So initially catch of error, I'm just going to say console.log of error. Here I'm going to say error saving the progress. Yeah, error saving the progress with that particular. At the try block, first of all, I'm going to initialize my key value. So I'm going to say const key equals to, I'm going to make use of backticks. I'm going to say registration underscore progress underscore, this I'm going to make it dynamic, that is for each screen name. So that's going to be our key, right? So yeah, so after that I'm going to say await. So that's going to come after the backticks. So here I'm going to say await async storage dot, we are going to set the item. So the key is going to be this key, that is whatever is there over here. So let's say for the first one, it's going to be registration progress underscore name, that is whatever screen name we have given in the stack navigator. So that's the key, and the data is going to be, of course, the data. So we're going to stringify it. First of all, I'm going to say json dot stringify of data that is coming from the parameters, right? That's it. So after doing this, if everything went right, I'm just going to give a console message saying that progress saved for the screen. So this I'm going to make it dynamic, it's going to be screen name. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So this is the function to save the data for a particular screen as and when we move from the first screen to the last screen. So let's initialize the next function. So I'm going to say export const. So this is going to be just opposite, it's going to be get registration data or instead of get registration data, I'm just going to say get registration progress. Okay, so I'm going to make it async. So this is going to take in basically the screen name. So here first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error. So here I'm just going to say console.log error retrieving the progress with that particular error message. Okay, so inside the try block, first of all, we need access to the key again. So we're going to use the same key with which we set it. That's the use case of this. So just copy down the first statement and paste it over here. So after doing that, of course, we're going to initialize our data variable. So I'm going to say const data equals to await initialize async storage. We have the get item method, and to this we're going to pass in the key to get the data. So so for like this, so for each screen name, we're going to get the particular data. So that's it. And here I'm going to say return data is not equals to null. Then in that case, we're going to pass it. So I'm going to say json dot parse of the data, just like this. Else we're just going to say null. So that's pretty much it. So we have, imported, we have exported both the functions and defined them. Save, get registration progress. So now the next step is let's start implementing this into our application, starting from the initial screen, that is the name screen. So let's refresh the app, or let's just try to reload the app once. So over here, I'm just gonna say, okay, I think, yeah, let's try to open up the app once again. Okay, so we have started the app. Let's press on enter basic info. So we're going to come to the name screen. So let's head back to the name screen. That is over here. Okay, so first of all, over here, that is in the handle next, that is when we press on the next button after entering the name, we need to save the progress, right? So over here, what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to check if at all there is any kind of data present, then only save the progress, otherwise don't save it. So here I'm going to say if my first name dot trim, okay, is not equals, okay, not over here, is not equals to an empty string, then we are gonna call the function that is save registration progress. So as you can see, we have the import statement coming. So this function is going to take in two things, if you remember, that is the screen name as well as the data for that particular screen. So this screen name is going to be name, and the data for this is going to be the first name that is stored inside of state. So that's pretty much it. So let's format once. And now the next step is, let's say if at all I refresh the app, so let's say I enter something and then go to the next screen and then refresh the app. Of course, this data would be stored inside of async storage. So when again I come to the screen after opening up the app, we need to get that data, right? So we're going to make use of a use effect over here, import use effect from React. Okay, and here inside of the use effect, I'm just going to call it one. So empty dependency array. So here I'm going to say get registration progress. So here we need to pass in the name of the screen. That's what it takes as parameter. So I'm going to say name, that's the name of the screen. So after that, I'm going to apply the then method, which is going to give us the progress data for that particular screen. So I'm going to say progress data. So here I'm going to say if at all we get the progress data that is present, then I'm going to say set my first name to be progress data. To access the first name, it's going to be dot first name because it's stored inside of an object. So it's going to be progress data dot first name, or I'm just going to pass in a empty string. So that's pretty much it. So let's format once and then let's save the file. Okay, so we have error which says cannot read property get registration progress of undefined. So let's see where we've gone wrong. Let's reload the app once. All right, so yeah, let's see, is it the exact spelling or okay, over here inside of the function, I think we have to give the bracket, that is basically the parentheses. I think that's what is causing the error. So let's save the file once and then let's just do a pod install and then reload the app. So let's do pod install in iOS folder and then we're going to reload the app. I think that's what the error is, that is the parenthesis error. So let's wait for this and then we're going to open up the app once again. Yeah, so it's currently installing the async storage package. Okay, so the app has been currently loaded after installing the pods. Okay, so now I think hopefully we should not get the error. So let's give that a try. So let's come back to the name screen once, that is over here, and let's press on this. Okay, so as you can see, no error. So now let's give this a try once. So I'm just going to enter my first name over here. Okay, we've given the same thing, I guess, for both the things. So actually we could remove the value for this, that's not required. Just comment it down. Okay, not sure why it's giving for that as well. Alright, so now let's give this a try for this. So I'm just going to enter my name over here and let's say I'm going to press on the next button. So hopefully we need to save the data and then go back to the next screen. So as you can see, it says progress saved for screen name. Okay, so now for this to be tested, first of all, I'm going to reload the app once more. And again, we would be seeing the basic info screen. And again, if I come back to the next screen, that is the initial screen, the name screen, we should be seeing the name already preloaded. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, the name is preloaded because of this use effect, right? So now let's go into the next screen, that is the email screen. So now I'm just going to copy down the exact same thing, that is the use effect, into the email screen, and then later make the changes. So before that, here I'm going to write the condition, that is if at all my email dot trim is not equals to an empty string, okay. So here I'm just going to initialize my save registration progress. So this is going to take in the screen name, that's going to be email, and the screen data, that is going to be email, that is stored inside of state. So make sure to import use effect from React, and import get registration progress as well. So instead of name, it's going to be email, and over here we need to make the change. So instead of set first name, it's going to be set email. Okay, and it's going to be progress data dot email. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And yeah, I think it should work. So let's format once, save the file. So I'm just going to give a random email over here, not over there, and this screen. Okay, just like this. And we're just going to say move to the next screen. So if you check out the console, as you can see, progress saved for screen email. So the next one is for the password. So for password, we're not going to fetch the default password. I mean, once you store it inside of state. Okay, so let's say you enter a password and then refresh the app, and again when you come to the screen, you need to enter the password again. So let's come to the password screen. Here we're just going to make a minimal change, that is save the password, so that we could take it at the final screen. So here I'm going to say if my password dot trim is not equals to an empty string, then over here I'm going to say save registration progress, import that function, and pass in the name of the screen, that's going to be password in this case, and the data is going to be password, that is stored inside of state. So that's pretty much it. So let's save the file, let's enter a password. So 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then come to the next screen. So let's check the console. So as you can see, progress saved for screen password. So now let's enter the date of birth. Again, this is going to be similar again. So now let's come to the birth screen over here. And first of all, over here in the handle next function, here I'm going to say if my day dot trim is not equals to an empty string, and if my month dot trim is not equals to an empty string, and year dot trim is not equals to an empty string, then in that case we're gonna initialize our date of birth. So I'm gonna say const date of birth equals to, it's going to be in this format, that is $day, and then forward slash, or this one, $month forward slash $year. That's the usual format. So I'm just going to copy the same thing. Okay, and we need to save the registration progress. So I'm just going to say save registration progress of your screen name, that is birth, and over here it's going to be a date of birth, that is this one. So that's pretty much it, and we have to initialize the use effect as well over here. So here I'm going to say use effect, import use effect from React. So here I'm going to call my function get registration progress. So this is going to take in the screen name, so in this case it's going to be birth, and apply the then method, which in turn is going to give us the progress data if at all it's present. So I'm going to say progress data. So here I'm going to say if we have my progress data present, we need to destructure the date, right? So here I'm going to say const, first of all, access the date of birth. That is of course going to be equals to the progress data because that's how we have saved it. So here destructure the value. So I'm going to say const day value, comma month value, comma year value equals to date of birth dot, just apply the split method because we have included the slash, so we're going to split based on that. So it's going to be just a forward slash, and after doing that it's going to be similar, just set to the state. So set day of day value, set month of your month value, and over here I'm going to say set the year of your year value, whatever it is, right? So save the file. So I'm just going to enter my date of birth over here, that is 15/10/2001, and I'm going to press on next. So first of all, let's check the state. So as you can see, screen saved for, progress saved for screen birth. Okay, so now the next step is we're going to go into the next screen, that is the location screen. So let's handle that. So in the location screen, we're just gonna save the location. We're not gonna call the use effect. So that is once when you come to the screen again, you need to choose your location. So here inside of handle next, I'm just gonna say save registration progress of the location. This is going to be a location, that's the name of the screen, and this is going to be a data location that is there inside of state, this one. So save the file. So let's say I'm just going to choose some different kind of location, this one, and I'm going to press on next. So if you check out over here, progress saved for a screen location. Okay, that's good. So here the next one is basically the gender screen. So let's head to the gender screen. So over here we have the gender, that is again a string format. So here I'm going to say if my gender dot trim is not equals to an empty string, then we are going to call the function save registration progress. It's going to take in two things, the name of the screen, that is gender, as well as the value, that is the data it's stored inside of state. So here we're going to again initialize the use effect, that is if at all you refresh the app and come to the screen, we need to be prefetching the data. So just call it once. Okay, I think I made a mistake over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say get registration progress of the name of the screen, that is going to be gender in this case. So this in turn is going to give the progress data. So if we have the progress data, then just set the gender to be progress data dot gender, or just keep it to be an empty string. That's it. So yeah, let's save the file once. Let's select, let's say men, and I'm going to press on next screen. So as you can see, progress saved for screen gender. So the next screen is the type screen. So let's head to the type screen, that is the last one. Okay, so here we're gonna say, we're gonna come to the handle next function. So here I'm gonna say if my type dot trim is not equals to an empty string, then we're gonna call the save registration function, and it's gonna take in the name of the screen, that is type, and we're going to pass in the data, that is type, that is stored inside of state. So here again we're going to initialize the use effect to get the data, import use effect from React. All right, so here I'm just going to call my get registration function, get registration progress. It's going to take in the name of the screen, that is type. It's going to give us the progress data if at all it is present. So I'm going to say progress data. So here I'm going to say if we have the progress data present, then just set the type to be progress data dot type. That's how we access it inside of an object, or it's just going to be an empty string. So save the file. Let's select straight, and then let's press to the next button, that's next screen. So as you can see, progress saved for screen type. So after that we have dating type. So let's go to that. So over here inside of the handle next function, here I'm going to say, so this is in the form of an array. So here I'm going to write if my dating preferences dot length is greater than 0, then in that case we're going to save the registration progress for the screen name that is dating, and this is the data dating preferences, that's an array. Okay, so let's also initialize our use effect over here. So I'm going to say use effect, import it from React as such, and over here call the function that is get registration progress, the screen name that's going to be dating in this case, and apply the then method, which in turn is going to give us the progress data. So over here, if at all we have the progress data, then we're just going to set it inside of state. So I'm just going to say set dating preferences of progress data dot dating preferences, or it's just going to be an empty array at the initial state. So that's pretty much it. So I'm just going to choose one option, that is, let's say woman, and then let's press on next. So as you can see, progress saved for screen dating. So now the next screen is looking for, so let's head to that screen. So let's come down to your handle next function, and over here first of all let's initialize the state at the top. Okay, so here I'm just going to write if my looking for dot apply the trim method. So if this is not equal to an empty string, then only call the function that is save registration progress. The screen name is going to be looking for, okay, and the data is going to be looking for, that is stored inside of state. So that's pretty much it. And yeah, now let's also initialize the use effect similar to the other screens. So import use effect from React. So here just call the get registration progress. It's going to take in the screen name that is looking for. Okay, this in turn is going to give us the progress data. All right, so here I'm going to say if at all we have the progress data, then we're going to set the state that is set looking for to be progress data dot looking for. So that's pretty much it. So let's save the file. I'm just going to say long-term relationship, and then I'm going to press on next. That is hometown screen. So as you can see, progress saved for the screen looking for. So let's move to the next one, that is the hometown screen. So yeah, just copy down the use effect over here instead of the hometown screen, and we're gonna paste it over here. And instead of the handle next, here I'm going to say if at all hometown dot trim is not equals to an empty string, then call the function save registration progress. The screen name is going to be hometown, and the data is going to be hometown itself. So here import get registration progress function, and the screen name for this is going to be hometown, and here we're going to say set the hometown to be progress data dot hometown. So save the file. Use effect does not exist. All right, so I think now you should be seeing all of the data being stored from the starting of the screens, because we made an error, that is the import error. So now let's say we should be seeing all of the data for whichever screens we have called the use effect. So let's go to the first screen. So it's already saved, and password we have to enter it again. Next screen, it's already saved. So this again we need to choose some location. Let's say I'm going to choose this one, enter. So this is already saved, even this is already saved, and even this is already saved because of the use effect, and even this is already saved. Okay, hometown, this is not yet saved, so let's enter for this. So I'm just going to enter the hometown, and then let's press on next screen. So as you can see, progress saved for the screen hometown. Okay, so now the next screen is the photo screen. So let's head to the photo screen over here. So first of all, inside of the handle next, okay, we're just going to call the function that is save registration progress of the photos, that is the name of the screen, and the data is going to be image URLs. that is stored inside of state. Okay, so here again we need to initialize our use effect, import use effect from React. All right, so over here just call the get registration function. Okay, it's going to take in the screen name, that is photos in this case, so photos, and over here apply the then method, get in the progress data. So here I'm going to say if at all we have the progress data, then in that case if at all we have the progress data as well as the image URLs, so I'm just going to apply and condition dot image URLs, then over here just set the image URLs to be progress data dot image URLs. So that's pretty much it. So use effect is imported and even get registration is imported. So let's save the file once. So now I'm just going to copy down all of my image URLs and paste it over here. Okay, so currently we are not able to see any kind of images even though I have entered the URL for the first two images. So because we have not given the style for the image, so that's the reason. So I'm just going to give in the style over here. So it's going to be a width of 100%, height of 100%, and then border radius of 10, and then resize mode of cover. Okay, so as you can see I've just gotten some random images. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in all of the remaining images as well. Okay, so currently I've added all of the images. I think for the fifth image I think there might be some error showing the image. So now the next step is, first of all, let's check if this is actually working or not. So just for testing purposes, let's press on the next button. So I think we have implemented this part. So yeah, progress data dot image URLs. Okay, so let's press on next. So let's come over here. So as you can see, progress has been saved for the screen, that is photos. So now the final one is for the prompts. So let's just go to the prompt screen, and over here we just gonna just save the registration progress for the prompts. We are not gonna get it. So over here the prompts is gonna be root dot params dot prompts. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So now yeah, the next step is we have completed all of the saving of data for all of the screens, that is from the first screen to the end screen. So now after you enter the prompts and then go to the final screen, that is over here, we need to set up the endpoint, and first of all set up the MongoDB projects so that we could register a user. So now the next step is, first of all, let's initialize our API folder and create a MongoDB project and then connect to the backend part. So over here, first of all, I'm going to open up my file tree, app.js, new folder, API, and let's head to the API folder. I'm going to say cd API. So create the package .json file. So npm init. Enter this. I'm just going to say backend, and for the remaining things I'm just going to say enter. Okay, so if you could check out the folder, as you can see we have the package.json being created. So let's install some dependencies into the API folder. So I'm going to say yarn add body parser, and we have cos, we have express, and then JSON web token, mongoose. So actually we could remove this, we are not using node mailer in this project. So node mon, and then socket.io. right, so let's install all of these. Push node mon and then socket.io. So now the next step is, okay, so let's press on the drop down to create a new project. Scroll down, new project. So here I'm just going to say Hinge Dating, and I'm just going to say next over here. So as you can see, I myself am the project owner, so I'm just going to say create project. Okay, so now let's press on create button to create a deployment. So I'm just going to make use of the free version, that's M0, and apart from that I'm going to leave others as default and press on the create button. So here we need to create the user. So I'm just going to say username is going to be this, and the password is going to be this itself, and then create user. So for this one, I'm just going to enter this value. And after that, I'm just going to say finish and close and go to overview. So this should take in a couple of minutes to initialize a backend. So I'm just going to go back to my VS Code and then initialize some dependencies. So first of all, let's initialize our start script over here. So I'm going to say start is going to be a node1 index.js. Okay, and let's initialize a new file, that is index.js file. So let's save this file and let's come to the index file over here and let's import the required things first of all. So I'm going to say const express equals to require express. I'm going to say const body parser equals to require of body parser. I'm going to initialize my mongoose equals to require mongoose and const crypto, and I'm going to initialize my app instance. So I'm going to say const app equals to express, choose a specific port. So I'm going to say const port equals to, let's say, 3000, and initialize the course. So I'm going to say const course equals to require of course, and here I'm going to say const http equals to require http dot create server of the app, and const io equals to require socket.io of the http, and here I'm going to say app.use of course, and after that I'm going to say app.use a body parser.url encoded, extended is going to be false, and apart from that we are also going to make use of body parser.json. So I'm going to say app.use body parser.json and app.use express.json. So that's it. So let's make use of the connect method. So I'm going to say mongoose.connect. So this is going to take in the URL. So let's head back to MongoDB over here and let's say connect over here. The third option, MongoDB for VS Code, copy down the URL over here and let's paste it over here. Make the change for the password what you gave earlier. Mine is just going to be my name itself, and yeah, after that apply the then method. It's going to take in a function. I'm going to say console.log connected to a MongoDB. So if at all we have the error, if at all we have any error, so we're going to catch the error. So I'm going to say error over here, console.log of error connecting to MongoDB with that particular error message. Then finally we have the app.listen method. So I'm going to say app.listen on the port, and over here I'm just going to say server running on. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So let's format once and let's give this a try. So save the file, and over here I'm just going to say yarn start. So as you can see, okay, we have an error. So let's look into that once. All right, over here it says address is already in use. So let's make use of 8000. Save the file. Okay, when 8000 is in use, so let's make use of 5000. Alright, so now this is working fine. I've just changed the port number from 3000 to 4000, and as you can see it says server running on 4000 and then connected to MongoDB. So now the next step is, first of all, let's initialize our schema that is for the user. So let's create a new folder that is models and then user.js. Okay, so over here I'm gonna first of all initialize my mongoose. So I'm gonna say const mongoose equals to required of mongoose. Okay, so I'm just gonna say const schema equals to mongoose dot schema. So here we're gonna define the user schema. So I'm gonna say const user schema equals to new schema. Okay, so over here I'm just gonna say first name is gonna be of type string. That's the first thing, and required is gonna be true. So after the first name we have the next one, that is last name. So this is gonna be type of string, and this is not gonna be true. I mean that it's not gonna be required of true, since this is an optional value. So I'm just gonna leave it as is, that is type of string. And apart from that we need the email. So here I'm gonna say type is gonna be of string. Okay, and we're gonna say required is gonna be of true, and we're gonna say unique also is gonna be of true. So after email we need access to the password field. So I'm gonna say password type is gonna be of string, and then required is gonna be of true. And after the password we have the next thing, that is the gender. So the type is gonna be of string, and then required is gonna be of true. So after the gender we need the next thing, that is date of birth. Okay, so again this is going to be the same thing, type of string and then required of true. So after date of birth we have the type. So here I'm going to say type. So again this is going to be the same thing, that is type of string and then required of true. So yeah, after type we have the location. So again this thing is going to be same, type of string and then required of true. So after location we have the hometown. So this is also same thing, that is type of string and then required of true. After that we have the dating preferences. So this is going to be an array of strings. So I'm going to say array of objects, type is going to be of string. Okay, so that's pretty much it about the dating preferences. After that we have is looking for. Okay, again it's going to be type string and then required of true. After this we have basically the images, not there. Yeah, so over here I'm going to say image URLs is going to be again an array of strings. So over here I'm going to say array of objects, type is going to be of string. So yep, and yeah, so after the image URLs we have the prompts. So I'm going to say prompts over here. So this is going to be again array of objects but with a different type. It's going to have a question. So I'm going to say question. So this question is going to be of type string, required is going to be true. And after the question we have the answer for that question. So I'm going to say answer is going to be of, let's say, type string. And required is going to be true for this as well. So that's pretty much about the prompts. So we have the question and then we have the answer for that particular question. So apart from prompts, the next one is the liked profiles. Okay, so liked profiles, it's going to be a type of mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id. Okay, and this is going to be a reference to the user. So after that we have the received likes. Okay, so I'm going to say received likes is going to be an array. So this is going to contain some different information. So first of all, it's going to contain the user id. So this user id is going to be of type mongoose dot schema dot types dot your object id, and it's going to have a reference to your user. Okay, and this required is going to be true for this. All right, and after that we're going to have image. So this is going to be a type of string, and required is going to be true. And again we're going to have a comment. If at all you like the profile, you could comment on the profile. So here I'm going to say type of string, and then I'm going to remove required of true because this is an optional thing. Yeah, so that's pretty much it, and let's format once. Okay, so basically after the received likes we have the matches. Okay, so this is going to be an array. So type is going to be mongoose.schema dot types dot object id, and the reference is going to be to the user. Okay, so that's pretty much it about the matches that's present. And after that you could actually add one more thing, that is, let's say, blocked users, but you're not going to implement this. So if at all you can implement this, you could go ahead and implement the block functionality as well. So type is going to be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, and yeah, the reference is going to be to the user. So yeah, let's format once and save the file. Okay, so basically that's pretty much it about the user model. So let's look into it from the first. So we need the first name, the last name, the email, the password, the gender, date of birth, type, location, hometown, dating preferences, looking for image URLs, the prompts, the liked profiles, the received likes, and the matches and the blocked users. So now at the bottom, let's just export the required values, that is basically the user. So save the file. Now let's come back to the index file, and let's first of all import our user model, and let's define the endpoints to register a user in the backend part. So I'm going to say const user equals to require, go into the models folder, and then access the user model. So that's pretty much it. So now let's define the endpoints to post a user to the backend. So I'm going to say app.post method. It's going to be / register, taking a async function with the request and the response in the callback. Okay, so here first of all let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, I'm just going to say console.log error creating user with that particular error, and I'm just going to say result.status of 500.json with a error being internal server error. Okay, so now inside of the try block, so we need access to the entire user data, that is basically the user object that we would get in the final screen, that is this screen. So I'm just going to say const user data equals to request.body, and then we need to create a new user using the user model. So I'm going to say const new user equals to new, access the user model, that is this one, and we're going to create it with the help of the user data, that is whatever the user is given. And after that I'm just going to say await new user dot save. Okay, and after that I'm just going to say const secret key. We're going to create a secret key and then send it in the front end part. So I'm going to say const secret key equals to crypto dot random bytes of, let's say, 32 dot convert it into toString, and we have to pass in the hex value over here, and then we are going to generate a token. So I'm going to say const token equals to jwt dot sign method, and over here the user id is going to be a new user dot underscore id. Okay, and we're going to pass in the secret key to this. So I'm going to say secret key. So that's pretty much it. If you want, you can just pass in the expires value, or you could leave it as well. So I'm just going to pass in the secret key for now. So let's save the file. So, and also we need to import the JWT as well. So let's import it over here. So let's check if we have already installed that once in the package or JSON. Yeah, so JSON web token is installed. So yeah, let's save the file once. Okay, so after that we are gonna send the token in the response. So I'm gonna say result, okay, not over there. After the statement, that is result dot status of 200 dot JSON of the token. So yeah, let's format once. And then let's save the file once. Alright, so now the next step is to to create a auth context. So let's go do that. So I'm just gonna press on the app.js and then new file. Here I'm gonna say auth context dot js. Okay, so I think it's taking some time to create. Alright, so over here, first of all, let's import our create context method. So I'm gonna say create context from React, and yeah, we also need to import async storage as well. So let's import it from any one of the screens. Yeah, I think we got it. So here I'm going to initialize my auth context. So I'm going to say const auth context equals to create context. So here I'm going to define my auth provider, okay, which in turn is going to take in all of the children as props. So here I'm going to define some state, that is basically our token. So based on if at all the token is present or not, we're going to show the main screen or the login screen. So I'm going to say const token comma set token equals to use state. So let's also import use state from React. So initially it's going to be an empty string, and I'm going to say const is loading comma set is loading equals to use state. Initially is going to be an empty string, and I'm just going to define the function for is logged in. So just pasted the code for is logged in, whether to check the user is logged in or not. That is based on the token. Okay, so if at all the token is present, then we're going to show the main screen. Else we're going to show the main the login screen so that the user can log in again. So initially we are setting it to be true, set loading, and we are just going to fetch the token and then set the token to be user token. So after that process, we are just going to say set is loading to be false, and within the use effect we are going to call the function that is logged in, and we're going to pass the dependency as the token. So make sure to import use effect as well. So after that, we're going to return the provider, that is auth context dot provider. So use effect spelling is wrong. Okay, so here I'm just going to say return auth context dot provider. This is basically going to take in the children. So I'm just going to pass in the children over here, and over here it's going to take in the value. So here we're going to pass in two things, token and then is loading, and even set token as well. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So let's export the required values, that is auth context as well as the auth provider. So I'm going to say auth context and then auth provider. So yeah, let's save the file. So now for everything to work, that is these values means, so for everything to access or for everything to work that is related to the auth context, we need to import it in the main app.js, that is the auth provider. So let's head back to the app.js over here. So inside of the return block, I'm just going to say import my auth provider from the auth context file and wrap it around the stack navigator and the model portal. So that's it. Okay, so let us give one more fragment over here if you want. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So let's save the file once. So now the next step is we're going to first of all enter all of the details from the first, and then we're going to create one proper profile. So let's first of all start creating the profile. So I'm just going to change the name. So currently we have the data, so I'm just going to change, I'm going to create a female profile. So I'm going to say a random name, and next over here, so here I'm just going to change the male, and I'm going to press next over here. So enter your password. So date of birth, I'm just going to leave it as default because we're not using that much in the app. So I'm just going to choose a location over here. Next. So gender is going to be woman. Next. What's sexuality? I'm just going to say straight. Next. Okay, for this I'm just going to say men over here. I'm going to deselect women. So next, and this I'm going to leave it as default. So this also I'm going to leave it as default. So I'm just going to get the images and then paste it. I'll be sending the images in the description, that is whatever I use. Okay, so I've currently entered some random images over here. So I'm just going to say next over here, and I'm also going to enter the proper prompts this time. So over here I'm just going to say I go crazy for, I'm just going to enter some random answers. Okay, I'm going to say add over here, and the next thing is, let's say over here, life goal of mine. So I'm just going to say travel the country, something like this. So add, and then let's say simple pleasures, I'm just going to say watching sunrise or something like that. Okay, add. So then add. So 3 questions are done. So let's go to the next one. Okay, so over here in the next screen, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get all of the data that we had filled from the first screen to the end screen, that is the prompt screen. So here first of all I'm going to initialize my use effect. So I'm going to say use effect. So let's import use effect from React. Okay, so first of all I'm going to initialize some state to hold the data. So that's going to be const user data comma set user data equals to use state. So initially it's going to be empty, so make sure to import use state from React. Okay, so here I'm just going to say initialize a function that is get all user data. So also before that is before defining the function, I'm going to import my token and then is loading or set token. So I'm going to say const token comma set token equals to use context. So we need to import the use context from React, and it's going to take in the context that's going to be auth context. So we also need to import the auth context as well, just like that. So now the next step is let's define the function that is get all user data, and let's see if at all we're getting the data correctly. So I'm going to say const get all user data equals to a async function. All right. So here first of all I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So catch of error, I'm just going to say console.log error message, whatever that error is. Okay, so inside of the try block, first of all I'm going to define my screens array. Okay, so I've just pasted my screens array. So this is an array of, just going to initialize an empty object. So I'm going to say let user data equals to an empty object over here, and after that we're just going to retrieve the data for each screen and add it to the user data object. So I'm going to make use of the for loop for that. So I'm going to say for const screen name of screens. Okay, so here I'm going to say const screen data equals to await, initialize the get registration progress function. So let's import that, and to this we need to pass in the screen name that is going to come from the for loop. So I'm going to say screen name, just like this. So here I'm going to say if at all we have the screen data for any screen starting from the first to the nth. So I'm going to say if we have the screen data, then user data is going to be whatever was previously there inside of the user data, and we're gonna accumulate or add the screen data for that particular screen. So by this way we could get in all of the data from the first screen to the nth screen. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's see if at all we get the correct screen data. So I'm just going to console.log the user data over here. So I'm going to say console.log data and then user data. So yeah, let's save the file once and let's check out the console. Okay, so we have undefined. So let's see where we've gone wrong. Okay, I think we forgot to set the state, that is for basically the set user data. We have not used that. So for that reason we are not able to see the data, and you're able to see undefined. So after the for loop, that is after everything is stored inside of user data, we need to set it. Okay, so that part we have not done it. So here I'm just going to say set user data of the user data that is there inside of the function. So let's save the file once, and yeah, so as you can see, you're able to see all of the data being shown, that is from the first screen to the last screen. So now yeah, the next step is we're going to initialize on press function on the register button. So I'm going to say on press register user. So let's define the function that is register user over here. So I'm going to say const register user equals to async function. Okay, and over here first of all let's initialize our try and then catch block. So yeah, catch of error, I'm just going to say console.log error with that particular error message. So inside of the try block, let's initialize our response. So I'm going to say const response equals to, let's make sure to install Axios. So I'm going to say yarn add Axios. make sure to import Axios from Axios. So it's going to be Axios dot post method. So it's going to be the URL, that's http / localhost 3000, 4000 in our case, that's the port number, and choose and just write in whatever port number you have given, and register. It's going to take in the user data that is present over here. And after that, I'm just going to say dot then of your response. Okay, you can just console.log the response once, and here I'm going to initialize my token. So const token, const, so here const token is going to be equals to your response dot data dot token, and we're going to set it inside of async storage. So I'm going to say async storage, import that, and we're going to set the item. So I'm going to say set item, and I'm going to set the token. This is coming from the state in the auth context, the auth provider, that is this variable. Okay, so I'm just going to say set token to be of the token. So let's do so I'm going to say pod install. Okay, so I've just done a pod install and then just reloaded the app, and I've just entered all of the remaining details for the screens, like the location as well as prompts, and then we are in the pre-final screen, right? So now the next step is here itself. I'm just going to initialize my use effect to check if at all the token is present. If at all the token is present, we are going to navigate to the main stack. So here I'm going to say use effect if we have the token value present. So const navigation equals to use navigation. Okay, use navigation is already imported, and here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the stack, that is the main stack, and the name of the screen is going to be main. So let's check if at all we have the correct stack names. So stack navigator over here. So this is the auth stack. We want to go from the pre-final screen of auth stack to the main screen of main stack. So I'm just going to say navigation.navigate to main stack, and over here I'm just going to say the screen name is going to be main. So let's come back to the pre-final screen once, and this is going to be the dependency, that is the token itself, because once we press on the register, then only we're going to get the token. So after we get the token, we could navigate to the main screen. So instead of navigation.navigate, I'm just going to say navigation.replace. Alright, so apart from that, we also need to make the change in the stack navigator, that is over here. So that is just like this. That is, if the token equals to null or token equals to empty, then we need to show the auth stack, else we just need to show the main stack. So let's just define this similarly at the top of the screen, that is over here. So make sure to import your auth context as well as your use context. So use context from React and auth context from the context file that was present, that we just defined. Okay, so let's just save the file once. So let's come back to our pre-final screen again, and over here, I think this part is done. So once we also try to register, we also need to clear the screen data. So because if at all you need to register another user, the data would be again present. So let's come to the register function. After the response value, I'm just going to define a function which says clear all screen data. So let's define the function that is clear all screen data over here. So it's going to be a async function. So here, first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch blocks. Console.log error with the error message. So inside try block again, similarly copy down the screen names, and over here loop through the screen names. I'm going to say for const screen name of screens, initialize the key. It's going to be, let's just copy it down from the registration utils. So this was the key. So we're going to paste it over here. So it's going to be registration underscore progress underscore the screen name, and after that for every screen I'm going to say await async storage dot remove item of the key. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So after that, let's just give a console message saying that all screen data cleared. Yeah, so that's it. So now let's look into everything if at all we have given it correctly. So here in the index file for registering, that is the path that is / register. So okay, we are creating a new user and we're going to send the token that is in the response. Okay, and yeah, we have imported that correctly, and the port in our case is going to be 4000. So let's see, I mean, if we get an error, let's look into that. And over here, first of all, we have the data that is the user data. Okay, and let's also try in console.log once more to check if at all we are getting the user data. Okay, not sure why that's not working. Let's come back once and then again open it over here. Okay, so nothing seems to work. So let's reload the app once, because we are not able to see that being refreshed, right? Okay, so as you can see, now we are able to see the user data. So yeah, that's working fine. So if at all you press on the register over here, so yeah, we're gonna initialize the response and make a call to this. Okay, and yeah, we're gonna get the token. Okay, see, the token spelling is wrong. So response.data.token. So save the file, and yeah, we're gonna set the token. This is the key and this is the value. And once we set the token, so this use effect is gonna get triggered off. So if token, we're gonna navigate to the replace. I mean, we're gonna navigate to the main stack, and screen is gonna be main. So let's see if at all everything's working fine. So I'm just gonna press on finish registering. Okay, nothing seems to happen. Okay, we do have an error which says Axios error request failed with status code 500. So let's look into that once. Alright, so over here it is showing the error that is in the API folder. So it says the secret or the private key must have in value. So as I checked over here, the post request, this secret key should come outside of the object, then only it's going to work. So let's copy that down and then I'm going to paste it over here with a comma. Okay, so now let's give this one more try. So let's head back to our Prefinal screen and make sure to enter the secret key after that object, so it takes up the correct value. So let's come to the Prefinal screen. We already have the data, so I'm just gonna press on finish registering. So as you can see, as soon as we pressed on the finish registering button, the token was generated, and since the token was present, we came directly to the main stack. So now even if I try to go back, we can't go back because we are inside of the main stack, and in the main stack we just have one screen that's present. Okay, so yeah, we have completed registering the user. So now let's check if at all we got some data. Yeah, so as you can see, this is our response, and we also have the message which says all screen data cleared. So let's check out in the backend once if at all we have any kind of data present. So let's reload it once. So we should be having one piece of data that is for the female user profile. So let us look into that once. Yeah, so as you can see, we have all of the data, the first name, email, date of birth, gender, and all of the remaining items as well. Yeah, so this part is working absolutely fine. So now we are able to, register the users. So now the next step is I'm just going to create a bunch of users, male profiles as well as female profiles. And the next step is we are going to, initialize the endpoint. And as soon as the mail registers, as soon as the user registers, we're going to show the bunch of required profiles for that particular user based on their selections as well as interests while registering. So yeah, I'm just going to create a bunch of user profiles and then come back. Alright guys, so I just created a bunch of user profiles inside of my backend. So the way I do that is, first of all, I've initialized a basic user effect over here, and then that is the function which says show token. So here I'm just gonna get the token. So once when the user is registered, then they will be navigated to this screen. So after doing that, just replace the get item with remove item and then reload the app. So the token would be not present. So since the token is not present, automatically you would be seeing uh, the register screen, that is the basic info screen, and then you can go ahead and register another user. So that's the method I've used, and you can register a bunch of users. I'll be sending a bunch of random data to register some of the users. So currently I've logged in with the mail user profile. So now the next step is we're going to write few endpoints to fetch the user profile, that is who's currently logged in. And apart from that, also write the endpoints to log in, and write the endpoints to fetch the user matches, that is for the user who's currently logged in. So let's head back to our index.js over here, and let's write the endpoints to fetch the user's data. So here I'm going to say app.get method, so it's going to be /users and then /user id. Okay, so it's going to be the async method with the request and the response in the callback. So over here, first of all, let's initialize our try, and then the catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm just going to send the result. So I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a message being error fetching the user details. Okay, so now inside of the try block over here, we need first of all access to the user id. So I'm going to say const user id equals to request.params, and here I'm going to say const user equals to await access the user model dot apply the find by id method. So we're going to find the user by this method, that is find by id, this method, and we're going to pass in the user id. So here I'm going to say if at all there is no user present, then in that case I'm going to write a return result.status of 500.json with a message being user not found. Okay, and here I'm going to say return result.status if at all the user is present, return result.status of 200.json of the user. That's basically the information that is obtained. Yeah, so that's pretty much it to get the user's data, that's who's currently logged in. And the next endpoint is to log in the user. So here I'm going to say app.post method, it's going to be /login, and it's going to take in the async method with the request and the response inside of the callback. So over here, first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, let's just copy down this, and here I'm going to say error logging in. So inside of the try block, so for logging in we need access to two things, the email as well as the password. So I'm going to say const email comma password equals to request.body, and we're going to check if at all a user already exists. So over here I'm going to say const user equals to await user dot, we have find one method, so I'm going to apply find one of the email. Okay, so if at all there is no user present, so I'm going to say if at all there is no user, here I'm going to say return result dot status of 401 dot json with a message being invalid email. Okay, something like this, and we need to check if at all the password is correct. So here I'm going to say if my user dot password is not equals to the password that the user is given in the input field, then that means again it's gonna error out. So I'm gonna say return result dot status of 401 dot json with a message being invalid password. Okay, so if at all both the email and password is correct, then we're gonna log in the user by creating a secret key. So just go to the register function and then just copy down this and copy down both of them. It's going to be again similar, that is the secret key as well as the token. Then after initializing these two statements, I'm going to say return result dot status of 200 dot json of that particular token. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's format once. So this is the endpoints to log in a particular user. So now the final endpoint we'll be writing now is to fetch all of the matches in the home screen for the user who's logged in based on their current interests as well as selection while registering. So over here I'm gonna say matches. Okay, so it's gonna be app.get method and it's gonna be / matches. So over here I'm going to initialize again my async method with the request and the response instead of the callback. So first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, and here basically we're going to send the result dot status of 500. Okay, 500 dot json with a message being, let's say, internal server error, something like that. So instead of the try block, first of all, we're going to initialize the user ID that's going to come from the request.query. So I'm going to say const user ID equals to request.query. So for the user who's logged in, we're going to implement this functionality. So first of all, we need to fetch the user's dating preferences as well as type. So currently I'm just going to make use of two filters. If at all, if you want more kind of filters, you can just apply it. It's going to be similar. So I'm going to say const user equals to await user dot, we have to say find by id of the user id. So after that, here I'm going to write if at all we do not have a user, then return result dot status of 404 dot json with a message being user is not found. Okay, so that's it. And yeah, first of all, after initializing the user, here I'm going to say I'm going to initialize my filter. I'm going to say const, let filter equals to currently an empty object. So here I'm going to say if my user dot gender equals to men, then we need to set the filter dot gender to be woman, because if at all the men is selected, then we need to show the female profile, and if at all the female profile is selected, then we need to show the male profile. So here I'm going to say filter dot gender equals to woman, else if, here I'm going to say user dot gender equals to woman. Then over here I'm going to say filter dot gender equals to men. So we're just trying to map it in the opposite direction. That's it. So yeah, after that we have to initialize the query. So here I'm going to say let query equals to an object, and we're going to say underscore id is going to be here I'm going to make use of the not equal operator. So I'm going to say dollar not equals to the user id, because we do not want to include the user's profile itself in the matches. So we're going to implement like that. Okay, so underscore id equals to dollar $any and then user id. And after that, yeah, we are going to look into the second query, that is second filter, that is based on the type. So here I'm going to say if the user dot type is present, then we have to add it to the filter. So I'm going to say filter dot type is going to be equal to the user dot type. So yeah, after that, first of all, I'm gonna populate the current user based on the matches as well as the liked profiles. So I'm gonna say const current user. So const current user equals to wait user dot find by id of the user id, and we're gonna apply the populate method. So we need the matches as well as the liked profiles. So I'm gonna say populate. Okay, not like that. Yeah, user dot find by id of the user id dot populate, and we're gonna pass in the matches, and we need the underscore id. So basically here we are trying to remove all of the matches id as well as all of the liked profiles id of the current user. So let's say that the currently logged in user likes a profile, then that particular profile should be removed. And let's say if the current user is already matched with some other profile, then that profile also should be removed in the initial home screen. So apart from this, we're gonna populate one more time. So I'm gonna say populate. Okay, not like this. So populate of the liked profiles. Yeah, this is again gonna be underscore id. So now the next step is we're gonna extract the IDs of the friends of the current logged in user. So here I'm gonna say const friends IDs equals to current user. Then we're gonna access the matches of the current user. Then we're gonna map over it. So for every friend, we just want the friend ID. So it's gonna be friend dot underscore ID. Okay, after that we need access of, let's say, the liked profiles. So here I'm going to say const crushes IDs or just crush IDs, that is the people whom you've liked. So I'm going to say current user dot liked profiles, then dot map. So for every crush, okay, I don't think we need this bracket over here. Yeah, we just need the crush dot underscore ID. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So if you want, you can just console.log the filter. You should be seeing two kinds of filter, that is one for the type and one for your the rating preferences. So after that, we're gonna initialize our matches. So I'm gonna say const matches equals to await access the user model dot apply the find method, and this is gonna take in basically the filter. I'm gonna say dot filter, and after that I'm gonna say dot where the dollar ID, I mean underscore ID, does not include. So here I'm going to say not includes. In the array we're going to pass in the user ID, and then whatever is there inside of the friends ID, and whatever is there inside of the crushes IDs or the crush IDs. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the matches part. So after that, we're just going to return all of the matches to the front end part. So we are going to say return result dot status of 200 dot json of the matches. So let's format it once. So here I'm going to write return result dot status of 200 dot json of all of the matches that is present. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's save the file once. So now the next step is we need to get the user ID in the front end part. So for that we're going to install the dependency that is jwt decode. So here I'm going to say yarn add jwt decode as well as core.js. So let's press on enter, and we're just gonna set it into that is fetch user. Okay, so yeah, now let's save the file and then let's see if at all we're getting the correct user ID. So I'm just going to say console.log user ID and then user ID, that is this value that is stored inside of state. So yeah, let's save the file once. Okay, so we do have the token, but yeah, so we are not getting the user ID. So let's reload the app once and then let's check it out. Okay, we are still not able to see the user ID. Yeah, I think okay, I think we forgot to import one more statement. So I'm just going to import that over here, that is core.js /stable /atop, then save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, we have that user ID for this particular user who's currently logged in. Yeah, that's working fine. So now the next step is we're going to initialize some state to hold the profile. So here I'm just going to say const profile index or const current profile index comma set current profile index equals to use state. And yeah, currently we're just going to set it to be 0 over here. And apart from that, I'm just going to say const current profile comma set current profile equals to use state. And once when we get the data, so we're just going to set it to be profiles data of 0 by default. Okay, so now let's initialize the state to hold the data. So here I'm just going to say const profiles data comma set profiles data equals to use state, and at the initial state it's going to be an empty array. Okay, so now over here, first of all, let's initialize the use effect and then fetch all of the matches. So here I'm going to say use effect. So it's going to have a dependency which is known as user ID. So here I'm going to say if at all we have the user ID, then only go ahead and call the function that is fetch matches. Because the fetch matches function would be requiring the user ID, so we need to confirm that user ID is valid and present, then only we're going to call the function, else it would error out and it would not show any matches for the user. So here I'm going to say const fetch matches equals to async. So first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error initially, I'm just going to say console.log of error message with that particular error, whatever is there. And inside of the try block, I'm going to initialize my response. So I'm going to say const response equals to await import axios from axios, and we're going to make use of the get method. So I'm going to say get, and this is going to be the URL, that's http localhost. It's going to be 4000 in our case, that's the port number, and it's going to be / matches, and this is going to be the query, that is user ID equals to $user ID that is stored inside of state. Okay, so after doing that, let's give a format once. Alright, so after that, let's just initialize our matches. So it's going to be const matches equals to response.data.matches. So I'm going to say response.data dot the matches, and after that I'm just going to set it to state. So I'm going to say set profiles data of the matches. So if you've done everything correctly, we should be seeing only the female user profiles based on the filter that we have given. So over here I'm just going to just console.log, let's say profiles and the profiles data. Yeah, so let's save the file once. Okay, so as you can see, we have all of the profiles data. So we have 3 female user profiles at the backend part, so it's giving all of them. So when we open the screen, that is once when the logged in user comes to the home screen after registering, we need to show each profile one by one, right? So for that, as I told over here, so current profile index would be set to 0, and over here even the current profile also would be set to 0. So to do that, I'm just going to say profiles data of 0. Okay, so now first of all, let's look into the design of this thing, that is the home screen. And also before that, we also have one more use effect that is over here. So I'm going to say use effect. So here I'm going to say if my profiles dot length is greater than 0, then here I'm going to say set the current profile to be profiles data of 0, and it's going to have a dependency that is the profiles data, since when the initial uploads it wouldn't be present, right? So that's it. So save the file, and now if you just console.log the current profile, you should be seeing only one profile because we have set it in state and also inside of use effect. So let's check that out. So as you can see, this is the only single profile that is stored inside of your current profile. So now let's start designing this, and then let's implement the other functionalities later. So first of all, in this we have to initialize our scroll view. So let's initialize that over here, and let's make use of the scroll view instead of the normal view that's present. So over here as well as over here. So this in turn is going to have some margin top of, let's say, 55. So I'm going to say margin top 55, and let's initialize a view inside this. So I'm going to say view. So this in turn is going to have another view. So this in turn is basically going to have the iron icons. So let's import any one of the icon from any of the screen. Yeah, so let's import this. So I'm just going to paste it over here. So it's going to be iron icons. So copy that down and paste it over here. So we also need to import the render component code. So I'm just going to paste it over here. So it's going to be iron icons. Yeah, so the name is going to be sparkles sharp. So I'm going to say sparkles and then sharp over here. Save the file. So as you can see, you have that icon being shown on the screen. So now let's give the style for the view. So first of all, we're going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10 and a flex direction of a row. Okay, and align items of center as well. So save the file, and yeah, so apart from the view, so first of all, let's also give the design for this, that is it's going to have some circular design. So it's going to have a width of 38 and a height of 38, and over here we're going to have a border radius of 19. Okay, and some background color of this color code, that is D0 D0 D0. And apart from that, we're going to have some justify center and then align items of center. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's save the file once. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. And let's decrease the icon size to be 22. Alright, so now apart from the view, we're going to have a bunch of pressables. So import pressable from React Native. It's going to have a text, okay, which says compatible. So I'm just going to copy down this a couple of times. So the second text is going to say active today, and the third text is going to say new here. So let's save the file once. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. So now for each of the pressable, we're going to give the style. First of all, let's initialize the option over here. So I'm going to say const option comma set option equals to use state, and by default let's make compatible to be selected. Okay, so for the first pressable, let's give the style. So over here I'm going to say border color. So if my option equals to compatible, then in that case it's going to be transparent, else it's going to be this color, that is 808080, and we're going to give the border width of 0.7, and we're going to give it some padding as well, so padding of 10, and a border radius of 20, and background color, which is going to copy down the condition. So if this is the case, then it's going to be black, else it's going to be transparent. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So let's save the file. So as you can see, since currently this is selected, that is compatible, we are able to see the black background color. Let's also give some gap to this, so gap of 10. So now let's handle the text over here. So I'm going to say style. So over here, first of all, I'm going to give it let's say some text align of center, and we're going to give it a font size of 14, and we're going to say font weight of 400, and yeah, we're going to give again the color. We're going to say if my option equals to compatible, then it's going to be, let's say, white color, else it's going to be 808080. Alright, so that's looking good. So let's format once. So let's copy down the same piece of styling for the remaining pressables as well as the text. Okay, I'm pasting it in the wrong pressables over here as well as over here, and copy down for the text. So let's make the change for this. So this is going to be new here instead of compatible, and the same thing over here as well. And yeah, this is going to be active today. Yeah, so now let's initialize the on press event on each of the pressable that's present. So I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and here I'm just going to set the option to be whatever is there over here, that is compatible. So let's copy down this, and we're going to paste it over here, and then let's make the change. And let's paste it to the final pressable, and it's gonna be new here. Okay, so let's give this a try. Format once. We have made a change for everything. Save the file. Let's press on other options. So active today as well as new here. So as you can see, that's looking good. The design is looking nice. So now yeah, after that we're gonna start looking into the profile design. So here I'm gonna initialize view. So here I'm just gonna give it a margin horizontal of 12, and then margin vertical of 12 as well. Okay, and we're going to initialize a fragment over here, and inside this I'm going to initialize my view, which in turn is going to have another view. So this view in turn is going to have another view which contains the text over here. So I'm going to say text. So to access the text, it's going to be current profile dot first name. So I'm going to say current profile dot first name. Save the file. So as you can see, that's the name of the user who's logged in. I mean, who's there in the backend for the for the user who's logged in. So yeah, let's format once. So for the text, let's give the style. So I'm gonna say style over here. So font size of 22 and then font weight of bold. Yeah, that's looking nice. So now after the text, we're gonna have a view. So let's format once over here. So I'm going to initialize a view. So this view is going to have a text which says new here, and I'm going to give the style for the view. So it's going to have a div 2c63, and we're going to have some padding horizontal and then vertical, and padding vertical of 4, and we're going to give it a border radius. So let's say border radius of 20. Let's format once, and we're going to save the file. All right, so now let's come back to the previous view. We're going to give the style for this. So flex direction of a row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 10 to this. Okay, so now for this view, I'm going to give the style, that is flex direction of row, align items of center, and again a gap of 10. So for this we could remove the gap of 10 because we have one more thing that's coming towards the right side, that is basically the icon. So now for the text, we're going to give a text align of center and a color of white to this. So I'm going to say text align center, color is going to be white. Save the file. Yeah, that's looking nice. So now after that, we're going to have the icon that's going to come up, that is going to be after this view. Yeah, so here let's initialize a view with the icon, that is basically the end type of icon. So let's initialize any one of the icon. Yeah, this one. You're gonna paste it over here. So this is gonna be end typo. The name is gonna be dots 3 vertical, I mean horizontal. So let's get it from the icons. Yeah, let's also import the icon family once. So copy that down, and over here it's gonna be end typo. Save the file. Yeah, so here let's remove the gap, and we have to give justify content of space between. Yeah, that's for this one. So I'm going to say justify content of space between. Yeah, that's looking nice. So yeah, we have finished the name part of it. So let's initialize another view that's gonna come over here. So this is gonna have a margin vertical of 15. Alright, so let's put this view inside this view itself, that is over here. Okay, so inside over here, I'm going to initialize my another view, and I'm just going to map over my images. So as you know, like as you saw in the demo video, we have to show the first image over here. So let's just render the first image. I'm going to say current profile dot access the image URLs, and go into the, first of all, check if at all we have the image URL. So I'm going to say current profiles dot image URLs dot length is greater than 0, and here I'm going to initialize my view, and here I'm going to render my image. So make sure to import image from React Native. Okay, so here I'm going to pass in the style to this. So it's going to have, so before that, let's pass in the source. So source is going to take in the URI. So the URI is going to be current profile dot image URLs, okay, of a 0. That's it. So let's give the style to this. So I'm going to give it a width of, let's say, 100 percentage, and a height of 350, resize mode of cover, and a slide border radius of 10. So that's pretty much it. So let's save the file once. So as you can see, we have the image of the user being shown, that is whatever was there inside of the backend. So that's looking fine. So now, yeah, below the image we're going to show the heart button. So here I'm going to initialize my pressable. So instead of the pressable, let's get the and design icon, that is basically the heart icon. So the name is going to be heart and then O. Okay, so let's write that out over here, and let's give the style for the pressable. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a position of absolute, and we're going to give bottom of 10, right of 10, background color of white, a width of 42, and a height of 42 as well, and we're going to give it a border radius of 21. We're going to say justify of center, and then align items of center. So that's pretty much it. So let's save the file once, and we're going to change the color of the icon. So it's going to be this color code, that is C5B358. Save the file. Okay, so as you can see, we have the icon, but let's change the name over here, that is and design. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. That is a hard button for that particular image. So now after that, we're going to render the next thing, that is going to be the first prompt that is entered by the user. So let's minimize this, and we're going to initialize the view over here. So just copy down the same piece of styling, margin vertical of 15, and we're going to paste it over here, and let's map over the prompt. So I'm going to say current profile dot prompts dot apply the slice method. Just go from 0 to 1 to get the first one and map over it. So for every prompt, we're going to return something, initialize a fragment, and over here let's initialize the view. So it's going to be in the form of the question and the answer. So two texts over here. So this text is going to say prompt.question, and this is going to say prompt.answer. Save the file. As you can see, that's the question and answer for the particular prompt that they've entered. And over here, let's pass in the key as well, I mean index, or you could actually initialize the bracket over here, and we're going to enter one more bracket over here. Yeah, so over here I'm just going to give in key equals to index. Save the file. So now let's target the view. So I'm going to give the style for the view over here. So here I'm going to give in some background color. So background color of white and some internal spacing, that is padding of 12, and a border radius of 10. a height of 120, 150. So I'm going to say height 150 and justify of center. Save the file. Okay, so that's looking good. So now let's target both of the texts and then give the style for that. So I'm going to say style over here. So here I'm going to give it a font size of 15 and a font weight of 500. So for this I'm going to give the style second text. So font size of 20, font weight of 600 and margin top of 20. That's it. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking good. So even for this also we would be having the heart icon, but we can't like it while implementing it. I've only implemented for photos. Also you can implement for this as well. It's going to be the similar thing the way we implement for photos. So just copy down this pressable and we're going to paste it right after the view. That is over here. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. Okay, so let's also give some border color and border width for that. So let's okay, so currently we are not able to see the heart icon exactly because the background color is white. So over here I'm just going to give some shadow property so that you could see it on the screen. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now after that, that is after basically this prompt, we're going to show the profile details. So let's format once and let's minimize this. So we're going to show the profile details over here. So first of all, let's initialize a view and we're going to have another view over here. So this view in turn is going to have the material community icon. So let's get that. Alright, so we have imported that. So let's make the change for the icon that we'll be using. So yeah, let us say material community icons. So the name is going to be cake variant outline. And here we're going to show the text. So here currently we're just going to hard code the birthday. So we have taken it in the backend. You could actually calculate it with the present date whatever is today, and you can calculate the age of the user. So for now I'm just going to hard code it 23 and then save the file. Okay, so first of all let's give the background color of white to this, that is over here. Background color of white, some internal spacing padding of 10 and a border radius of 8. So for this we're going to give the style flex selection of row for all of the information that's going to come in, padding top of 5, align items of center, okay, and apart from that we're going to give some gap of 20, border bottom width, border bottom color, and we're going to give it some padding bottom of 20 or 10. Save the file. Yeah, so we have the design being shown. So now for the view that contains the icon as well as this thing, the text, I'm going to give the style. So just a flex of row, it's going to be simple, flex selection of row, align items of center and a gap of 10. Okay, so for the text, all the text, let's give the font size of 15. So I'm just going to copy down this view a couple of times and then make the change for the remaining things. Okay, this is the first one. So for the second one, we're going to show the gender. So it's going to be iron icons. We've already imported that. So the name is going to be person outline. Okay, so over here we have the correct data. It's going to be current profile dot gender. Save the file. Okay, so as you can see, it's showing correctly woman. So yeah, after that we have the next thing, that is the next one, that is the type. So over here it's going to be again the iron icons itself with the change of the name. It's going to be magnet outline. So here it's going to be current profile dot type. So save the file. All right, that's working fine. So after that we have the hometown. So over here we're going to make use of the Auth icons. Let's first of all import it at the top of the page. So now let's make use of the Auth icons. That is over here, and the name is going to be home over here. So here we have the hometown. I'm just going to say current profile dot hometown. Okay, so that's looking good. So yeah, that's it for the top part. So now after that, let's initialize a view. That is gonna happen over here below this. Okay, so here I'm gonna make use of the iron icons, and we're gonna have a text. So some values we're gonna hard code it because we have not designed the screens for that. Here I'm just gonna say research assistant at medical college, something like this. And for the view, let's give the style. So I've just pasted the style for the view. You can just look into that. So save the file. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. So now yeah, after that we're gonna have another view. So this is gonna be the, let's say, some university. So if you want, you can actually create the screens inside of the inside of the register part and then store it in the backend, and you could get it over here. So this is gonna be some other icons, that is simple line icons. So let's get that. So let's scroll down and then let's make the change for that. So the name is going to be graduation. Save the file. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. So yeah, after that we have the religion being shown. So let's copy down this one. You can copy down any view and then make the change. So here I'm just gonna say some religion, and I'm gonna pass in the icon name. Let's say book outline. Save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that being shown on the screen. And yeah, apart from that, I'm just going to paste in the remaining three statements, that is for the view. Okay, so I've just pasted for, let's say, the place, the hometown, and then the current profile dot looking for. The design is going to be same, just make sure to change the icon. So this is going to be the home outline icon, and for this we're going to make use of feather icon, that's going to be search. And for this, it's again going to be home outline, and it's going to just be monogamy, that's hard coded. So let's import the feather over here at the top. So here I'm just going to say feather, and over here also just say feather. Let's save the file. So as you can see, we have the other design also being shown, which is good. So now the next step is we are going to show the next remaining two images. So let's minimize this once, that is over here. So here I'm going to say view, it's going to be current profile dot image URLs dot apply the slice method. So we had already shown the first image, so now to show the second and third image is going to be 1 to 3 and apply the map method. So for every item and then index, we're just going to show the view. So I'm just going to copy down the view that we previously designed. It's going to be the same thing. We just need to make the change for the slice numbers, and yeah, the same thing for the prompts as well when we design that. So the image one was over here, yeah, this particular view, as well as yeah, this entire thing. So just copy that down and then we're going to paste it over here. Okay, so this is going to be for the source we need to make the change, so it's going to be just item and the key is going to be index. So apart from that, everything remains same. Save the file. So as you can see, we have two images being shown. So I think we also need to give some margin vertical, that is for this piece of view, because it is touching each other. So I'm going to say margin vertical of 10. Save the file. So yeah, as you can see, we have the remaining two images coming up. So similarly, I'm just going to copy down the code for the next set of prompts and then images below this view. It's going to be super similar. Just make the change for the slice and then just copy down the previous design that we had done at the top part, that is for the prompts as well as for the images. So I'm just going to paste that after this view. Alright, guys, I've just pasted the code for the remaining prompts as well as the images. Okay, so yeah, after this we have to show the second prompt. So it's going to be current profile dot current profile dot prompts, then apply the slice method. It's going to be 1 to 2 to access the second prompt, and inside of the return block just copy the exact same thing whatever you've written previously, that is the first prompt. It's going to be the same thing, no more changes. So you can just copy down this entire view block. That's it. So after that, after showing the second prompt, that is this one, we have to show the next two images. So that's going to happen over here. So as you can see, current profile dot image URLs dot slice 4 to 7. I think this is for the last one. Yeah, this is for the last one. This is basically for the fourth image. The design is going to be same, and this is going to be for the final prompt, and this is going to be for the fifth and sixth images. So let's save the file once. So as you can see, we have the second prompt, we have the fourth image, and we have the fifth prompt, the third prompt, and then we have the fifth and then sixth images. So yeah, we have designed the complete profile screen, complete the home screen, that is by showing the single user match, that is for the currently logged in user. So that's working fine. So now the next step is we're going to implement the handle like functionality. That is, if at all we press on this like button, we need to like the user, and then we need to clear this profile out because we've already liked the user. Okay, so now also we have the option to cancel the profile. So we are going to initialize the design over here. So let's first of all initialize a fragment that is going to come after the return block, and let's scroll to the bottom part and we're going to paste it over here. So here I'm just going to initialize my pressable. So this in turn is going to have a ntypo icon. So ntypo is already imported. So the name is going to be cross, and let's give the style for the pressable. So here I'm going to say position of absolute, and we're going to give it a bottom of, let's say, 15 and a left of 12. We're going to give it a background color of white, and we're going to give it a specific width of 50 and a height of 50, and we're going to give it a border radius of 25 and justify of center and align items of center as well. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So as you can see, you're able to see the cross button for this particular profile. So once you cross this, we need to clear this profile and then show the next profile. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So we have designed the initial current profile that is being shown to the currently logged in user. So now the next step is we're going to initialize some implementation, or we're going to initialize some endpoints so that we could manage the liking of the profiles. So I'm just going to head over to my index.js file, and then we're going to write few endpoints for liking the profile as well as for showing the received likes from the other users. So here I'm just going to say endpoint for liking a profile. Okay, so here first of all I'm going to make use of the post method. I'm going to say app.post. So it's going to be / like profile, and over here it's going to take in the async method with the request as well as the response instead of the callback. So first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error initially. So here I'm just gonna first of all, okay, instead of console.log we could actually send the result.status. I'm gonna say result.status of 500 .json with a message being internal server error. Okay, so for liking a profile you need access to 4 things, that is the user ID, the liked user ID, the image which you like on, it can be any one of the 6 images that the profile is that the user is uploaded, or it can also have a comment which is optional. So here I'm going to take in the 4 things, that is user ID, liked user ID, and then we're going to have the image, we're going to have the comment equals to request.body. Okay, and apart from that, here I'm going to say await access user dot find by id and update. So here basically we're going to update the liked users received likes array. So here I'm going to say find by id and update this method, and it's going to take in the liked user id. Okay, so here we're going to push the value. So I'm going to say $push, and here it's going to be, we're going to push into the received likes, so it's going to be received. Okay, so we're going to push in all of the details, that is the user ID who has liked the profile, so it's going to be user ID, and the image is going to be which image they liked on, and apart from that we're going to say comment. So commenting is optional, so they can comment or they can just leave it. Okay, so that's pretty much it. And after that we need to update the users liked profiles array, that is the user who's who's liking some other profile. So to do that, here I'm going to say await user await user dot find by id and update. Again it's going to be the same method. Okay, so inside this we're going to pass in the user id. So here again similarly, okay, not over there. So here again similarly we're going to make use of the $push. So here we're going to push into the liked profiles, and here we will be pushing basically the liked user id. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So after that, over here save the file. So here I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot json with a message being profile liked successfully. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it for liking a particular profile on the initial home screen. So now we'll also write the next endpoint, that is to show all of the received likes from other users. So over here I'm just gonna say app.get, so it's gonna be / received likes, and then user ID. Okay, and it's gonna be the async method with the request as well as the response instead of the callback. So here let's initialize our try and then your catch block. So initially catch of error. Okay, so here I'm just gonna say result dot status of 500 dot json with a message being internal server error. Okay, so now inside of the try block, to get all of the received likes for the person who's logged in, we need access to their user ID. So for that I'm just going to say user ID equals, so it's going to come from the params. So I'm going to say request dot params. So I'm going to initialize my likes over here. I'm going to say const likes equals to await. So access the user dot, we have the find by ID method. So I'm going to say find by ID and passing the user ID. Okay, and to this we're going to apply the populate method over here, and we're going to populate based on the received likes dot user ID. So I'm going to say, so here I'm just going to say dot populate of received likes dot user ID. We need access to the first name, the image URLs as well as the prompts of those user, and we're going to select the received likes. So that's pretty much it. So yeah, after doing that we're just going to send the result dot status of 200 to the front end part containing all of the likes. So here I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot json with the received likes. It's gonna be likes dot received likes. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So let's save the file. So now the next step is we're gonna create a new screen, that is send like screen, and if at all I press on the heart button for any one of the pictures, we will be taken to the next screen. So let's initialize that screen. So I'm gonna press on screens and new file. That's gonna be send like screen.js. So rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet, and let's include the screen inside of our main stack. Okay, so let's head back to our stack navigator. So just copy this down, and then over here I'm just gonna say send like. So this is gonna be send like screen. So import send like screen from the screens folder and then save the file. So now let's come back to the home screen over here. So let us go to the point where we have the first image and the heart button that is present. So that is gonna be, yeah, I think this is the one. So here I'm going to initialize my pressable, my on press event, and I'm just going to say navigation.navigate to send like screen. And to the send like screen, we're going to pass in 4 information because we require that. That is the image. It's going to be current profile dot image URLs of 0, and it's going to be the name, that's current profile dot first name. Then user ID is going to be user ID stored inside of state, and to get the liked user ID, that is this person's user ID, it's going to be dot underscore ID. So that's pretty much it. So let's save the file once, and then let's go to the next screen. Okay, navigation does not exist, so let's initialize our navigation over here. Save the file and let us press over here. Okay, navigation spelling is wrong. Navigation. Okay, so as you can see, we are coming correctly to the send like screen. So here we need to design the screen in such a way that we could like that particular user's profile. So first of all, let's initialize some state over here. So first of all, I'm going to initialize my route. So I'm going to say const route equals to use route. And apart from that, we need access to the comment if at all anyone is commenting. So I'm going to say const comment comma set comment equals to use state. So let's import use state from React, and initially it's going to be an empty string. Okay, and here let's also initialize our navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So import use navigation from that dependency. Okay, so now let's initialize our safe area view. So I'm going to say safe area view, just copy down that, and instead of the normal view that's present, so let's make use of this one. And to the safe area view, I'm just going to give it some style, that is a flex of 1 and a background color of white, or this different color, let's say FA, F9 and F6. Okay, that's looking okay. So now let's initialize the view over here. So this view in turn is going to show the text, and it's going to contain the first name. So it's going to be root dot params. To access the first name, it's going to be first name. That's it. Save the file. Okay, I think it's not the first name, it's just going to be the name. So as you can see, that's looking good. So we are able to see the name. So now let's give basically some text to this. I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a font size of 22 and a font weight of bold. Okay, so below the text we're going to have the image with which we pressed on. So import image from React Native. So this in turn is going to take in the source, and it's going to take in the URI. It's going to be root dot params dot URI. Okay, so inside of the image, let's give in the style for this. I'm going to give it a width of 100%, and we're going to give it a height of 350. Okay, and we're going to give it a resize mode of cover and a slide border radius of 10 and a margin top of 20. Let's save the file. Okay, I think there is some problem with the source. Okay, my bad. Over here we need to give an image instead of the URI, because that's what is the name we gave over here. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's initialize the text input after the image. That's going to come up over here. So I'm going to say text input, import that from React Native, and over here I'm just going to initialize the value. It's going to be equals to the comment, and we have the onChange text method. So just take in the text whatever is present, and over here we're just going to set the comment. So I'm going to say set comment to be of the text. Okay, and we're going to have the placeholder which says add a comment. And let's give the style to the text input. Okay, so here I'm going to initialize my style, and it's going to have some internal spacing, that is padding of 15, and it's going to have a background color of white. It's going to have a border radius of, let's say, 8 and some margin top. So margin top of 14 and font size of, if at all we have the comment, then we're going to give it 17, else also we're going to give it 17. Save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that text input being seen on the screen. So now let's target the top view and then design it in a nice way. So let's initialize the style over here, and I'm going to give it a margin top of auto. So margin top auto, margin bottom of auto, and I'm going to give it a margin horizontal of, let's say, 40. Save the file. So as you can see, just like that, it's looking nice. So now after that, after the text input, we're going to have another view. So here I'm going to initialize my view. So this view in turn is going to have another view. So this is going to have a text. Okay, so over here I'm just going to say hard code it, let's say 1, and apart from the text we're going to have the iron icons. So let's get it from any one of the screen. So I think we have iron icons over here. and let's go to the home screen. Let's get the render component code of the IN icons. So copy that down and come back to the send like screen, and we're gonna paste it inside of, after the text. So this is gonna have the rose outline icon. Okay, so this is gonna be in black color itself. So let's target the view over here. So I'm gonna say style. So this is gonna have a flex direction of a row, align items of center, and we're gonna have a background color of this color code, that is FFC0CB. Okay, and we're gonna give it some padding horizontal of 14 and padding vertical of 10. We're gonna give it a gap of 4 between the two children, and I'm gonna give it a border radius value of 22. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. And for this view, we're going to give it some margin vertical so that it has some space from the top part of the text input. So I'm going to say margin vertical of 12 over here, and I'm going to give it a flex direction of row, because after this we're going to have the send like button. So flex direction of row, align items of center, and a gap of 10. Okay, so let's format once over here. And yeah, after this view, I'm gonna initialize my pressable over here. So make sure to import pressable from React Native and initialize a text which says send the like. And for the pressable, I'm gonna give the style. It's gonna have a background color of this color code, that is FFFDD0. It's gonna have some border radius of 20, some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and a flex of 1. I wanted to take the most of the space, so that's it. That's why flex of 1. So for the text, I'm gonna give a text align center and a font weight of bold. Save the file. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. If you want, you can change the background color if it is looking a bit light. So let's format once. So that's it. So now the next step is we're gonna initialize the on press event on the handle like or the send like. So here I'm gonna say on press, taking a function, I'm gonna say likeProfile. So now let's go at the top and then define the function, that is const likeProfile equals to a async function. We've already defined the endpoint for this just a while ago. So here let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm just gonna console.log of whatever error that is. And here inside the try block, I'm going to initialize my response value. So I'm going to say const response equals to await initialize Axios. That is, first of all, let's import Axios from Axios. It's going to be the post method, and this is going to be the URL, that is http localhost. The port number is 4000 in our case, and it's going to be / like profile. So to this, I'm going to pass in a bunch of information, that is 4 values, that is user ID, liked user ID, image, and then comment. So we're just trying to access it with the help of root.params. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And if you want, you can just console.log the response. I'm going to say console.log response. All right. And yeah, after that, we're going to check if at all our response dot status equals to 200, which is a success status code. Then after that, we're just gonna go back to the previous screen. So navigation dot go back. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Save the file. So also, once when we send the like, we need to remove this particular user profile, and then we need to show the next profile that is there inside of the list. So for that, we're going to go into the home screen, and then we're going to make use of the use focus effect. I'm just going to paste in over here, and then we're going to initialize a use callback inside of it. And we're going to first of all check if at all we have the user ID. If we have the user ID, then we're going to call again the fetch matches function, so that again we get the new users list. So that's it. So now let's give this a try. So let's make sure use focus is imported, and even use callback is imported. And over here in the function, if at all we have the user ID, we're going to call basically the fetch matches function. So that's pretty much it. Let's save the file and let us press on send like for this particular user profile. Okay, so as you can see, we like that particular profile. We came back to the screen and then we're able to see the next list in the profile. So let's once go to the backend and then check out if at all is working fine. So I'm just going to head over to MongoDB over here, just refresh once. Alright, so now let's check this person's user's profile, that is basically for the received likes. So as you can see, we have one received likes and it is an object. So user ID is my user ID. This is the image which I liked on and I've not given any comment, so currently it is empty. So now let's check my profile, that is this one. So we need to check the liked profiles. Okay, so okay, we have error with the liked profiles. We are not able to add the correct user ID that is of their profile. So let's refresh one more time and then look into this. Okay, so we look into that afterwards. That is for the like profiles, we are able to see for the received likes. So now the next step is we have to implement the login function so that I can log in with this user profile and then access my received likes, since we have one received likes over here. Okay, so let us come back to the home screen, that is over here. I'm just going to remove the token manually. So to do that, just initialize this use effect I told earlier, that is show token, and just make sure you just pass and remove item over here. Save the file and then just reload the app once. So as you can see, we're able to see the basic screen, the basic info screen. So now we're going to create another screen, that is basically our login screen. So new file, I'm going to say login screen.js. So rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. So this screen is going to be the first screen inside of our auth stack. So let's come over here. Let's just copy this down and then I'm going to paste it over here. So name is going to be login. Okay, and over here the component is going to be login screen. So make sure to import login screen from the screens folder. So let's save the file once and let's reload the app so that we should see the login screen. So as you can see, we're able to see the login screen. So let's start designing basically the login screen that is present. So I'm going to initialize my safe area view over here. So yeah, make sure to import, use the safe area view instead of the normal view. And over here, let's give the style, that is a flex of 1 and a background color of white. Okay, and let's initialize the view, and inside this view we're going to have another view which contains the image. So I'm just going to get the link for the image. So I've just pasted the image link. I'll be sending the image link in the description. You can just check that out and you can use it. Okay, so let us import that image and let's save the file once. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's target this view over here and I'm going to give it a height of 200 and it's going to have a background color of this color code, that is 581845. It's going to have a width of 100% and it's going to have a border bottom left radius of 100 and a border bottom right radius of 100. Save the file. Okay, let's look into where we've gone wrong. Okay, 100, let's write that correctly. Okay, that's looking nice. So now yeah, after the view we're gonna have the image, it says hinge over here, and target the style. It's gonna have margin top of 20 and a text align of center, and it's gonna have a font size of 23 and font family of this one that we used to use previously. color of white. That's it. Save the file. Okay, wrong spelling of that. Yeah, I think that's looking good. So now after the view, we're going to initialize our keyboard avoiding view. So here I'm going to say keyboard avoiding view. So import that from React Native. Okay, inside this we're going to have a view, which in turn is going to have a text which says designed to be deleted. So initialize the style for this. So a font size of 20 and a font weight of bold and a margin top of over here, let's say 25, and we're gonna give it a color as well. So color is gonna be 581845. So let's format once and then let's save the file. Okay, so for the view, let's give the style, that is align items of center. So yeah, after this view, we're gonna have another view, which in turn is gonna contain the image. So I'm just gonna get the link for the image. So I've just pasted the image link. So this is the style for this, a width of 100 and a height of 80, resize mode of cover, and this is the style for the view, that is justify center, align items of center, and then margin top of 20. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So now after the view, over here I'm going to initialize my another view. Okay, so before that, at the bottom part we're going to have two things, that is two options, that is to create account or to login. Okay, so import Prefinal from React Native. So this is going to have a text which says create account. So by default create account would be selected. Okay, and yeah, let's first of all initialize our option value over here. So I'm going to say const option comma set option equals to use state. Okay, so inside of use state we're going to have an empty array, I mean an empty string. So by default we're going to say create account. Let's come down to the pressable over here. I'm going to give the style for this. It's going to have a width of 300 and it's going to have a background color. So if my option equals to create account, then we're going to have this color, that is 581845, else it's going to be transparent. And we're going to give some border radius as well to this, border radius of 6, and then we are going to give margin left of auto, margin right of auto as well. We're going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 15, and a border radius of 30. So yeah, for the text, let's give the style over here. I'm going to say style. It's going to have a text align of center. So text align of center, and we're going to give color. So if my option equals to a create account, it's going to be white, else it's going to be black itself. So let's format once, and we're going to give it some font size of 16 and a font weight of bold. Let's save the file. So as you can see, we have the button which says create account. So we have made a spelling mistake over here. It should be a small a. Okay, that's looking nice. So now again we have one more pressable. Let's just copy this down, and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, so instead of create account, here we're gonna say sign in. So instead of this create account, we are just gonna replace it with the sign in over here. So here I'm gonna say sign in, and here I'm just gonna say sign in also. Okay, so save the file. So as you can see, it's looking good, and we are able to switch. Okay, we can't switch because we have not given the on press yet. So I'm gonna say on press, taking a function and just set the option. So over here I'm gonna say set option. Okay, let's write that correctly. Set option to be sign in. Just copy this down, and over here it's gonna be set option for create account. Small a over here and small a over here as well. So now let's check it out. So as you can see, we're able to swap between both of them, that is create account as well as sign in. Okay, so now over here we're gonna give the bottom part of the design, I mean the top part of the design, where we've initialized the view. So here first of all, let's give some margin top. So margin top of 20. Okay, and over here we're gonna give the option saying if my option equals to sign in, then over here we're going to initialize the view. Okay, so this view in turn is going to have the material icon, so let's get that. Okay, so we do not have the material icon, so let's just copy this down and we're going to paste it over here. And let's get the render component code as well. You can copy down from any one of the icon and we're going to paste it inside of the view. That is over here. And apart from this, we're going to have the text input. So make sure to import text input from React Native, and over here we're gonna first of all initialize some state, that is for the email and password. So I'm gonna say const email comma set email equals to use state. Initially it's gonna be empty, and we're gonna initialize const password comma set password equals to use state. That's going to be empty initially. So let's come down to the text input over here. So here I'm just going to pass in the value. So here I'm going to say value is going to be email. We're going to have the on change text. So here it's going to take in whatever text the user provides, and we're going to set the state. So I'm going to say set the email to be of the text, and we're going to provide the placeholder which says enter your email. So let's format once over here. Okay, so first of all, let's initialize the else condition. Here we're just going to show some lottie view design. So here I'm just going to paste in my code that is containing the lottie view, and the source is going to be ss and then login.json. So I'll be sending this login.json in the description. You can just use that. So first of all, let's import lottie view from React Native. I mean from lottie React Native, and this is the style given. Okay, so you can just copy down this from the previous basic info screen, and then you can use it over here. So let's give the style for the text input. So it's going to have a color of white, and we're going to have a margin vertical of 10, and we're going to have a width of 300. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. And let us make the change for the icon over here. It's going to be material icons, and the name is going to be email. So for this, let's give the view, let's give the style for this. I'm going to initialize a flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give a gap of 5. and the background color is going to be this one, that is 581845. So some padding vertical, so I'm going to say padding vertical of 5 over here, and I'm going to give it some border radius of 5 and a margin top of 30. So yeah, let's save the file once. Okay, so as you can see, that design is looking good. So initially we have the create account selected, so for that reason you're able to see this design. So let's press on sign in over here. So as you can see, you're able to see that design, and for the icon we're gonna give it white color and it's gonna have a margin left of 8. So here I'm gonna say style margin left of 8, and then let's save the file. And over here the placeholder text color is gonna be white as well. So save the file. So let's format once. So let's just copy this down one more time. So this is going to be for the password. So over here let's give margin top of 30, it's already given. And yeah, let's make the change for the placeholder over here. It's going to be enter your password, and it's going to be set password of the text. Save the file. So here for the password we're going to make use of the ant design icon. So I'm going to say ant design over here. So just copy this down one more time and we're going to paste it over here. It's going to be ant design, and over here also we're going to see ant design. So over here we're going to make the change for the icon, so it's going to be the lock icon, I guess. So lock 1, save the file. Okay, and also let's give a margin horizontal of 25 to this so that it comes to the center part of the screen. And after that we're going to have one more view that is going to come after this view. Over here I'm going to initialize my view. So this is going to have two texts which says keep me logged in, and over here I'm going to initialize my text which says forgot password. So let's save the file once. Let's target the view. It's going to have some margin horizontal, margin top of 12, flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. Okay, so that's looking fine. So now yeah, apart from this, over here we're gonna have a self-enclosing view with a margin top of 40. I'm gonna say margin top of 40. Save the file. So if I press on create account, so as you can see that's looking good, and sign in. Okay, so now we're gonna initialize the on press event on both of them, that is sign in as well as create account. So over here, okay, so we already have the on press account on sign in. So over here what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a sign in user function. So here I'm gonna say sign in user, and let's define this function, that is sign in user, at the top. Let's say const sign in user. So here we're gonna set the option. So it's going to be an async function. So here first of all let's say set option to be sign in. So here I'm going to initialize my try catch block. So first of all let's just console.log of error. So inside of my try block I'm going to initialize my user object. So I'm going to say const user equals to email is going to be email, and then password is going to be password. and I'm going to initialize my response to login. So I'm going to say const response equals to await. So initialize Axios, so it's going to be the post method. So I'm going to say dot post. This is going to be the URL, that is http localhost 4000 / login. We've already defined the endpoint for login, and we're going to pass in the user object, and this in turn is going to give us the token. So over here I'm just going to say console.log response.token, console.log response, initialize the token and set it in the async storage. So I'm going to say response.data.token, and here I'm going to say await async storage, import that dot, we're going to say set item. This is going to be the key, and this is going to be the value, that is token itself. And here I'm going to say set token to be token. So I'm just going to import this set token from the auth context. So just like this. So let's import use context as well as our auth context. So now over here we're going to initialize our use effect to check if at all the token has been set or not. So here I'm just going to say if we have the token present, that is from the use context value, then first of all initialize our navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So yeah, let's make sure to import use navigation as well as our use effect also. Alright, so here I'm going to say if we have the token, then navigation dot replace we're going to say we want to go to the main stack, and the name of the screen is going to be home or main, and over here we're going to pass in dependency, that is token as well as our navigation. Okay, so that's it. Let's save the file. So let's also initialize the onPress function on the create account. So instead of this, I'm just gonna say create account. First of all, set the option to create account, and then navigate to the basic screen. So start off from the registration part. So let's save the file once and let's try to log in. So initially if you press on sign in, it should error out because we do not have the two values. So just make sure to enter the condition saying that if at all we have email as well as password, then only execute this try and catch block. So let's say sign in over here. So as you can see, you would have got an error, Axios network error. So let's log in with the profile, the female user profile, so that we could see, okay, the values has not been changed. So for the password, yeah, over here value should be password, and secure text entry is going to be true. Save the file and let's log in. And let's enter the password. Let's say sign in. Okay, nothing happened. Let's check out the error. Okay, we do have an error which says request failed with status code 500. So yeah, let's see where we've gone wrong. Okay, I think here we have the error. So we have just copied down from the previous register function or the register endpoint. So here instead of new user dot underscore id, it needs to be user because new user is currently undefined, right? So let's save the file. So I think hopefully now we should be getting the token and we should be able to log in correctly. So yeah, let's log in once. Let's just press on sign in. Okay, we do have an error again. Okay, I think we got the response. We were able to log in, but okay, there is a error over here. Let's check that out. Invalid token specified must be a string. Okay, I think I got to know the mistake over here. In the home screen, we forgot to change the remove item method. So let's head to the home screen once. So that's the reason we're not able to log in. So let's come back over here. Yeah, so here we need to pass in get item. So when you want to remove the token, then only just make use of this thing. So now it should work properly fine. So whenever we used to log in, it used to go to the home screen and we have the use effect. So this would, remove the token which was set, and again it would take us to the initial login screen. So as you can see, token is undefined. So now let's try to log in. That's the only error which we found out, that is in the index file. Make sure to write user._id. So let's say sign in over here, and then let's write in the email. So now we should be able to log in properly without any errors. So let's pass in the password and then sign in. So as you can see, we came directly to the user profile screen, and we're able to see only the mail user profile, that is my profile. So over here the next step is, over here inside of the like screen, we're going to show all of the received likes from for this particular user profile who's currently logged in. We're going to show all of the received likes and then design it. So now let's head over to the like screen, and the first step is we're going to get all of the received likes. So in this case, it's just going to be one received like. So over here I'm going to initialize some states. So first of all, let's initialize our navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, and we're going to import that from React navigation. Okay, and apart from that, we're going to initialize our option. This is for the design. So I'm going to say const option comma set option equals to use state. So yeah, let's make sure to import use state. So initially it would be pointing to recent. Okay, so we need access to the user ID as well. So I'm going to say const user ID comma set user ID equals to use state, initially an empty string. So I'm just going to copy down the use effect that we have previously written, that is to fetch the user, that is this one. So we're going to paste it right here. So make sure to import use effect, async storage, JWT decode, as well as we need to import that core.js statement also. So async storage as well, and JWT decode. And also the statement that is core.js, yeah, this one. Let's just import that, and we're gonna paste it over here in the like screen. So I think, yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's save the file. Use state does not exist, so let's import use state. So let's go to the like screen over here. Okay, so over here, first of all, we're going to initialize a use effect to fetch the received likes. So here I'm going to say use effect. I'm going to write the condition, that is if at all we have the user ID, then go ahead and call the function that is fetch received likes. So I'm going to say fetch okay, so let's define the function, that is const fetch received likes equals to a async function. Let's initialize our try and then the catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm just going to initialize my response. So I'm going to say const response equals to, not over here. Here we're just going to give the console.error message. So I'm going to say error. So inside the try block, let's initialize first of all our response value. So I'm going to say const response equals to await Axios. So let's import Axios from Axios. The get method, we've already defined the endpoint for this, so it's going to be http localhost 4000 / let's just copy down the correct spelling. It's going to be this one. Okay, and then yeah, received likes, and it's going to be / the user ID. So here I'm going to say const received likes equals to response.data dot received likes. And here first of all let's initialize the state to hold the likes. So I'm going to say const likes comma set likes equals to use state, initially an empty array. So after getting this value, I'm just going to set the state. So here I'm going to say set likes of the received likes. So yes, let us save the file once. User ID does not exist. Okay, wrong spelling of user ID. Let's save the file. Let's come back to the like screen. Okay, we have an error. It says Axios request failed with status code 401. Okay, so yeah, let's look into where we have gone wrong. Let's also give a console message over here. So I'm going to say console.log likes and then likes. Okay, yeah, we have an empty array over here. So now yeah, let's look into the endpoint ones over here. Okay, over here I think we have made the mistake with the colon actually. So over here it needs to come after the forward slash. So save the file. I think hopefully we should be seeing the results now. Let's reload the app once. So let's go to the like screen, and as you can see we are able to see the likes now. So just make sure to write that correctly, that is the colon should come after the forward slash. So now let's head to the likes screen over here, and yeah, let us start designing this. Okay, so after this, first of all let's initialize our scroll view. Because we can have n number of likes. Okay, so make sure to import the scroll view over here, and let's pass in the style, that is margin top of 55, and we're going to give some internal spacing, that is padding of 15, and we're going to give it a flex of 1 and a background color of this color code, that is FA, F9 and then F6. So inside the scroll view we're going to have the view over here. So this view in turn is going to have a text which says likes you. So let us give the style for the text. So it's going to have a font size of 23, okay, and a font weight of bold, font family of this one, and a margin top of 15. Okay, so as you can see that's looking nice. So now after the text we're going to have another view. So this view in turn is going to have a fire icon. So let's get it from simple line icons. So I've just pasted the code for the simple line icon. So let's import it at the top over here with the help of any one of the icon. So here I'm going to say simple line icons. So just copy this down and we're going to import it over here as well. Okay, that's it. So let's save the file once. So we're not able to see the icon. Let's see why is that. Okay, so let's continue building. We'll see that afterwards. So after the icon we're going to have the text over here which says boost. So let's give the style for the view. So it's going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to have a gap of 5. Okay, and we're gonna have a background color of 00888B 8B, and we're gonna have some padding of 10 and a border radius of 30. Save the file. Okay, so that's looking fine. So let's format once, and we're gonna give the style for the top view that contains the text and the second view. So flex direction of row, and we're gonna give align items of center and justify of space between. Okay, so now for this, okay, the flex direction spelling is wrong. Okay, yeah, that's looking fine. So yeah, after this we're gonna have another design that's gonna come over here. So this view in turn is gonna have another view. So this view in turn is gonna have basically the icon. So here this is gonna have the filter icon from iron icons. So yeah, let's make sure to import iron icons over here. And over here as well. So the name is going to be filter, and we're going to give the style for this view. So it's going to have a width of 38 and a height of 38, border radius of 19, background color as well. So I'm going to say a background color of D0 D0 D0. We're going to say justify of center, and we're going to say align items of center. Okay, so let's save the file once. So as you can see, we're able to see the filter option being shown on the screen. Save the file, and this is going to be in black color. Okay, let's also reduce the size to be 22. So yeah, apart from this view, we're going to have some pressables. So I'm going to say pressable, import pressable from React Native. It's going to have some texts. So this is going to say your type. Let's give the style for the pressable. First of all, let's initialize the option. Yeah, we have set it to be recent. Okay, so let's make the first option as recent itself instead of your type. So I'm going to say recent. So here I'm going to give the style for the pressable. I'm going to say if my option equals, for the option, yeah, if my option equals, first of all, let's select the background color or the border color. I'm going to say border color. If my option equals to recent, then it's going to be transparent. Else it's gonna be this color code 808080. So let's format once. So apart from border color, we're gonna give it a border width. So border width of a 0.7 and some padding, let's say padding of 10, and a border radius. So I'm gonna say border radius of 20, and we're gonna give the background color as well. So let's say background color over here. So background color is gonna be if my option equals to recent, then here it's gonna be black, else it's gonna be transparent. So let's target the text over here. I'm gonna say style. So here I'm gonna give a text align of center. So text align of center, and it's going to have a font size of 14, and we're going to have a font weight of 400, and we're going to have the color if my option equals to recent. In that case, it's going to be white, else it's going to be 808080. Save the file. So as you can see, we have that button that is recent. So we're going to have some more buttons. So let's format once and then copy down the pressable a couple of times. Save the file. So after recent, we have your type and then last active. And after last active, we have the final one that is nearby. So copy down this one more time. And we're going to paste it over here. This is going to be nearby. Save the file. So let's give the entire view the design that is this one. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have some margin vertical of 20, flex selection of row, align items of center, and a gap of 10. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's make the change for each one of the items. So nearby over here. So this is for the last active. And this is going to be for your type. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So you can switch over all of the design. Okay, we have not given the on press. Let's give that. On press, take in a function and then just set the option. So set option to be nearby. This is going to be recent. This is going to be your type. This is going to be last active. And yeah, let's save the file. So that's it. We're able to switch between all of the three things. So now, yeah, we're going to look into the likes part of it and then we're going to design that. So let's come over here. Initialize a view. Here I'm going to say if my likes dot length is greater than 0 and we're going to initialize a pressable. So inside of the pressable, we're going to initialize another view. So this view in turn is going to have another view over here which says text liked your photo. All right. So now let's target basically, first of all, let's initialize the remaining things. So here after the view, we're going to have the text which says name. So we're just going to show the first one. It's going to be likes of 0 and dot user ID dot the first name. So if you check out the console, we have the likes array. We only have one like. So let's say if you have 10 likes, we are only going to show the first like over here, and the remaining 9 likes, it's going to come up in 2 columns. So that's why we've written likes of 0. To get the first name, we need to go into the user ID object and then access the first name. So I'm going to say likes of 0 dot user ID dot first name, save the file. Okay, so this person has liked your profile. So let's target the style for this. Font size of 22 and a font weight of bold. So for this, let's give the style. So style over here. So align items, flex start, and we're going to give some padding horizontal of 16, padding vertical of 12, and we're going to give it some background color F0 F0 F0, and then border radius, I'm going to give border radius of 5, and then margin bottom of 8, and then a width of 145. Let's save the file. So as you can see, we have the design liked your photo, and then that's the person who has liked your photo. So let's save the file once. So apart from the text, we're gonna have the image, import image from React Native. So here we're gonna show the person who has liked your photo. So source URI, it's gonna be likes of 0 dot access the user ID, and then go into the image URLs array, just access the first image. That's it. So let's give the style for this, a width of 100% and a height of 350, resize mode of cover, and a border radius of 10 and a margin top of 20. Let's save the file. Okay, so as you can see, this person has liked this user profile who's currently logged in. So yeah, that's working good. So let us save the file once. So now let's give the style for the overall pressable, that is this one. So style over here, internal spacing, padding of 20, border color of this color code E0 E0 E0, and then border width of 1, and then border radius of 7. Let's save the file. So this is just for the border width and some internal spacing, so it looks even more nice. So yeah, this is for the initial profile, that is to show the likes. Okay, so after that, if at all there are any profiles left, we're going to show that in the remaining part. So let's initialize a view over here, or a text which says up next. So currently we do not have anything, but we're going to write the implementation if at all we have any other likes as well. So style over here, font size of 20, font weight of bold. Okay, and we're going to give the font family of the same thing that we used earlier, and a margin top of 20. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So now let's initialize the design. So here I'm going to give view. Okay, so first of all, let's give the design for the view. I'm going to say style over here, width of 100%, flex direction of row, flex a wrap of wrap, and we're going to give a gap of 20. So here, let's say if we have 5 likes, so we have already shown the first like. So over here, we need to show the second, third, fourth, and then the 5th like, right? So we're going to make use of the slice method, starting from the second like to the 5th like. So here I'm going to say likes dot slice, start from 1 and then show to the end. So apply the map method. So for every, let's say, like an index, let us initialize a view. Okay, so inside the view, I'm gonna have another view. So inside this view, first of all, I'm gonna say if at all I have my like.comment, we're gonna give first preference to the comment and then show the comment. So if you have the like.comment, let's give the design for the comment over here. So it's gonna be the exact same thing that we gave for the liked your photo, this design. So copy that down and we're gonna paste it over here. So instead of this text, we are gonna say like.comment. You can just console.log this and you can go through this and then you can check out how to exactly access the comment. So currently current is empty and we also have only one like. Okay, so else it's gonna be this design itself, that is liked your photo, if at all we do not have the comment. So I think we have a bracket issue. Okay, no, we do not have it. Okay, so now yeah, after that let's save the file once. So after this, here we're gonna have a text saying which person liked your user, which person liked your photo. So it's going to be like dot user id dot the first name. So let's target likes. It's going to be like. So the style for this, it's going to be a font size of 17 and it's going to be a font weight of 500. Okay, let's save the file. So now after this view, we're going to have the image. We're going to have another view. So I'm going to say view over here. This in turn is going to have the image. So let's pass in the source to this. URI, it's going to be like dot access the user ID, go into the image URLs and access the first image. That's it. So we're going to give the style for this. We're going to have a height of 220 and a width of 180, border radius of 4. So that's pretty much it. So now let's give the design for each one of the view. So this is going to have some internal spacing padding. So I'm going to say style padding of 12. This view is going to have another design, that is margin vertical of 10 and a background color of white. Okay, so that's pretty much it. We have finished designing the like screen. So you can try with another profile like the same user profile that's who's currently logged in. Then you should be seeing some more profiles coming over here. So and even the design would look properly fine. And also try adding a comment, and then instead of this like your photo, we're going to show the comment. So I think that's it. So now the next step is we're going to write an endpoint to create a match between two users, and then after that we're going to also write the endpoint so that we can chat with the matched users inside of our message screen over here. So let's head back to the index file and then let's start writing the endpoint for creating a match between two users in the application. So here I'm going to say endpoints to create a match between two users. So here I'm going to write app.post method. It's going to be / create match, and this is going to have the async method with the request as well as the response inside of the callback. So let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm just going to say result.status of 500.json with a message being internal server error, And over here inside of my try block, we need access to two things, the current user ID as well as the selected user ID. So I'm going to say current user ID comma selected user ID equals to request dot body. So first of all, we need to update the selected users crushes array or the liked array and the matches array as well. So here I'm going to say await user dot find by ID and update method. We're going to update the selected user ID. So here basically we are trying to push. Here I'm going to say $push into the matches, that is the current user ID. And apart from that, we need to pull from the liked profiles as well. So here I'm just going to say $pull from the liked profiles. Okay, we need to pull basically the current user ID from the liked profiles. So current user ID. Okay, that's it. So after that, next step is we need to update the current users matches array, received likes array. These two arrays we need to update. So here I'm going to say await user dot find by ID and update. It's going to take in the current user ID this time. So current user ID, and over here I'm going to say $push into the matches the selected user ID. Okay, so now we need to also update that particular object. So that is the received likes. We need to remove that. So now the next thing is we need to remove that object which was present inside of the received likes array, right? That entire object to be removed. So here I'm going to say const updated user equals to await user dot find by ID and update. So we are updating again the current user ID itself. So I'm just going to pass in current user ID over here, and here I'm just going to say $pull. So here we are trying to pull from the received likes. We are trying to pull the user ID, that is the selected user ID. And after that, here I'm just going to say new equals to true. So format once, and we're going to save the file. Okay, so yeah, so after this I'm just going to write the condition that if at all there is no updated user, then over here we're just going to say return result dot status of 404 dot json with a message being user not found. All right, yeah, so that's pretty much it. So let's format once over here. Let's save the file. So yeah, after checking the condition, we have to also give the result.status of 200.json with any kind of messages over here. So that's it. So let's also write the endpoint to fetch all of the user matches. Okay, so let's come down over here. So here I'm going to say app.get method. It's going to be / get matches, and it's going to be / user ID. It's going to be the async method with the request as well as the response inside of the callback. So here first of all let's initialize our try and then catch block. So I'm just going to copy down the exact same statement over here. So inside of the try block we need access to the user ID. So I'm going to say user ID equals to request.params. So we need to find the user by ID and then populate the matches field. That's it. So I'm going to say const user equals to await user model dot find by ID of the user ID, and we have the populate method. So we are going to populate based on the matches, and we want two informations, that is first name as well as the image URLs. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Now we're going to check if at all there is no user. So here I'm going to say if at all there is no user, then we're going to say return result dot status of 404 dot json with a message being user not found. Okay, after that we need to extract matches from the user object, right? So here I'm going to say const matches equals to user dot matches. We're just going to send the result dot status of 200 dot json of the matches. So that's pretty much it. So now the next step is we need to design the handle like screen. That is, if you go over here, if you press on this particular image, we need to go to the next screen, that is handle like screen. So let's initialize that screen. So here I'm going to say new screen handle like screen dot js rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Let's save the file and let's come to the stack navigator, include the screen into our main stack. Here I'm just going to say handle like, and let us import the screen, that is handle like, and I'm just going to initialize a on press event on this button, and then I'm just going to paste in some code that is basically the parameters so that we can navigate to the next screen. So let's come to the like screen first of all. So we're going to give the on press event on the entire pressable, that is this one. So here I'm going to say on press navigation dot navigate to the handle like screen. We are sending the name, we're sending the image, that is which image they liked on, and we're sending the image URLs of the user who liked this, and we're sending the prompts, we're sending the user ID, we're sending the selected user ID as well, and the likes dot length. Okay, so now let's save the file and let's press on the pressable. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the handle like screen. So let's head back to the handle like screen over here. So okay, here I'm going to initialize my scroll view. So I'm going to say scroll view. So just copy that down and I'm going to paste it over here instead of the normal view. So I'm going to initialize my style over here. I'm going to give it a flex of 1 and I'm going to give it a background color of white, and I'm going to give it a margin top of 55, and I'm going to give it a padding of 12. Save the file. Okay, so instead of this text, I'm going to initialize my view. So inside this view, I'm going to have another text which says all root dot params dot length, root dot params dot likes, that is to the length. Save the file. Okay, first of all, let's initialize route. So I'm going to say const route equals to use route. Let's save the file. Now let's come to the like screen. Let's go over here. So as you can see, we have currently 1 like and we are able to see that on the screen. So after this text, we're going to have another text over here which says back. Okay, so let's initialize the view, the style for the view. So flex direction of row, and then align items of center, justify of space between. Okay, that's looking fine. So for this, let's give the style font size of 15 and a font weight of 500. So let's save the file once. I'm just going to copy down this and paste it over here. Okay, so format once. Alright, so after this we're going to show the image of which they liked, of which image they liked, that is the other person who has liked our image. So over here for the view, I'm going to give some margin vertical. I'm going to say style over here, margin vertical of 12, image source URI, it's going to be root dot params dot image. The style for this, width of 100 percentage, height of 100, border radius of 7, and we're gonna give resize mode of cover. Image is imported. Okay, it's not. Let's import image, and we're gonna save the file over here. So as you can see, they liked this particular image. If you would remember, that is the first image over here. So we're going to show that image over here. So let's format once. I think it's already formatted. So yeah, after the image, just copy down that previous style which says liked your photo. So let's say we're going to go into the like screen, and we're going to copy down the design. Yeah, that is this one. Let's come back to the handle like. We're going to paste it just below the image, and let's make the change for the bottom value. So I'm going to say bottom is going to be -22, and we're going to have let's save the file, or let's remove bottom of 22. Yeah, I think bottom of 15 is okay, or bottom of 20. Okay, so let's format once. So let's save the file. So now the next step is I'm just gonna just copy down the entire same design that we did in the initial home screen while showing a single particular profile. So before that we need access to the match button. So let's initialize that over here. So I'm going to say pressable, I'm going to initialize my fragment over here, that is over here, and here we're going to initialize our second fragment. So here I'm going to initialize my pressable value, import that from React Native, initialize a text. Instead of a text, we're going to show the icon over here. So let's get that icon from any one of the screen, that is material community icons. Let's come to the handle like screen, and we're going to paste it over here. So the name is going to be message outline. So this is going to be the color, that is C5B358. okay, so let's give the style over here. I'm going to give it a position of absolute. So I'm going to say position absolute, and I'm going to give it bottom of 45, and I'm going to give it a right of 12, and I'm going to give it a background color of white. Okay, and we're going to give it a width of, let's say, 50, and a height of 50, and we're going to give it a border radius of, let's say, 25, and justify of center, and align items of center as well. Let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that coming on the screen at the bottom part. Let's format once. Let's give a bottom of, let's say, 75. Okay, so now as I told, I'm just going to copy paste the exact same design, but instead of the current profile dot the value, it's going to be root dot params dot value. So you just need to make that change. So I'm just going to paste it right after the view over here. Okay guys, I've just pasted the entire code over here. That is for the entire images as well as the prompts and not the profile details, right? So you can look into it over here. This is the starting point. So the exact same design we have used it, no more changes except for the current profile at image URLs. You need to make root.params.image URLs. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's import the required icons, that is design and typo, and then I'm going to save the file. So as you can see, we're just fetching the user profiles over here. I think there is some problem with the icon, so let's look into that. So yeah, I think it's with the size. Let's give it 25. Yeah, I think that's looking good. And let's give the bottom to be 45 itself. So 45, save the file. Yeah, I think that's looking nice. But it's not exactly, centered. So let's look into that once. Yeah, I think let's remove this. I think because of that, it's erroring out. And even because of the margin top, that's not required. Yeah, I think that's looking good. So now for the pressable, we're going to have the on press. So I'm going to say on press equals to match. So here we're going to define the match function. So const match equals to a normal function. So here in the function, I'm just going to say alert dot alert. We're going to pass in accept request with a question mark, and the second one is going to be match with root.params dot name. So over here, I'm just going to pass in the array that contains the cancel button as well as the OK button. So you would get this code in the alert React Native, that is the two-step alert. So we have the text and we have basically the cancel button or the OK button. So if you press on OK, we need to create the match. So let's initialize the function, that is const create match equals to async function. So here I'm going to initialize my try and then catch of error. So I'm just going to say console.log of error message over here. Inside the try block, we need access to two things, the current user ID as well as the selected user ID. So I'm going to say const current user ID equals to root dot params dot user ID, and here I'm going to say const selected user ID equals to root dot params dot selected user ID. This is coming directly from the previous screen. And here I'm going to initialize my response. I'm going to say const response equals to await Axios. Let's import Axios from Axios dot post method is going to be http localhost 3000 and then create match. So yeah, that's it. And this is going to take in two things, current user ID as well as the selected user ID. So if at all we get the correct response, that means if at all everything has proceeded successfully, then we're going to say if my response dot status equals to 200, then in that case navigation dot go back, let's initialize navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. Let's make sure to import use navigation from the React navigation. Okay, and here I'm just going to say go back. So that's it. Else we're just going to give some console message. I'm going to say console.log error creating match. Save the file. So yeah, let's create a match, and if everything has been successful, we go to the previous screen. So let's say press on this. Alert does not exist, so let's import alert from React Native. So let's press on this. So as you can see, match with Kiran Pratap. Let's press on OK. Okay, so nothing happened. I think we have made an error. Let's look into that. Okay, so request failed with status code 401, 404. So yeah, let's look into where we've gone wrong. Save the file once. First, let's check out the backend once, and let us see. Let's refresh once. Because even if some statements work and if the other one doesn't work, then we would have an error. So even yeah, matches is not working over here, and even the received likes is still there itself. And for this person, okay, I think previously I was checking with the wrong profile ID, because I was checking with my profile. I thought I was logged in with my profile, that is this one, but I was logged in currently with this user profile. Okay, so as you can see, the matches are still there, matches are still empty, and the like profile is still present. So let's look into the endpoint once, if at all we have made any mistake while implementing it. Let's go into the index over here. Okay, so that is this one, create match. Okay, so this was a silly mistake because I just gave the wrong port number. So in our case, it's going to be 4000. Save the file, and then let's press on OK. Okay, still we do have an error. Let's look into that. Okay, so request failed with status code 500. So okay, let's look into that once, why we've gone wrong. So over here, after making the port change, let's check out the backend if at all any kind of statement has executed or not. So for the first one, let's check the matches. So matches is currently empty. Okay, even here it's currently empty. Let's refresh once. Okay, matches is working for the second one, and received likes array. Okay, we are able to do the, okay, let's just check once. So we are able to filter out the received likes object. So this statement is working fine, that is this updated user, as well as this also is working fine. So this is erroring out. So let's look into that, where we've gone wrong once. So received likes is working fine, and this is the current user profile, and matches is being set, and liked also is removed. Okay, so over here, this is the currently logged in user. Here matches is also not working fine, and even in the received likes we have the object. Okay, so even this is not working fine, that is this object is, I mean this statement is not correctly getting executed, as well as this one. So let's look into that once. Alright, so over here I think I got to know the error. It was there in the second itself. Actually the first one was working fine. Okay, we were thinking this was not working fine. I think I made a mistake analyzing that. Okay, so this is not working fine because over here we have given the object that is not required. We just need to pass the value. Okay, so now let's save the file once, and let's give this one more try. So we're going to create, of course, two matches. We can delete one match ID. So let's press on match. So as you can see, now it worked perfectly fine. So now let's go check out the backend once, and I'm going to refresh the app over here. So I'm going to check first of all the current logged in user, that is this user, female user profile. So as you can see, matches is working fine now. We have that user profile who has liked us and even received likes is removed. That's okay. And let's check out over here. We should be having two matches over here, the same user IDs, that is in this user profile. Okay, so I'm just going to remove one match because both of them have the same ID. So I'm just going to come to matches over here, select the drop down, delete any one, let's say this one, and then I'm just going to say update. So yeah, that's it. So let's reload the app, and then we should not be seeing this over here. So as you can see, there are no likes, and if at all there are no likes, you could actually give some other design instead of this, saying there are no likes over here. And now inside of the chat screen, we're going to define the use effect and get all of the user matches and then design that particular screen. So now let's head to the chat screen that is there over here, and here with the help of the use effect, first of all let's get all of the user matches. So here I'm going to say const matches comma set matches equals to use state. Initially it's going to be an empty array. So I'm just going to copy down the code for fetching the user ID that is there inside of the home screen. So paste it over here and make sure to import use effect and also async storage as well. Okay, and let's also import JWT code, and let's also initialize that the core.js statement, and we're gonna paste it over here, save the file. So now I'm going to initialize the use effect to get all of my matches. So I'm going to say use effect over here, and I'm going to pass in user ID as a dependency. So here I'm going to say if my user ID is present, then go ahead and call the function that is fetch matches. So let's define the function that is fetch matches. So I'm going to say const fetch matches equals to a async function, and here let's initialize our try and then catch block. So I'm going to say catch of error, console.log of error. Inside of the try block, I'm going to initialize my response. So I'm going to say const response equals to await axios dot get method, import axios from axios. So this is going to be the URL, that is http localhost 4000 in our case / get matches and then / the user ID. After doing that, we're just going to set the matches. So I'm going to say set matches to be response.data.matches. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So let's console.log the matches if at all we're getting the correct value. I'm going to say console.log matches, it's going to be matches. So let's save the file once, and as you can see, we have the user match, that is the current profile. So with the help of this, we're going to make use of the design and then implement this over here. So first of all, let's initialize our scroll view. So here I'm just going to say scroll view. Also, I'm just going to paste in the code for the use focus effect that we previously used. That is, if at all we come to the screen, we need to fetch the latest matches. So I'm just going to paste in over here. So make sure to import use focus effect from the React navigation. Let's import it from any one of the screen, let's say home screen. We also need to import our use callback as well from React. Save the file. So now let's use a scroll view over here. I'm going to say scroll view. So here just initialize a view. And this in turn is going to have a text which says your matches. Let's give the style for this, font size of 20 and a font weight of 500. Save the file. So for the scroll view, we're going to give some margin top and some internal spacing. So margin top of 55 and padding of 12. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now below the text over here, let's map over the matches array. So it's going to have some margin vertical. So first of all, I'm going to create my components folder, and then I'm going to create my first component, that is the user chat. So I'm going to say new folder, components, and new file, user chat.js, rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. Let's come back to our chat screen. So here I'm going to map over my matches. I'm going to say matches dot map. So for every item as well as the index, I'm just gonna render my user chat. So to the user chat, let's provide the key, index, the user ID that is stored inside of state, user ID, item is gonna be item. So make sure to import user chat from the components folder. So I'm just going to go at the top and then import it manually. Okay, so save the file. So you should be seeing one user chat because we only have one match for this current profile. So I'm just going to say user chat over here. Okay, and let's head to the user chat and we're going to access the item, destructure the item as well as the user ID. And here first of all, let's initialize our navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So let's import use navigation from the React navigation, and here I'm going to make use of my pressable, import that from React Native. So first of all, we're going to have one view inside this. So I'm just going to say view. So inside this view, we're going to have an image. So yeah, make sure to import image from React Native. This in turn is going to take in our source, then the URI. So URI is going to be item.image URLs of 0. So let's give the style for the image. We're going to give it a width of 70 and a height of 70, and we're going to give it a border radius of 35. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's the correct user profile. So now apart from this view, we're going to have another view containing the text. Okay, so here I'm going to say view. So here we're going to have a text over here which says item dot first name. Save the file. Okay, and we have the next text over here which is gonna say start chat with item dot first name. So let's give the style for this. So we're going to give it a font size of 16 and a font weight of 500, and we're going to give it a margin top of 6. Okay, and for this let's give the design, let's give the style. We're going to give it a font weight of 500, and we're going to give it a font size of 16, and we're going to give it a font family of this one. Save the file, and let's give the style for basically the pressable. So it's going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 12 and a margin vertical of 12. Save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking nice. So yeah, let's format once. So we have designed the chat screen. So now the next step is, if at all I press on the chat for that particular user, we need to create a chat room for both the users, and then we need to be able to chat with the other person. So for that, first of all, we're gonna initialize our socket IO in the index.js file, and then look into the design of the next screen. So let's head back to our index.js file over here, and here we're going to initialize the socket.io. I think we have already initialized 2 statements over here. Let's continue that at the bottom part of the page. So here I'm going to say io.theOn. We're going to pass in the connection over here, and this is going to take in the socket. Here we're just going to give a console message saying that user is connected. So here I'm going to say socket.on message, and socket.on over here I'm going to say send message async. It's going to have the data. Here I'm going to initialize my try, and then the catch block. So catch of error console.log error handling the messages. So now inside of the try block, first of all I need access to 2 things: the sender ID, the receiver ID, as well as the message. So I'm going to say sender ID comma receiver ID message. This is going to come from the data, so I'm going to say data over here, and we need to create the new message. So first of all, let's initialize our message model. So I'm going to say model, and then I'm going to say message.js. So I'm just going to paste in the code for the model. So over here I'm just going to say const mongoose equals to require mongoose, and const chat schema equals to new mongoose.schema. We need the sender ID, so, and then we need the receiver ID, so type is going to be string and required is going to be true, and then finally we need the message as well as the timestamp. So at the bottom part we're just going to export the required values. So let's first of all import it into our index file. So here I'm going to say const chat equals to require, go into the models folder, and then access the message. Okay, so let's scroll down over here, and here I'm going to say const new message equals to new chat. So this in turn is going to take in the sender ID comma receiver ID and the message. Okay, after that I'm going to say await new message dot save. Then after that we need to emit the message to the receiver, so I'm going to say io.to. It's going to be to the receiver ID, and we're going to say dot emit This is the message that is receive message, and it's going to be the message whatever it is. I mean, it's going to be the new message. Okay, so that's pretty much it. And we are going to use the http.listen method over here. So I'm going to say http.listen on, let's say, port 7000. Taking a function, and here I'm just going to give console.log socket.io running on port 7000. So over here I'm going to say socket.on for the disconnect. Here we're going to take in a function, and here I'm just going to say console.log user disconnected. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So let's say running. So let's save the file once. Okay, so address is already in use. Okay, so let's choose in a specific port 1000. Okay, so as you can see, server running on port 4000 and socket.io is running on port 6000. So let's also define the final endpoint in this app, that is to fetch all of the user messages between two people in a particular chat room. So I'm going to say app.get /messages. So it's going to be the async method with the request and the response in the callback. So here I'm going to initialize my try as well as catch block. So catch of error. So here I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a message being error in getting the messages. So inside try block we need access to two things, the sender ID and the receiver ID. Okay, so that we can populate based on it. So I'm going to say const sender ID comma receiver ID equals to request.query. So here I'm going to initialize my messages equals to await chat dot find method. I'm going to make use of the OR operator. So here we're going to pass in the sender ID value. So based on that, it's going to fetch the messages. It's going to be sender ID, and receiver ID is going to be receiver ID. And over here also again we're going to pass in sender ID is going to be receiver ID. Okay, so yeah, here, so for over here it's going to be sender ID again. So that's pretty much it. So based on this we're going to populate. So here I'm going to say dot populate the sender ID, and we need access to two things, let's say just the underscore ID as well as the name. Okay, so yeah, that's it, and we're just going to send it in the front end part, that is result dot status of 200 dot json of messages. So let's save the file once. So now I'm just going to create a new screen, that is our chat room. So I'm going to say new screen over here. So it's going to be chat room.js and rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. Let's save the file, and let us include the screen into our stack navigator over here. So here I'm going to say chat room. This is going to be chat room. That's a component. So let's also import the chat room from the screens folder. Let's save the file and let's come back to our chats over here. And first of all, let's go to the user chat and we're going to initialize on press event and we're going to pass in some information to the next screen. So here I'm going to say on press navigation.navigate to the chat room, and this is the image item.image URLs of 0, and we're going to pass in the name and the receiver ID as well as the sender ID. Sender ID is going to be user ID that's there inside of the props, and receiver ID is going to be stored inside of the item._id. So let's save the file once and then go to the next screen. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the chat room. So here first of all I'm going to make use of my use layout effect. So I'm going to say use layout effect. So make sure to import that from React. So first of all, let's come to the stack navigator, and over here let's remove the statement which says header shown as false, because we do have a header over here. Save the file. Okay, so as you can see, we are getting that correctly. So let's come to the chat screen, the chat room. So let's initialize our navigation. So let's import use navigation from any one of the screen. Let's save this file. Okay, so here inside of the use layout effect, I'm just going to say return navigation dot set options. This is to just style the header out. So here I'm going to say header title is going to be empty, and we have the header left. We're going to initialize a view over here. So this in turn is going to have the iron icons. So I'm just going to paste in the iron icons over here, and let's also import the iron icons at the top of the page. Let's format once. So as you can see, you're able to see that back button coming on the screen. So after that, we're going to have a view inside this, which is going to contain a text, which is going to show us the name. So it's going to be root.params.name. So let's give the style for this, a font size of 16 and a font weight of bold. Save the file. Root does not exist. Okay, so const route equals to use route. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's target this view that's present over here. So flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 10. Okay, so that's it. So if you want, you can add one more icon towards the rightmost part. I'm not doing that. So now after that, first of all, let's initialize our keyboard avoiding view. And let's make use of this instead of the normal view that's present. So let's give the style for this. I'm going to say style over here. It's going to contain a flex of 1 and a background color of white. So over here, let's initialize our scroll view. So once when we implement the messages part, we're going to implement this. So import scroll view from React Native. Okay, so here we're going to implement the messages in the later part. So now after that, we're going to initialize our view over here. So this in turn is going to contain the end typo icon. So let's just copy this down and we're going to paste it over here. So this is going to be end typo, and over here also we need to make the change. Okay, so the name is going to be emoji happy. So yeah, apart from that, we're going to have the text input. So I'm going to say text input over here, import that from React Native. So first of all, let's initialize the state to send some message. So here I'm going to say const message comma set message equals to use state of an empty string. So let's import use state over here, and for the text input we're going to pass in the placeholder. Okay, so it should say type your message, and let's give the style for this. So it's going to have a flex of 1, and it's going to have a background color, a border color of this color code, that is DD, and it's going to have, let's say, a border width of 1, border radius of 20, and a padding horizontal of 10. So after the text input we're going to have a bunch of icons. I'm just going to paste in that. So that's going to come after the text input. Okay, so basically these are the icons, that is the camera and the mic. So make sure to import feather. So here I'm going to say feather, and over here also I'm just going to pass in feather. Alright, so now let's come over here. So after this, finally we're going to have the send button. So pressable, and then a text which says send. So for the pressable, let's give the style. It's going to have a background color of this color code. So background color 662 D91, and we're going to give it some padding horizontal of 12, and we're going to give it some padding vertical of 8, and I'm going to give it some border radius as well of 20. Okay, so let's format once, and then let's give the style for the outermost view that contains all of these children, that is over here. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to contain flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to have some padding vertical and horizontal, and border top width of 1, and border top color of the same color that we used earlier, that is DDDDD, and we're going to give it some margin bottom of 30. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So yeah, for this let's give the color. We're going to say text align center, and color is going to be white. So for the text input, we're going to give the style. We're going to give it some height of 40. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking okay. So for this, let's give some margin right, that is to the end typo icon. So margin right of 7. Okay, and let's initialize the value for this. Value is going to be message on change text. We're just going to set the state. So it's going to be set the message of the text. So format once. So that's pretty much it. So now let's initialize the on press event on the send button and then define the function. So I'm going to say on press so it's going to take in a function and we're going to say send message of root dot params dot sender id and root dot params dot receiver id. Okay, so let us define the socket over here. First of all, we need to include the socket client. So I'm just going to come to the terminal and over here I'm just going to say yarn add socket.io hyphen client. So let's install this dependency. So now let's do a pod install in the iOS directory and then reload the app. Okay, so now let's initialize our socket. So over here I'm going to say const socket equals to io. So I think we need to import this from the dependency. So I'm going to say io and this is going to be the passing the URL over here, that is http localhost. So I think ours is 6000. So let's just import the io over here and let's check the correct port number. Okay, so it is 6000. So let's come back over here and here I'm going to say socket.on method and I'm going to say connect. Okay, just take in a function and just give a console message for now. I'm going to say console.log connected to the server. Save the file. Okay, so now I'm going to initialize my socket.on for the receive message. So socket.on, it's going to be the same message, same spelling that we previously gave for this one. So just copy that down and then come over here. So it's going to be socket.on and then for the receive message we're going to pass in, let's say, the new message. If you can just console.log the new message. Okay, and we need to update the state to include the previous messages as well, or to include the new message. So here I'm going to say set the messages. First let's initialize the state to hold the messages. So const messages comma set messages equals to use state and initially an empty array. So set messages to be whatever is there inside of my previous messages. Okay, and over here just include the previous messages and we're going to pass in the new message. That's it. So now let's define the function that is our send message. So I'm going to say const send message equals to a async function. It's going to take in two things, that is the sender id as well as the receiver id. So here I'm going to say socket.emit method. It's going to be send message over here and we're going to pass in the data as object, that is sender id, a receiver id as well as a message that is stored inside of state. So that's pretty much it. So after doing that we're just going to say set the messages, set the message to be empty, that is just clearing the input field, and after that just initialize a set timeout, just to call the function that is. So after this we would initialize a set timeout just to call the fetch messages function when we define it. So now let's save the file And then now let's see if at all it's working correctly, fine or not. I'm just gonna send a message to the other person. Just gonna say hey, and then send. Okay, nothing happened. Let's see if at all we're able to go into the function. Okay, so nothing seems to happen. So let's just reload the app once and then let's check it out. So let's come to the chat screen, chat room. Okay, connected to the server. So now let's press on hey over here and then send. Yeah, so now it's working. So now let's check out if at all we have stored the message in the backend part or not. So let's refresh over here. We need to be creating a new chat messages data or schema over here. Okay, so as you can see, chat is created, and okay, so as you can see, there you go. We have the sender ID, receiver ID, as well as the message and the timestamp with which it was created. So now we're gonna define the function that is const fetch messages, and then we're gonna render it over here. So let's say use effect. So here first of all I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So catch of error. Okay, so over here first of all I'm going to initialize my console message with the error, and inside of my try block I'm going to initialize my sender ID. So sender ID equals to root dot params dot sender ID, and after that const receiver ID equals to root dot params dot receiver ID. Okay, and here I'm going to say const response equals to await Axios. So let's import Axios from Axios and initialize the get method. So it's going to be the URL that's http localhost 3000 / messages. Okay, and over here I'm going to pass in the params. So it's going to be sender ID and this is going to be receiver ID. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So after that we're just going to set the messages to the data. So I'm going to say set messages to be response.data. Okay, so now inside of the function over here I'm just going to say set timeout. Let's say after 200 milliseconds or 0.2 seconds, just call in the function that is fetch messages. Okay, so I think we have not defined the function correctly. So yeah, let's do one thing. Let's just initialize a function. So I'm going to say const fetch messages. I think I made a mistake inside of the use effect while initializing this equals to async. I'm just going to paste in whatever is there inside of the use effect. And here inside of the use effect I'm just going to call the function that is fetch messages. That's it. So yeah, let's format once and then save the file. Use effect does not exist. Okay, so use effect, let's try to console.log our messages if at all we're getting it correctly. So here I'm going to say console.log messages, save the file. Let's come to the chat and then the chat room. Okay, so we're not able to see any messages. That's weird. So let's give some message and check. Okay, so we're not able to see any messages. Okay, I think again I made the same mistake. It's going to be 4000 over here. save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see the message being correctly shown. So now let's come into the scroll view, and then we're just going to map over it. So that is over here. Okay, so inside of the scroll view, here I'm going to say content container style. Just give a flex grow of 1. And over here, just say messages dot map. So for every item and then the index, I'm going to initialize a pressable. So over here inside of the pressable, I'm just going to initialize my text field. So yeah, this is basically going to show the message, that is item.message. And below this, we're just going to initialize a function that is formatted time. So here I'm going to say format time of your item dot timestamp. So I'm just going to scroll up over here and then paste in the code for the format time. So we're gonna convert it into the time which we want to. So I'm just going to save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see hey and then 2:49 p.m. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Now we're going to give the style whether it is, so now we're going to give the style for the pressable to check whether it is sent by the user or by the sender. So I'm going to say style equals to an array of styles. So here I'm going to say if my item dot sender id equals to root dot params dot sender id, then it's going to come towards the right side. So here I'm going to say align self flex end, then background color of this color code, that is 662 D91, a padding of 8. I'm going to give it a max width of 60%, and we're going to give it a border radius of 7, and we're going to give it some margin as well. So I'm going to say margin of 10. So let's format once. Okay, I think we are missing the braces over here. Okay, so else, in the else condition, I'm going to pass in the remaining styles. So it's going to be the same thing. Let's format once, and we're just going to make the change for the background color. Okay, so just copy this down, and we're going to paste it over here. So this is going to be flex start, and this is going to be 452 C63. So 452 C63. Okay, and yeah, apart from that, it's going to remain the same. Save the file. So as you can see, automatically it came to the right part of the screen. So for this, we're going to give the style, that is for both of the text that is present. So style, font size of 15, and then a text align of left, color of white, and a font weight of 500. Save the file. And for this text, I'm going to give the style, font size of 9. This is going to be super small, so I'm going to say font size of 9, and then text align of right, and this is going to be the color, that is F0 F0 F0. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's send one more message and then check if at all it's working correctly fine. So here I'm just going to say how are you, send. So as you can see, that's working absolutely fine, and it's scrollable as well. So yeah, we have completed designing the chat room as well. So now you could try this with many different users as well. Just register different users and then like the user and then accept the request and then chat with them. So now the final part remaining is the profile screen, where we're going to show the design as well as the profile details. So now let's look into the design of the profile screen. So first of all, I'm going to head into my profile screen.js, that is over here. And here first of all we need to get the information of the user who is currently logged in. So first of all I'm going to import some necessary things. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So import use navigation from React navigation, and I'm just going to copy down the code that is there inside of my home screen, that is to fetch the user ID. Okay, so just copy down this piece of code and we come back to the profile screen over here and we're gonna paste it over here. So make sure to import use state as well as use effect. And use effect as well. Let's also import async storage and JWT decode as well. So let's also import that the core.js code, that is the import statement, that is this one. This one. So just copy that down and we're gonna paste it. We're gonna come down to the profile screen and we're gonna paste it over here. So yeah, let's save the file once. And let us also initialize another use effect over here. I'm gonna say use effect. So it's gonna have a dependency which is known as user ID. So here I'm gonna say if we have the user ID, then just go ahead and call the function that is get user details. Okay, so let's define the function that is get user details. So over here I'm just gonna say const get user details equals to a async function. Okay, so before defining this I'm just going to copy down the code for the token as well as set token that is coming from the use context hook. So I'm just going to paste it at the top. So make sure to import use context as well as your auth context. Okay, so just like this. And now let's come down to the function. So use context is not imported. Yeah, it's imported over here. So let's also import use state. Yeah, UN use state is imported. All right, so now in the function that is get user details, so over here first of all let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, here I'm just going to say console.log with a error message. So inside of the try block we've already defined the endpoint for this, if you would remember in the initial part of the video. I'm going to initialize my response equals to await. So let's import Axios from Axios and we're going to apply the get method. So it's going to be http localhost 4000 in our case. It's going to be / users and then user ID. Okay, so here we're going to say if my response dot status equals to 200, then in that case I'm going to say const user data equals to response dot data dot user, and we're just gonna initialize the state to hold the profile. I'm gonna say const current profile comma set current profile equals to use state. So here in the function we're just gonna set the data. So I'm just gonna say set current, we could do that inside the condition as well, set current profile of user data. So yeah, that's it. So let's format once and let's console.log the user profile or the current profile. Save the file. So as you can see, this is the current profile. So now with the help of that information, we're going to just start styling out the profile screen. So over here, just say safe area view. Okay, so just copy this down, and instead of the view that's present, we're going to make use of this safe area view. So for the safe area view, let's give the style. So here I'm going to say a flex of 1 and then a background color of white. So I'm going to say background color white. Okay. So inside this, I'm just going to initialize my view. So this in turn is going to have the view with the image. So I'm just going to get the image. So just pasted the image. I'll be sending the image link in the description. You can just check that out. Yeah, I think it's imported over here. So now let's save the file once. So basically these are the two icons, that is info circle as well as setting. So let's also make sure to import and design from any one of the screen. So we're going to paste it over here. So this is going to be and design, and just copy this down, and over here also we're just going to paste it. Okay, so that's working fine. Let's save the file. So image has already been declared. Okay, it got imported 2 times. So as you can see, we have the 2 buttons being shown. So now let's initialize the style for the view over here. So I'm going to say view. It's going to have some padding horizontal of 12, flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. So let's format once. Okay, I think we gave to the wrong view. So yeah, we're gonna have one more view over here. So this view in turn is gonna contain both of the views, that is this one as well as this one. So copy down this styling and give it to the top view. And let's also give the design over here, that is the style. It's going to have a flex direction of row, and then some align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of time. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So let's give a format once. So after this, we're going to initialize another view, which in turn is going to contain the pressable. I think, yeah, after this. So this view is going to have the pressable, initialize pressable, not Prefinal screen, pressable. So this in turn is going to have the image, which is going to take the source and the URI. So it's going to be current profile dot image URLs of 0. Let's give the style for the image. It's going to have a width of 100, and it's going to have a height of 100 as well, border radius of 50, and resize mode of cover. Okay, and we're going to give it a border color, that is 662 and then D91. We're going to give it a border width of 3, and we're going to say align self of center. Save the file. So as you can see, that is looking good. So now let's initialize the style for the view. So yeah, apart from that, first of all, after the image, we're going to have another pressable. So let's format over here. I mean, apart from the image, we're going to have another view, that is over here. So I'm going to say view. So this in turn is going to have the text over here. So here it's going to be current profile dot first name. So for this, let's give the styling. So font size of 19 and then font weight of bold or 600. Save the file. Okay, that's looking nice. So for the view, let's give the styling. So apart from this, we're going to have the material icons that's going to come after the text. So let's just copy down this icon and we're going to paste it over here. Here I'm just going to say material icons. So just make sure to import material icons over here. So the same thing is going to come over here as well. So the name is going to be verified over here, and the color is going to be a different color. So here I'm just going to say 66D921. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking okay. So let's give 662 and then D91. Yeah, so let's give the style for this. So flex direction of a row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 10 and a margin top of 12. So now we're going to give the style for the outermost view, that is over here. Flex direction of row, align item center, and justify content of center. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking good. So now after this design, after this view, we're going to have another image that's coming up. So I'm just going to get the link for the image. It's going to paste in over here. So it's going to have a margin top of 30 and a margin horizontal of 20. And this is the image link. I'll be sending the image link in the description. This is the height for the image, and this is the width, and this is the border radius. So let's save the file once. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So let's format once over here. So yeah, apart from this, you're going to have some more designs at the bottom part. So initialize a view for that. So this view in turn is going to have another view. So here I'm going to say view. So this view is going to have the material community icons. So you could get it from any one of the screen. So let's just copy this down and let's come to the profile screen. So just paste it over here. Let's also copy the render component code that is for the material community icons. That is this one. Okay, so let's come back to the profile screen and we're going to scroll down and we're going to enter it over here. So this is going to be the lightning bolt outline. So for the view, let's give this styling. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a height of 40 and it's going to have a width of 40. It's going to have a border radius of 20. So border radius 20. Background color of this color code, that is 006A4E. And it's going to have a justify of center and align items of center. Okay, so you're able to see that. Let's decrease the size to be 22. Let's format once. So the color is going to be white for this. So yeah, apart from this view, we're going to have another view over here, which is going to contain two texts. says boost and then get seen by 11x more people. So just copy this text down. I'm gonna paste it over here. It's gonna say get seen by 11x more people. So let's target the outermost view and then give the style for this. So margin vertical of 20, and we're going to give margin horizontal as well of 20, a flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it, let's say, a gap of 12. Okay, and we're going to give a border color of this color code, that is E0 E0 E0, border width of 1. We're going to give some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and a border radius of 8. Let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So let's see why the icon is not coming to the center part of the container. So yeah, now let's give the style for the text over here, that is font size of 15 and a font weight of 600. So for this, let's give the style and a margin top of 3. Okay, so let's copy this design one more time and then let's look into that icon issue as well, why it's not coming to the center part. So just copy this down and then we're gonna paste it over here. Save the file. Okay, so for the next one, let's remove the margin top, the margin vertical. Okay, so here we're going to make use of ion icons. So let's import ion icons over here. Yeah, so the name is going to be rose outline over here. Let's make use of the name. So here I'm going to say ion icons. Yeah, this is going to be rose outline. Save the file. Okay, my bad, because of the margin top, it's giving the issue. So let's save the file over here, and even over here as well. Let's remove that and then save the file. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, that's looking good. So now for the second one, we're going to change the background color. That is for this one, it's going to be F9. So here I'm going to say F9 62, then 9F. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So here it's going to be roses. And here we're going to say 2x. That's it. Let's save the file once. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. So now finally, after that, we're going to have the final button, that is the pressable, so that we could log out. So yeah, let's give the style for the pressable over here. It's going to have a border color. Of this color code, and it's going to have some margin top of 40, and we're going to have some internal spacing, that is padding of 12, and we're going to have some border radius of, let's say, 30, border width of 1, and we're going to say justify center, align items of center. Margin left of auto, and then margin right of auto, and a width of 120. save the file. So as you can see, it came to the correct position. So let's format once over here, and yeah, let's initialize the design for the text, that is the style. So text align of center and a font weight of bold, 500. So let's initialize on press event on the logout button, logout. So let's come to the top part and we're going to initialize the function. So I'm going to say const logout equals to clear auth token. Let's define this function, that is clear auth token. I'm going to say const clear auth token equals to async function. First of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, I'm just going to say console.log of whatever error is there over here, and instead of the try block, I'm just going to say await access my async storage dot remove item of the token. Then after that, we're just going to say set the token to be empty. This is coming from the auth context, that is basically this one. Okay, so async storage is already imported. So let's save the file once. So now the final screen is, we need to, if at all we press on the profile, we need to design the profile detail screen. So that's going to be super similar. Everything already, we have the information, we just need to render it. So I'm going to say new screen, profile detail screen .js. So rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. So now let's include this screen into our stack navigator. So I'm just going to come over here, stack navigator.js, and I'm just going to include it, let's say over here. Over here. Okay, so let's import the profile detail screen. That is from the screens folder, and then format it. So now let's head back to the profiles detail screen and then initialize the profile screen and then initialize okay, got an invalid value for component prop for the screen details. Okay, let's look into that. Let's give it a different name, let's say detail. Okay, got an invalid value for component. All right. Okay, I think because we've not saved the file, that's the reason it's giving that error. Got to know. So let's save the file over here, save the file over here as well, that is profile detail screen. So now the error should go. So let's reload the app now. We should be seeing the app properly working fine. Okay, so let's come back to the profile screen, and yeah, so let's go to the profile screen over here, and then we're going to initialize on press event on the image that is present. Okay, so currently we do not have the pressable. Let's initialize a pressable over here as well. So here I'm just going to say on press, taking a function navigation.navigator details, current profile is going to be current profile. So we already have all the information and the design is already there inside of the home screen. So just copy that out and then you're going to paste it over there. So okay, so not sure why we are not able to move over there. Okay, my bad, we need to give it to this pressable. So let's copy that out and we're gonna paste it over here. Save the file and then let's press on this. So as you can see, we are coming correctly to the profile detail screen. So here I'm just going to copy down the code that is there exactly whatever is present. So first of all, let's initialize our route. So const route equals to use route. Okay, so I've just pasted the required things. So you can just copy down the exact same design from the initial home screen that was done while designing the profile, that is while showing the single profile to the user, and then you can implement this. So let's import the required things, that is scroll view we need the image as well. So image, and apart from that, so instead of current profile dot this thing, it just needs to be root dot params to current profile dot whatever the correct value was in the previous home screen. And apart from that, we have designed everything, I guess. So yeah, I think we could save the file. If at all something is not imported, we would get an error for that. So yeah, let's just save the file once. So as you can see, this is the current user profile, and this is how the profile is going to look for others. That's the reason we've just designed this. Okay, so yeah, we have designed this. So we have completed designing the entire app. Okay, so we have the initial home screen, the like screen where we're going to show the likes for the particular users, and then we also have the chat screen where the user can chat with the person whom they've already matched with. And finally, in the profile screen, we have the information regarding the user, that is the image and the name, and we also have the option to log out. I think that's it about this project. So if you find this interesting, please do hit the like button. So let's see you in the next project, and then thank you for watching.